morning. Should we start?
Let's go.
All right, welcome to this year's B-Sides. I am the cavalry track, sometimes called IATC, because acronyms are somehow helpful. I'm Josh Corman.
And I am David Botts.
Don't make me have to chase you. I rolled my ankle last night, so it'll be fun. Who has not been to this track before?
Raise your hand.
Awesome, okay, good. So we're gonna do, this track's different. Appreciate you coming. The first talk just kind of sets the table for the next 2.5 days. We're gonna try to provoke you, but not just for provocation's sake. We're gonna ask you to be comfortable with some discomfort. We're gonna tackle some pretty heavy topics. Because I saw a lot of hands, I might do a very, very, very short, what the heck is I in the cavalry? And what does it have to do with B-Sides Las Vegas? I sometimes skip that, but we're gonna mostly orient you to the track for a few minutes. Then I'm gonna give a specific talk to try to challenge you. I want you to critically think. And then we're gonna give an overview of every talk for the next 2.5 days so you can kind of see what the flow is. We try to say that this is not an a la carte track. It tries to be a bit of a symphony. We very deliberately invite speakers. We very deliberately sequence speakers. We negotiate with them what we'd like to see from their expertise, and they push back on us, and it's a beautiful little tug of war. But we believe that every talk is enhanced by the talks that came before and the talks that come after it. So everyone gets more out of, the sum is greater than the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So we'd encourage you to stay. All of these will be streamed and will be recorded. So you can watch them later if you do have to miss one. Go upstairs for like a Sky Talk that isn't recorded, for example. But you will get more out of this, and we even sometimes pick the ones just before or after lunch on purpose to make sure that it's maximal discussion. So be prepared to discuss things. Most of these will leave room. We have a 2-hour water block, for example. But you want to do any welcoming before I say what the cavalry is and where it comes from? This is your MC for the next 2 days.
Good morning. My name is Dave Botts. I'll be your MC today, tomorrow, and Wednesday.
Oh, that's right.
We've got a rockin' and rollin' set of sessions. I will be the very mean timekeepery person. So when I stand up, that means we're close. And the closer I get to whoever's speaking, what that means is they need to wrap it up. But that's what I'm going to do. So you'll see me. And there is going to be a lot of opportunity for audience engagement. And when we do that, I'm going to play, I'm of a certain vintage, I'll play Mr. Phil Donahue where I'm doing this.
Yes.
To get your input. Because we want your input and we need you to use the mic, because otherwise our dear friends at home can't hear you and they'll be like, that might have been an interesting question, but I do not know what it was.
Yes.
So help us help you, help us help you.
Okay. All right, so I'll try a short-ish cavalry story, how we got here. So first of all, let's all say happy birthday. Cavalry was born on August 1st, 2013, so we just turned 12 years old.
Happy birthday to you.
So I love B-Sides, been coming to B-Sides for a while. After researching like the rise of Anonymous and hacktivism and stuff, I kind of started getting pulled into the government. circles a little bit. I was worried that hacktivism may turn into cyber terrorism, which it did. So at one point, a bunch of hacker people you know and respect, we all went into Fort Meade for 2 days to try to warn what's the hacker eye view on public safety, economic, national security, so that we can give them some fresh ideas. And then during those 2 days, we had breathtaking ideas from like H.D. Moore, Dan Kaminsky, Gene Kim, myself, Alex Hutton, and David Etchu, and it was one of the most exhilarating things to take individual superheroes and put them together to form an Avengers to solve bigger problems. And it was one of the highlights of my life, right? I'm doing an abbreviated version of this. What wasn't is that in between day 1 and 2, I went to my car and had a ton of voicemails, because you can't bring a phone into Fort Meade. And a bunch of people were saying, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And what I couldn't tell my teammates is that my mom had a stroke, and we found out it was pretty aggressive terminal brain cancer. So like, I'm at the peak of like trying to like speak truth to power with really talented people, but I'm also like demoralized that I know what's gonna happen over the next couple months. So on that personal journey, we close day 2 and we have our recommendations, and they're amazing. And if someone presses me later at the bar or the pool, I'll tell you what some of the answers to the challenge questions were, like if you could write one sentence of legislation to have the most material impact on the hemorrhage of intellectual property from the US to China and material weaknesses in public safety, human life, what would that one sentence be and why? So we had an answer. So ask me later, I'll tell you the answer. But at the end of reading these all out to General Alexander and his staff and Ann Neuberger, the answer was, I can't do that one. There's no political will for this one. People have to die first for that one. We went the entire list. They couldn't do a single one of our ideas. And this isn't to slam on them. It's just, things work differently in the Beltway. So we all went to the bar. We all flew there on our own dimes. We drank at the airport bar. No one said a word for 20 minutes. I finally broke the silence and I said, guys, the cavalry isn't coming. No one's gonna save us. That was half the thought. Advance a couple weeks later, we take my mom to her church one last time before she has to go to hospice. Really shitty luck, it happens to be the Sandy Hook shooting, and she was a superintendent, so all her students and teachers and principals were all crying and scared to go to school. And the preacher kept saying for mostly 2 hours straight, why is there evil in the world? Why is there evil in the world? I never quite answered the question, and I think everyone was hurt and scared, and my little girls were crying because they're gonna lose their Mimi, they're afraid to go to school. So that was an uncomfortable moment. And then eventually, come January, she passes, and we go back to that church. And I have to say something as her eldest, and I'm looking at her parents and her siblings and her students and her grandkids, and I felt angry. I'm like, why am I feeling angry at my mom's funeral? And it was partly because like that nagging question of I didn't like the question of why is there evil in the world? And at some point, I had to go inside. I walked up, and something flipped in my head, and it was something along the lines of, the last time we were here, I was really angry, it was Sandy Hook, et cetera, et cetera. The question didn't sit right with me, and I think I just figured out why. And it was basically that my mom said my mom was my 7th grade science teacher because someone got very hurt, so she got to substitute. And she was fantastic, but one of the things I learned in science was darkness is not a thing. It's an absence of light, and cold is not a thing. It's an absence of heat. So maybe it wasn't just the presence of evil, it was the absence of good. And I said, maybe if something's missing, we gotta put it there. So then I asked all the family, I'm like, what's the absence of Marie? And I didn't have an answer to my own question, but I'm like, we don't get to find out, because now it falls to us to do what she was doing. And that kind of squared the circle for me. And I said, okay, maybe if something's missing, what can we do about it? So I came here to Vegas. I asked BSides, can I stick my neck out? We said, hey, if the cavalry isn't coming, what's the hacker community willing and able to do to maybe be safer sooner? So the problem statement was something along the lines of our dependence on connected technology was growing a lot faster than our ability to secure it in areas affecting public safety, human life, economic national security. So I was really worried about putting software in medical devices when we can't protect websites or credit cards. Why can we protect hospital equipment, cars, industrial controls, oil and gas pipelines, aviation, high-speed rail? So I said, if there's a knowledge gap between how overdependent we are on undependable things, can we maybe not be a pointing finger, but a helping hand? Can we maybe lead with empathy instead of judgment? Can we maybe build trust and coalitions? Can we meet people on their terms, learn their love language, meet them where they are, and then crawl, walk, run together? So I said, we're gonna try something different. You can do the same thing over and over expecting different results, or we can try to work together. So about 50 people said, yes, let's do it. We went to DEF CON later in the week in the main stage and got a couple hundred more. Went to DerbyCon, said, what's our mission, vision, goals? And essentially said, we're gonna focus on where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. So if you watch the launch video, we had a little bit more scope, but we narrowed it down to say, what's an unimpeachable thing that we could show the vital, unique contributions the hacker community can make for public safety? A nonpartisan thing. It's hard to lobby against some of those things, or harder, not impossible. And we said, we have no idea what we're doing, but we want to lay the groundwork and the trust such that when there is political will, we can seize on it. So over the last several years, without getting through a history lesson, you can watch the 10-year anniversary video from 2 years ago. We have dramatically influenced regulations domestically, internationally, through things like the Patch Act for medical device cybersecurity, IoT laws, really took the teeth out of things like DMCA and CFAA for like punishing or stifling good faith research from people in this room. So we really tried to take the name hacker back to show there are helpful hackers that are protectors, puzzlers, prestige, profit, protest. But this group, we really found that BSides was the protectors and the puzzlers that want to make the world safer and want to tackle really hard problems. And this track is really our neutral ground to get government people that we're building teamwork with, or industry people from the water sector, or nurses and doctors, or technicians, or high-speed rail folks to come and learn from us, and for us to learn from them, and then we go change the world one year at a time. So this is now, since 2013, the track. Did I hit mostly the high notes? Okay. So thank you for joining. I'm not the cavalry, you are. And the process has changed over time. We became trusted enough that whenever there was something big going on in the government that affected public safety, there was like a congressional task force for healthcare industry cybersecurity. Then when the pandemic was declared, some of us went in as emergency feds to keep hospitals and vaccine supply chains safe. And then occasionally, there's executive orders for SBOM or this or that. So we have become an honest broker, independent voice of reason on public safety, public good. And each of you get to contribute, just like Fight Club, you choose your own level of involvement. And some of you have had profound impact, so we appreciate that. The line is basically shifted into something like this. And if you were here last year, we're gonna crank up a topic called Undisruptible 27. So normally we're patiently impatient, and we know it could take 9 years to pass a law or to reform some broken thinking. We're not being so patient anymore. So we're gonna get into some pretty heavy materials, and I'm gonna show a talk that David encouraged me to do for the hackers that I originally did for RSA. So I want to see how you react differently, and there's definitely audience participation. So at this point, I will start the big chunk of the opening. Okay. So my name is Joshua. Shall we play some war games? And by the way, a lot of people haven't seen that movie, so if you haven't, please do. This was mostly aimed to cause cognitive dissonance for the RSA crowd. I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm still mildly curious. I agreed to David's challenge. I'm mildly curious how you all answer. So this requires prompt feedback. Are we ready? Okay, so you're also gonna see we have stickers. This is a water hammer. We're gonna talk about that later. We learned it from our trust building with water engineers. Okay, who wants to play a game?
Yeah.
All right, sorry to yell. Okay, so unlike chess, checkers, the global thermonuclear warfare, here are the games we're gonna play. And maybe now that we have more funding from Craig Newmark. So what I probably should say about Undisruptible is I met Craig Newmark. He had not heard of the cavalry. Craig Newmark of Craigslist. He was very taken with the mission. He was very taken with the impact. He was mostly taken with our ability to do storytelling and to use empathy, to not talk like Beltway people, to average everyday Americans. So he really wanted to fund the project. I said, cavalry's never taken a penny. We're never gonna take a penny. So we found a common ground with IST, the Institute for Security and Technology. Many of you might know it for the ransomware task force, but it's got a much bigger portfolio. And we said, okay, why don't we use the 501c3, the Institute for Security and Technology, and why don't we try a pilot? And my pilot was based on Basically three things. One, on January 31st of 2024, Jen Easterly, Christopher Wray, General Nakasone, and Harry Coker, the four horsemen of cyber, said in an unclassified hearing to Congress, hey, China has intentions towards the Taiwan Straits as early as 2027. Volt Typhoon is an army unit that's gaining access to US civilian infrastructure like water and power and other things, which is very transgressive. It's not normal spycraft of fair play. It's putting virtual bombs and detonation charges into civilian infrastructure. Pretty scary stuff, and they were saying it out loud. And knowing what I know from my 18 months at CISA and working with the federal government, we don't have a cyber defense force like military. We'll get into that on a different slide. But I'm like, where's the urgency? Where's the collaboration? Where's the systems thinking? Because if we're still struggling on voluntary standards for credit cards and business apps, how are we going to protect water and power in hospitals that are, many of them are target rich but cyber poor? They don't participate in the public-private partnerships. They're small, medium, rural, no cybersecurity staff, no mandatory restrictions. So we decided to make a pilot to say, let's look at when everything's critical, nothing's critical, and we'll get into a little bit more with some specific slides, but the basic thumbnail is we're seeing more disruptions. Our neighbors don't call it hacks or breaches. They say payroll was disrupted, patient care was disrupted, my flights to my own wedding were disrupted by CrowdStrike. So like these things were happening in a higher volume. So there's more of them, they were longer, they're more life safety, and they're starting to say, I thought you guys had cyber under control. So with that disruption trend of being either accidents like CrowdStrike or adversaries that want money, what happens when this turns to weapons of war? Because the next conflict will be a hybrid conflict. So if we're gonna have a war, you should expect people are gonna start throwing rocks, and we're made of glass houses, so what can we do between now and then to fix things? But also, we have 16 critical infrastructure sectors. They're not equally weighted. We have 55 functions within those. They're not equally weighted. So I really said, let's focus on the lifeline, basic human needs that if they're shut off for 24 to 48 hours, your family suffers. So water, access to emergency care, power, food supply, things like that. We said they're also interconnected. So the federal government doesn't like to cooperate cross-agency or cross-sector. They say, stay in your lane, stay out of my lane. This is your lane, not your lane. So we might organize the government that way, but harm and disasters do not present themselves that way. So I wanted to say, can we look at interdependencies on lifeline services as we approach 2027 or later, and find a way to get to meet people on the ground, meet them where they are, use empathy, use love language, and see if there's some way to reduce selective exposure or to mitigate the worst consequences of failure. So this game is going to help us through that. All right, asset prioritization. You have to pick one. What's more important, PCI data or PHI data? You got to shout. PHI. All right, who says PHI? Who says PCI? All right, so we think our healthcare data is more important. Okay. What's more important, intellectual property for your employer or your PHI? This room, okay. But don't you have day jobs? Somebody else that you work for might disagree. All right, what's more important, your medical records or your medical records? This really matters, folks. The fine print is the confidentiality of your medical records or the availability of your medical records. Which one? Raise your hand for confidentiality. Raise your hand for availability. Okay, I love my privacy. I'd like to be alive to enjoy it, and we only have regulations and laws for HIPAA, for the confidentiality of our medical records. We have more regulatory incentive to have a corpse with your privacy intact than to keep patients alive. Your wallet or your life? Life. All right, so this room's, I'm preaching in the choir. I told you they were gonna get all the right answers, but okay. The needs of the many or the needs of the few, specifically at RSA, I meant your employer. What? Okay, the many. Depends on if you're a Star Trek fan. Okay, so we've sort of constructed a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Not everything's equally important. So I kind of heard the availability of your medical records so you can get your chemo treatment or avoid a blood type cross contamination. That's more important than the privacy. And the privacy is more important than IP, and PCI doesn't matter, that much. I said, okay, so RSA, why did we do the exact opposite prioritization for the last 30 years? Because we did. It's not trite. And you could feel the room go, ugh. And it's not just that we've had the backwards priority, it's that we're usually there for our employer, for our enterprise, to drive fiduciary value to shareholders. But every single one of us live in a community. We have a family, we have a town, we have a county. And if we are applying our unique talents merely to protecting data for an employer, who's protecting the water, the healthcare, the power for your small, medium, rural community? Don't worry, we'll come back to that. Now that's just assets of data types, but like I told you before, we have national critical functions. These are specific discrete services that we all depend upon, and different parts of the federal government have custodial ownership for, and CIS is the national coordinator across those if their siblings let them. So let's do that same game with functions. So what is a function? There's 16 sectors. Water and wastewater's kind of got the EPA. Health and Human Services kind of takes care of this thing called healthcare and public health. Treasury has financial services. So they all have a custodian. But when CISA came along, they made 55 national critical functions. They're more discrete things like provide drinking water, provide medical care, provide electricity, distribute electricity. So each one is a service you can look at. Is it available? Is it degraded? Is it down? For how long? What's the mean time to repair? So you can treat this like a utility, just like your phone, your dial tone. Okay, well, one of them, called provide medical care, belongs in healthcare and public health, which is HHS. And even though it depends on all sorts of other sectors, you know, it gets sort of badly tracked. So back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what I kind of said after the CIS COVID task force is when everything's critical, nothing is. If you were to map these, you know, to the things that keep us from being Lord of the Flies, it's gonna be a much smaller list. So the stuff at the bottom is the no kidding, not negotiable stuff. And the stuff up top matters to somebody eventually, but only if we can actually have water and food. So back to the idea of your wallet or your life, I think you all said pretty correctly, your life. So what's more important, support banking or provide fuel for the eastern seaboard? I need answers. Huh? Fuel? Okay. I mean, the continuity of the economy is pretty important, but maybe not today, maybe within a couple days, right? What's more important, provide electricity or provide food? Can I see some hands? Electricity first? Hands for food? Okay. How long can you go without food?
Weeks.
Okay. Okay. What's more important, provide water or provide food? Water. Okay, you can go, I was told 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, 30 days without food. I think it depends on who you are, but I don't think I can go 30 days without food. Interesting, okay, good answers. Provide water or provide medical care? Water. Hands for water? Hands for medical care? Yes. Okay, it's a trick question. What's more important, protect sensitive information, your PHI under the HIPAA law, or provide medical care, timely access to care for you and your family when and where you need it? Which one? I think HHS OCR would disagree with you. Okay. I agree with you. Okay, so let's figure out, I'm pretty biased. I think timely access to medical care is important. So you're gonna see the first of a few videos here. I did not make this one. We have drafts or two that we did that definitely need your help. But this one can help you understand something we learned from Christian Nemeth, who's speaking tomorrow, Dr. Christian Nemeth, is that time is brain. So here you go.
Emergency department.
When it comes to a stroke, time is brain, and every second counts. That's why at Northwell Health, we know a stroke needs a different approach to time. So we introduced Telestroke, a remote video consultation system that connects you to a world-class stroke neurologist instantly, day or night. It's another way we're not just raising our standard, but the standard of healthcare. Northwell Health. Look north.
Okay. So with strokes, there's really two major categories. There's lots of subcategories, but it's either a clot, choking your oxygen, or it's a bleed. If it's a clot, and we can use imaging, you can take a clot buster, and it'll save brain and save life. You'll save your motor functions. If it's a bleed and you give that, you'll kill them instantly, because it'll accelerate the bleed out. So imaging is critically important for that time-sensitive, time is brain. Okay, there are other time-sensitive conditions. So during the CISA COVID task force, some of us that went into the government for, I was there 18 months to the day, we started seeing quite a bit of hospital disruption from ransomware activity. And because of the circumstances, I'm not going to go through the longer, you can see a longer video on all this stuff, but we published the first statistical proof of loss of life from a ransom event. We got to see with public health information for something called excess deaths, which are tracked all the time. It's the difference between expected deaths and actual deaths by month, by state, by condition, by demographic. And we could see that in the same state with the same population, adjusted for your hospital type and size, the ransomed communities achieved stress levels sooner and stayed there longer than their peers. And these stress levels were directly associated with excess deaths 2, 4, and 6 weeks later for time-sensitive things like heart and brain and pulmonary. The math is all published through the CDC MMWR, so like whenever someone says, well, no one's gonna listen until people died, we had to kind of prove, okay, yes, we have proof that a non-zero number of people died. We could use, public health information and statistics to do so. Longer conversation, go through this. In fact, maybe tomorrow, Christian will show some of that. But there's a couple ways you die in this scenario. Number one is there's a disruption of patient care and the unavailability of certain technologies like electronic medical records or imaging, which number two leads you to divert ambulances to the next nearest facility. If those next nearest facilities are 4 minutes away, you might be okay. If it's an hour away, you might not be okay, depending on the condition. If it's 4 hours away, you might not survive that delay. But the real deaths happen in columns 3 and 4, where we could see hospital strain levels of ICU bed count associated with excess deaths 2, 4, and 6 weeks later. On the same day we published this of October 1st, 2021, the front page of the Wall Street Journal also published a delayed story of the first named victim of a ransomware lawsuit. It was a 2019 ransom of an Alabama hospital and with a complicated birth. They couldn't use imaging. The hospitals were ransomed, much of the equipment didn't work. And because of that equipment not working, they still admitted patients. They couldn't use imaging. They didn't notice an umbilical cord wrapped around the neck, which is still a treatable and deliverable baby. But despite a complex and otherwise successful birth, the post-birth monitoring was also compromised. In a typical natal intensive care unit, you could have a dozen pieces of technology that force multiply the limited nurse to patient ratio and caregivers, and none of them were working. So subsequently, the poor child perished. There's an ongoing lawsuit, in part because the hospital and staff were communicating with each other saying we should never have admitted patients under our conditions. If the equipment was working, this was an otherwise very treatable situation, et cetera. After, please. Yeah. So between a statistical proof of loss of life and a named victim, we started to get some political will. And then subsequently, medical health professionals started doing a lot more peer-reviewed medical journals. Last year, if you were lucky to be here, Dr. Christian MF showed one of his newest ones. He's going to show 2 new ones tomorrow, 2 that I believe, maybe even a third. So this is one of the ones he shared with us, which is not only in UCSD, University of California, San Diego Hospital, where they work. The Scripps Institute hospitals all got ransomed. Not them, they were fine. But they saw the blast radius of overflow of patients overwhelmed all other hospitals in the area. So they call it the blast radius, and they could quantify wait times, canceled surgeries, procedures, worsened outcomes at a macro level. But this one was even more stunning because he went really deep just into heart conditions. And when you have a heart condition, we track the survivability rate with favorable conditions. And they saw that even an unransomed hospital in a ransomed region had a 10-fold drop in favorable outcomes for heart conditions. And that really got the attention of the cardio community. So he will share some of that tomorrow. Then we said it's not just the individual health, because we know that when you're degraded and delayed, and there's a ransom making unavailable health records or unavailable workflow, it could be Change Healthcare, where one payment middleware for the country at United Health shut down patient care and workflow for 75% of the nation's hospitals for weeks. Well, we also know that many of the nation's hospitals, we had 7,000 when I did the Congressional Task Force in 2016. We have 6,000 now, so we've lost 1,000 to mergers, acquisitions, closures, financial insolvency, some of which is exacerbated by ransoms. Why? Most small, medium rural hospitals, according to Becker's that studies the space, have 4 to 6 weeks of their cash reserve on hand. So their burn rate, if they're not getting income, is 4 to 6 weeks. If a ransom shuts down your patient care for 4 to 6 weeks, you could either close forever, like St. Margaret's in Illinois, or maybe be weak enough to be acquired and be lucky enough that the next time there's a ransom in common spirit in Portland, Oregon, you'll shut down hospitals in the same network in Connecticut. So we're seeing you either go down for the count, you're weakened enough to be acquired, and they take your doctors, your nurses, your services. Some of these acquired hospitals have bats on the 5th floor in Florida from just being under invested in. They're functioning hospitals with bats in them. Or you're lucky enough to be in an extended blast radius for the next big ransom. So we are not comfortable with this. And when you really look macro, not just your hospital, but maybe nationwide, University of North Carolina tracks hospital closures. So Audie and I made a time lapse. Every single one of those dots is a hospital that's gone for good. So again, not all from ransom, but ransom can make it worse. So we're with 700 plus ransoms a year on hospitals. You're rolling a D20 each time and hoping that you don't actually close. Okay, so which is more important? You're protecting your HIPAA data or provide medical care? We already answered this, right? So why is it that every single time Children's Hospital of Chicago gets breached and they call their incident response firm and they tell them what they should say to the press, they say something along the lines of, in an abundance of caution, and in accordance with industry standard best practices, we've decided to shut down operations to contain the breach. So what they did is they took a privacy loss of PHI that was, the horse had already left the barn, and they voluntarily self-inflicted a denial of patient care on Provide Medical Care. They also voluntarily shut down workflow for billable financial cash flow. And if it was for longer than 4 to 6 weeks, they might shut their doors forever. So our best practices are taking a HIPAA optimization over patient care. So back to this idea of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I started saying maybe we should look at downtime tolerance. So which of those 55 national critical functions, if you shut them off for 24 to 48 hours, do people die? And it was about a dozen of them. And not only are these particular dozen atomically important, they depend on each other. So if you have no water, you can't provide medical care. If you have no chemicals to clean things, no blood supplies, no transport for patients. And when people die, it starts affecting your workforce for things like water and wastewater, chemical treatment. So we saw this was a pretty dangerous cycle. Hence the Undisruptible project was saying, let's focus on those dozen or so lifeline critical functions. Okay, so let's talk consequences. I was gonna give some freedom of choice, but it's a little compressed. So power, so let's pick one. Somebody say hospitals. Hospitals, okay.
Picture a hospital. Picture your hospital. When was the last time you were there? Was it to welcome a baby into the world or to say goodbye to a loved one? No one wants to need a hospital, but when we do, we depend on timely access to care, when and where we need it. Irrespective of cause, delayed and degraded care for time-sensitive conditions can affect worsened outcomes and even loss of life. A 5-minute longer ambulance ride has a significant impact on 30-day mortality rates. Time is brain, where even an hour or few could determine if you walk again, if you talk again, if you even survive. Now picture your hospital. What if that hospital was not available to you? If your hospital was disrupted, where would you go instead? Is it across town? More than an hour away? What if they are also down? The chance is not as remote as you'd hope. Hospitals have become a top target of ransomware, cyber attacks that cripple technologies in the vital path of care delivery. Worse, your hospital doesn't even need to be the one attacked to endanger you or your family. We've seen a 10-fold decrease in favorable outcomes for heart patients merely due to excess strains of a ransomware-affected region. Now back to your hospital, back to your family. You and your family deserve better. If we want timely access to patient care and more resilience in the face of accidents and adversaries, we're going to need to advocate for ourselves, now. As we head into an era of hybrid conflict with threats to water and power, these disruptions stand to get a lot worse, but we'll talk about that in another video.
That is one of our draft videos for the first year pilot that ended about 2 weeks ago. So we would love feedback if we're gonna invest in making them bigger. But usually we think of a disruption as an inconvenience or a breach or a ransom or a fine. But if it's happened in your community, you know it can dramatically affect your access to care. So let's talk consequence number 2. You're going to get stickers that have these on here. Anybody know what that is? A water hammer. No, it's not an ice hammer, as someone thought yesterday. It's a water hammer. I didn't know what a water hammer was. You probably heard one in your house, but when they're much bigger, they're much more devastating. I learned of the water hammers from our teammates like Dean, who presented on water. He's a professional water engineer, part of this empathy and getting on the ground and meeting people where they are and learning their love language. When we started warning them about things like Volt Typhoon, we said, what's the worst that could happen? You know, there's lots of bad stuff that could happen. What's the worst thing that could happen? Like, well, bursting the water mains could be bad. So when you hear it in your house, it might sound like you're hitting like a radiator with like a little pencil or something. It's like a ting, ting, ting. But if you have a 24-inch water main or a 36-inch water main, they can be 30, 40 foot high burst pressure loss. That's a truck driving underneath it. They don't necessarily happen where you want them to. So the weak points in the line and aging pipes and the aging millions of miles of pipes that we have across the country could create a downtime event. So what's your downtime tolerance? And so water hammers can be pretty bad. There's other scenarios they gave us as well, like an overpressurization event, an underpressurization event, chemical adulteration, et cetera. So we started leaning into this water hammer idea. We'll come back to that. Who wants to see the power video?
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, me too, but it was not in the scope of the pilot. Okay, all right. That's why we needed to get more funding. Okay, so let's test some assumptions though. At some point, usually, especially a circumspect crowd like this one, because we are critical thinkers, someone's gonna be saying, this wouldn't happen. Why are you talking about 2027, et cetera? So let's go through a couple of the top assumptions of the who, what, when, where, how, why. So who would do this? Well, remember, we have accidents like the CrowdStrike thing from a year ago. We have adversaries that want ransoms and money or intellectual property, financial crime, right? But we also see hybrid conflict being used a little bit. And there are 4 countries on our map. 3 of them have reached out and touched water already. So there is Volt Typhoon, which is the one I talked about that stimulated this conversation. So this is pre-positioning an access campaign to get in and stay in, living off the land on the nation's unguarded infrastructure. But there's also Iran, the Cyber Avengers, maybe you've heard of, considered a hacktivist group of some sorts. They hacked Israeli-made equipment in Alapica, Pennsylvania, and other states, I think 21 other states, so that we know that they can reach out and touch things. They defaced the interface as opposed to did damage, but that same level of access could be used for something else. And then Russia, the cyber army of Russia Reborn, not the actual army, but a criminal group, hacked equipment in Texas and overflowed two reserve tanks. So they were doing it for money. They weren't trying to cause the physical damage, but it's pretty easy. And as Bo Woods likes to say in the cavalry world, malicious intent is not a prerequisite to harm, right? So you don't even necessarily, I'd prefer they don't have access and they aren't trying, but we have wide open water infrastructure. So all 3 have demonstrated the means, motive, and opportunity to reach out and touch water. So this is Office of the Director of National Intelligence put out a 2-page PDF. It's public and shows some of the states and dates and campaigns where Iranian hackers hit US infrastructure. I'm shocked that they did it in public open source as opposed to classified. There's other stuff, if you're in that world, that's more serious than this, but this is the part they were saying out loud. Okay, so why 2027 is usually the second question. Well, I hinted Jen Easterly, Christopher Wray, Nakasone, and Harry Coker pretty clearly, like pretty resolutely, pretty consistently warned of Volt Typhoon. Xi Jinping says he wants to unify China with Taiwan in his term. He told his military to be ready to do so as early as 2027. If you're following people like our guest speaker in a minute here, or Dmitry Alperovich, some people think it may be a year or 2 later, but we're in the vicinity of declared intent to take Taiwan or reunify with Taiwan. And they said to the US, we'd prefer you stay out of it. So part of the stated objectives of Volt Typhoon are to undermine public support for our intervention, and or if we do interfere, they could do all-out chaos on US infrastructure in retaliation. Perhaps there's a baby step in there, like a brush pack pitch. But It doesn't take a lot. It takes 2 towers, for example, to have us go to war for 20 years. So even a demonstration of force could be pretty devastating to otherwise unwitting civilians. So this became, if you're, what's that Maya Angelou quote? If someone tells you who they are, believe them. So we at least have their stated doctrine, and we've talked about it in open source public hearings, and you can watch them. This one can take a while, but I'm going to go faster, especially because Bryson's going to do a guest sit rep. But someone says, well, doesn't the military protect us? If this is a war, aren't they going to protect us? And without being mean, I'm just been up close and even at times in the belly of the federal government. What people don't realize is that in other countries in Europe, like critical infrastructure, lifeline stuff is publicly delivered and publicly owned and operated, whereas we delegate that to the private sector. 85% was a wild guess with no actual math behind it, but it's actually come up and they did the math and it's about 85%. So 85% of owners and operators of lifeline infrastructure are private. Some of them are price fixed at the state level. It might cost you more than $1 to give you $1 of water. So they're really prone, and you might have heard the term we coined, but target rich but cyber poor. Kind of building off Wendy Nather's notion of living below the security poverty line. Then people said, well, don't we have Cyber Command? Doesn't Cyber Command protect us? But Cyber Command's an offensive unit. It's not defense. And then someone says, well, I heard that CISA is the nation's cyber defense agency, right? Well, they don't have authorities to go into your networks that are privately owned and operated. They're an inform and advise and assist function and a national coordination function. But they're not actually authorized to go do operational security and patching for you, and nor would you want them to, per se. So that doesn't really happen. And that was always kind of true. People didn't know it. It got worse with Executive Order 14239 in March, I think it was, where there's a strategic shift, whether you like it or not. Maybe it's the right call eventually. I think the timing is probably pretty unfortunate. But the shift is saying we want to shift the bulk of the work for cybersecurity resilience from the federal government to the states. So if we're going to shift that, one of the very important institutions that could help is the MS-ISAC, which stands for the multi-state ISAC. And yet, maybe independently, that one lost its funding too. So we both are doing a strategic shift on when you can hear the drums of war, bad timing, and some of the graceful transition has been hampered by defunding of the multi-state ISAC. So what's an SRMA and CPAC? Well, SRMAs are the sector risk management agencies. So each one of these 16 sectors has a custodian. Many of them had significant budget cuts, voluntary attrition, some Doge effect, or their committees of jurisdiction and oversight are mad at them for some reason or another. It includes CISA. And then CPAC. CPAC is the way that the public-private partnerships are lawfully, legally allowed to talk to each other without breaking other advisory committee laws and lobbying things. So CPAC got suspended back in February, and I don't think it's been turned back on yet unless someone can tell me. So CPAC is what allows them once a month or upon emergencies to talk to each other under TLP, red and amber, and they can't actually do that. So even the free collaboration that had existed, at least is temporarily still turned off. That was not on purpose, it was by accident, I was told, but so this is not a good situation. And then CISA, as I said, it's advertised as a cyber defense agency, but it is an inform, advise, assist, not operate function. And then Congress. Even if Congress is pretty bipartisan on the China Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon stuff, which they kind of are, if you passed a law tomorrow, the normal cadence of how a law matriculates into a notice of proposed rulemaking and commentary period and all these other things, it probably wouldn't manifest any direct impact on the affected time zone for which we speak of 2027, which is now under 18 months away. Okay. Insurance. The next thought-terminating cliche we tend to get as I try to go a little faster is, but I'm insured. I'm working with CyberAccuView, which is the antitrust collective of the top 20 underwriters of cyber insurance in the world. Most of them are the big ones that do other forms of insurance. Have you heard of acts of war exclusions? So none of them believe that you are covered for the things that you believe you are covered for. But there are some edge cases and some nuance, and I've been collaborating with them on clarifying to their policyholders what is and isn't covered in the case of the People's Liberation Army destroying water in the community and having downstream and secondary effects of other things. So they have some public statements they're working on. There's going to be some tabletop exercises. They also, even without acts of war exclusions, they don't cover business continuity disruptions instituted by a service disruption for infrastructure. So if you get ransomed, they'll cover the business loss for a certain amount of time for the ransom. But if your water goes out, not usually covered. So it depends. Mileage may vary. And there's talks for years and years about a cybersecurity backstop. Some of them mean a vertical one for the whole industry. Some of them mean horizontal for certain topics. Like we have a TRIA backstop for terrorism after 9/11. So people would build property that gets renewed every 10 years or so. But there isn't really a cyber backstop. But there's on and off again discussion. So maybe Congress could do something there, or the White House could do something there. But don't look for a lot from the federal government, and don't look for a lot from insurance. What we're really looking to do is clarify your expectations about what is and isn't covered. And then the last one is, well, in the world of National Incident Management Systems and NIMS, which you're going to hear about later today, and in the world of disaster science, for wildfires, we don't have to have enough firemen for wildfires. We can call on mutual aid and mutual assistance agreements with other states, and we can snap into things like NIMS. Well, mutual assistance is predicated on a concurrency capacity assumption. So Wisconsin firefighters are very happy to help LA firefighters unless Wisconsin's also on fire. So when in these attacks are everything, everywhere, all at once, most of the concurrency assumptions fall apart real fast. And by the way, so do the insurers. The insurers said, we'll still help you if we're not covered. We'll do the incident response. We'll assist you. I said, what's your maximum concurrency to assist your install base? Do you prioritize based on first come, first serve? On declared state of emergency? On biggest customer? Do you get to decide, or does Mandy get to decide? So there's a lot of unanswered questions on concurrency. So most of our mutual aid things are pretty much going to fall apart in the first few hours. So those are fun. But let's pull some of these things together. You have the hammer time stickers we're going to give you. You saw the hammer, the water hammer. So let's play another video, shall we? This is the first video we made.
We are too dependent on undependable technology, the systems that we rely on every day for everything from water to food to power and emergency medical care are subject to escalating harms by accidents, bad actors, and nation-state adversaries. These attacks could quickly move from disruption to destruction. For example, an intentional water hammer that abruptly stops or reverses water flow, sending a shockwave through the system. Attacks on our water systems would be devastating, not just for lack of access at home. No water means no coffee, no toilets, no laundry. No water also means no hydrants to put out fires. No water means no healthcare. The hospital can't run without clean water. No water means no sterilization, no surgery scrubbing, no laboratories, and eventually, no access to life-saving care. Our dependence on connected tech has grown faster than our ability to secure it, and there is evidence that foreign actors are already weaponizing these vulnerabilities. But who would actually do this? In public hearings, Congress and U.S. government cybersecurity leaders have warned the public of Volt Typhoon, an ongoing campaign of successful attacks on U.S. water facilities, led by a People's Republic of China state-sponsored cyber actor. But China is not the only aggressor. We've seen cyber attacks on our water systems from Russia and Iran. These attacks pose a broad and unrelenting risk to critical water infrastructure and could escalate to large-scale destructive attacks on our water systems as early as 2027. The good news is we have time to make changes. We must strive to make our lifeline basic human needs undisruptible, and where we cannot, ensure that our communities are more resilient under fire. This means divesting our reliance on connected technology, better securing our existing systems where we cannot disconnect, and ensuring analog solutions are in place when those systems fail. If this sounds overwhelming, remember, if you can't afford to protect it, you can't afford to connect it. Undisruptible 27 will prioritize the safety, security, and resilience of 3 lifeline basic human needs, especially at the local level.
Okay, so if you take your hospital video of it's not your privacy, there is a time and space risk of diversion to the next nearest facility. And then now we combine that a disruption of water shuts down hospital operations in 2 to 4 hours. And then if you try to go to the next nearest facility and they are also disrupted, do you think the body count's going to be 0? No. So we're pretty concerned about hammer time. We're pretty concerned about this. So then it comes what can be done. If we already told you the federal government's not going to help much and insurance will be after the fact, but probably going to exclude things, we started leaning into what is the art of the possible. Just like with Y2K, we had to work backwards against a certain date and said what's doable. So is the best defense shields up? Do you want to add cyber? They don't have budget, they don't have staff, they've got about 12 to 18 months by the time we get to them. Or should it be connections down? Maybe it's being less dependent on undependable things until we can pay a responsible risk mitigation. It's more likely physical mitigations, and this is why I'm really trying to get a lot more heat and light on some friends in the room. Things like Idaho National Labs has consequence-informed engineering. We'll talk about that in a second. So maybe I can't disconnect, and maybe I can't cyber up, but I can make sure that a compromised system can't blow up a water main on the hospital network. So the best defense against hammer time is not cyber, it turns out. It's really unintuitive. So Virginia, can you raise your hand? All right, so we have a speaker later today and doing some free training over the Palladium today and tomorrow. He's going to talk about consequence-informed engineering, but I'm going to grossly oversimplify their massive body of work and say, if you want to reduce the probability of a compromise in cyberspace, you add cyber. But if you want to reduce the consequences of a successful attack, you add engineering. And we realize we are not going to cyber our way out of this in the next 12 to 18 months. So what can we do is say what's the worst that can happen, and are there available familiar engineering mitigations for something like a water hammer? And the answer are, yeah, there are. Bryson may mention critical effect, the conference we ran in June in DC, but we had a water engineer come and say, here's a $2,000 pressure sensor with a physical wire back to the pumps that can notice you're out of acceptable pressure ranges and disable the pump. It's like a circuit breaker for water. So for $2,000 to $10,000 for that pressure zone, maybe you can get punched by the Chinese military, but you can take that punch without a burst water main. Now, I'm not trying to say it's that simple in every case, but this is going to be the mission. Cyber exposure with life and limb consequences and available, familiar, tangible engineering mitigations. So let's try that prioritization game again as we round it to in 5 minutes or so for our guest on SITREP. Okay. What's more important, provide water or provide medical care?
Yes, water.
Trick question. No water, no hospital. But now it gets harder. Do I restore water to the dialysis center on the west side of town or the trauma center on the east side of town? These are hard choices. These are probably not your choices. Okay, next one. It's harder. Do I protect the town with one and only one hospital? Or do I restore one of the 3 hospitals in a town with 3 hospitals? This might not even be your town's choice. This might be county choice. So if there's only one level 2 trauma center. That matters, but these should be answered left of boom, not under fire. And we're going to have a talk closing in the closing block today from people in public health and emergency management, disaster management, who know how you do these things, but have we asked those questions or posed them to our leadership yet? So which is most important, removing exposure, adding cyber, or engineering down consequences?
Engineering, baby. You're
cheating, right? Okay. So I'm going to mostly compress this part. This was mostly for the RSA audience, but just if you're wondering what I said, I'd come back to it. The reason we have our priorities backwards, it's not all their fault. Let's give each other some grace. We've been incentivized to do so. Part of that is if you know the William Sutton quote of why do you rob banks? That's where the money is. Forever prior to ransomware, attackers, the sniper rifle scopes, and defenders, the shields, focused on the Fortune 100 or 500 or 2,000 because that's where the money was. Ransomware was not a technical revolution, it was an economic one. And what they found is the unavailability of anyone can be monetized. So we had an unmitigated feeding frenzy on the cyber poor. The RSA crowd still has not figured out how to monetize down market, so they don't try. So we're kind of doing what economics tells us to do, not what our community needs us to do. Because this target-rich cyber poor stuff is not participating in public-private partnerships. I'm going to skip this from the Cystic COVID task force, but let's go look at the three. When we have public-private partnerships, what that means is there's a government custodian, a sector risk management agency like HHS or EPA for water. There is a sector coordinating council, which is the voices of the private sector defending their honor and doing the trade-offs, and there's usually an ISAC for the technical exchange of indicators of compromise. I said usually. Water, emergency care, and energy and power. There are 151,000 water plants in the US, not even including water and wastewater treatment. 151,000. A third of them service homes. So let's just say, let's focus on 50,000. Do you know how many participate in the ISAC? Somebody, not you. 650. We have 0.4% of the nation's water plants, even in the ISAC. Do you know how many hard cybersecurity requirements are thrust upon water operators? Do you know that when the White House and EPA asked the water sector that at your next annual sanitation survey, please indicate which of the 38 CISA cyber performance goals you do and don't have in place. Inventory them. You don't have to do them. Just tell us which ones you have. We want some ground truth. You know what the response was? We're suing you. And these 3 states and several trade associations successfully sued the federal government for daring to ask. Yes. So when I talk about participation, the Water ISAC, whom I love and I'm working with and I'm trying to get them more love, they've got 650 of the haves, not the have-nots. AWWA's American Water and Wastewater, they have 4,000 members, so they're a little bit bigger. So they're at 1.4%. Hospitals, there's 7,000 hospitals down to 6,000. There's about 300 in the ISAC. It's the haves and the have-nots. The national footprint needs to go further down below the poverty line. Energy and power is doing much better. You got Edison Electric for the bigs. You got NRECA for the tiny rural co-ops. You have APPA for the public power. They have a lot more participation, in part because they have NERC and FERC regulations. They have CSER from the Department of Energy. They have CEOs coming to the sector leadership instead of IT staff. But they're still, in the crosshairs. So what I'm trying to say now that we've done a year of undisruptible pilots is let's look at the nexus of these. If we can't fix them all, out of the 151,000, there's 6,000 that service a hospital. So let's make a hospital town the center of our bullseye, and let's look at the dependencies it has on weak water and power and other things. So the Undisruptible project was looking at this as we close the track. You're going to see different talks throughout the next several days on pieces of this project, but we have changed our theory of change, and I'm going to outline how we can directly get you involved and maybe even your community involved, because we learned a lot in the last 12 months. But it was originally going to look at these 4 Maslow's hierarchy needs, just the life safety stuff, just water, emergency power, and food supply. We started with the nexus of water and emergency care for the first 12 months, and if we were going to get more funding, we were going to weave in power and food supply. This is too much of an eye chart, but the theory of change was let's go to owners and operators of water and healthcare first. Then a year later, we're going to go to the municipals, town leadership, city planners, so that when they freak out, the water people already have a great answer for the risks that we identified. We're giving people time to go through their stages of grief and be the hero of the story instead of flat-footed. And then maybe a year after that, we might go to the public, and Bryson gave me lots of great feedback on maybe we shouldn't go to the public, and maybe we won't have to go to the public. But I reserve the right to go to create public demand for to local leadership and their owners and operators if it comes to that. And then we also need that long band of helping the helpers be helpful. So I need you, left a boom and right a boom, to start learning more about consequence-informed engineering, how to talk to national incident management systems and your state, local public health people, how to be helpful instead of ignored, and maybe the questions you can ask and the offers you can make to your local teams. So we don't get to sit this one out, right? I can't say not to play the game, but maybe the safest move is not to connect. There are towns that aren't yet connected. Maybe they should stay that way. There are towns that more recently connected. Maybe they should maintain the continued ability to do manual operations, which is increasingly disappearing. There are new valves that one of my college roommates helps make that don't have a wheel on them. So if the computer that powers it goes out, there's no wheel for the human to turn. So maybe we can play some chess. But once again, at a much higher stakes than when we first said this 12 years ago, the cavalry isn't coming. Like, you may be the one that introduces Volt Typhoon or consequence-informed engineering to your town. And what I really would like you to understand is the way that you can be most helpful, and we're going to pivot to this towards the last day, is knowing how to protect your household. Because if you're looking over your shoulder for the water needs, the medical needs, the food needs of your household, we don't want you to be doomsday preppers, but we do want you to be prepared. And the UK government's already asked their citizens to have 3 weeks of food and water on hand. They didn't tell them why. So there's a way that you can make sure that your household's okay, maybe your neighborhood's okay, and then you can start to help your town. We're going to equip you with critical questions to ask and suggestions and resources to provide. And maybe instead of top-down central push from the federal government out, we can get to individual target-rich cyber poor communities and raise up. Craig Newmark's family of grantees have kind of decided we all take volunteers. Maybe we can make a unified volunteer platform where people can say, I'm willing to volunteer on the following topics in the following places. And people who increasingly want volunteers can look for one-stop shop to say, who can help me on water? Who can help me on power? Who can help me on hospitals? So it's not just about cyber physical systems, but the Cyber Resilience Corps, CORPS, is a way that people can start to volunteer. And Craig's in this whole cyber civil defense idea. If he wants you to do your part, just like Rosie the Riveter, or like they had to do when he was a kid. And if the cavalry isn't coming, same kind of sentiment. So that is mostly the talk from RSA. I would like to have a guest who knows way more about national security and warfighting doctrine than I could ever know. And if you were lucky enough to see him upstairs, he was the morning keynote. So I'm going to try to transition to a 15-minute sit rep on that you are national security. And we'll take questions after him.
Okay, I just want to point something out.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you advise the DOD at all? Okay, you did, because I saw some of your slides in the DOD presentation.
I didn't answer that. Okay. But it's hopefully you're getting some stickers while they're switching laptops here. I'm not saying every single one of you has to take responsibility for national security, but I am encouraging you to take some interest in your household and your community. And then Bryson's going to give his perspective. Okay.
I think we should clap for you.
Oh.
So I actually got started as an Army officer in tanks. I was a qualified tank commander. I commanded a tank platoon. And ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing better on this planet than commanding a tank. I'm not kidding. Just sort of, you look, and let's make this real. We had a name for everybody that wasn't in a tank. Anybody know what it is? Crunchy. Not kidding. That was what we called dismounts. Josh talks about how the US government had a different philosophy on defense. And let me take that to a very pointed time. 2015. Until 2015, the US government said, this is not our problem. Cybersecurity for me, good luck. We're not even talking critical infrastructure. We're just talking the concept of cybersecurity was not even something the US government looked at domestically until 2015. I co-founded the ICS Village with Tom Van Norman, and we've been doing this for a long time. And until Colonial Pipeline, no one paid attention. Nobody cared. So the US government didn't care about cybersecurity until 2015, and until Colonial Pipeline, going back to Josh made the comment about educating the public. Well, that was an incident that educated the public, because it wasn't about cybersecurity. It was about the fact I couldn't get gas in a hydrocarbon economy to live, to do what I want to do. And so I work with Josh and Silas, who was just here, at the Institute for Security and Technology. So how does the electric grid work? This highlights the shift. 50 years ago, electric grid was simple. Generate electricity, Send it over there, somebody uses it. Easy, no problem. We don't need computers to do that well. And then something changed. The electric grid no longer went that direction. We have renewables. We have market economics. That requires computers to work. And all that means is surface area. Anytime we add a computer to equation, we have exponentially increased the surface area. Turns out that's what this whole cybersecurity thing is about. How can I do something that I want to do, generally unauthorized, on your computer? If there's no computer, I can't do that. There is, I now got a shot. So what is industrial control systems? It's any computer that's at least 20 years old. And this is what we're up against. So at the start of the keynote, I anchored it with, we don't work in cybersecurity. We all work in national security. And that applies whether you're in critical infrastructure or not, because our opponents are the proverbial nation state. That's who we're up against. And that's what makes this discipline so interesting, is every day we wake up and go, how do we stop the Russians? How do we stop Russian-sanctioned ransomware gangs? That's our lives. That's what we're dealing with. And the problem is it morphed from 2015, where it was going to businesses. And this is where Krebs and I, when he was the director, gave a keynote at RSA talking about the coming scourge of ransomware, because while ransomware had happened, it hadn't yet tripped to being a national security problem. And it is now. Current estimates are that there are over 100,000 trained cyber operators in China. That's one country, and do you think that number's static? They are investing. You hear about asymmetric warfare all the time, and it's kind of this buzzword. And I don't know, and I don't want to get into the rabbit hole of whether we are at war or not, but we are definitely in something, and that is what we face every single day. That's the pit in your stomach when you try to take a vacation, because you don't know. So why are we here? We're here because we have a simple system that is never in isolation. Turns out pretty much everything is networked. And so when we start putting those systems together, whether it's direct, whether it's through something else, or whether it's the supply chain because there's a dependency on the back end, this is what starts to make this problem. So what aren't we accounting for? Nobody expects Elon Musk. People. Remember Oldsmar? That got so much attention. But what actually happened? Nothing actually happened. It was a human error. But the problem is that human got really afraid when the FBI showed up and was like, oh, I think I've been hacked. Human error is still most of the challenge that we have. You see this every day. In fact, I joke that's the reason we work in cybersecurity, is because we're bad at IT. We need to account for the human in this. Computers didn't get there by themselves, and they don't continue to operate by themselves. So why are we here really? Because it's cheaper to bring computers and to remotely manage things. A lot of what Josh was talking about goes back to that, because this is delegated down to private industry, efficiency is the driver. We got to hell in a handbasket because it's cheaper and it's convenient. Point there. So what is a threat? It starts with somebody with a motive. You have to want to do something. Nobody accidentally attacks an electric utility. It's not an accident. It's on purpose. But motive isn't enough. You waking up in Moscow and saying, I'm going to get you, drink a fifth of vodka for breakfast and throw it in the direction of America, only goes so far. You need capability. You need capability. Capability is tools, access, tradecraft, infrastructure, trained operators. That combined is the threat. And this is where I flip the trope, because there's this, we talk about the defender always needs to be right and the attacker only needs to be right once. That's wrong. That only means what it looks like for them to break in. Once they're in, they need to be perfect or they will get caught. That's your opportunity. That's what you control. They can't hack what they can't touch, which means they're constantly looking, how do they get that? How do they get in? Well, those are your computers. You put that computer there. That's your computer. You decide how that computer speaks, what protocols it uses. And then the attacker is constrained to only being able to work on those hosts that way. We have the power. That's not meant to be a pun. We are in control of this. And I wish Casey Ellis was here, but he summarized this so well. Threat actor, someone who wants to punch you in the face. A threat's the punch being thrown. Vulnerability, your inability to defend against the punch, and your risk, the likelihood of getting punched in the face. So who is the threat? Long time ago, when I first started public speaking, I went out of my way to name the countries that were behind things. That was not common. We didn't do that. Attribution does matter. We should understand, because again, this isn't a cybersecurity question. This is a national security question. And who's doing what matters. Since I'm really short on time, I can't go into detail here, but Jay Healy, who's a department chair at Columbia University, has a really good article with the Atlantic Council, and he talks about the spectrum of state responsibility, because again, there is almost nothing that is happening today in offensive cyber operations that does not have some level of a adversarial state that is involved. These are not happy accidents. So I'm going to pull up some quick case studies here. So last year, this might have been RSA or Black Hat, I forget which. I had a video interview, and I was talking about, and a lot of people didn't understand, because I was like, look, we need to take the temperature down. I had just met the week before with a small municipal, and they were like, oh my God, the Chinese are going to get us. And here was the thing. We had turned up the temperature of attention, which led to fear. And all we had given them was fear, not direction. And so I met with them, and they had this list of priorities that they were going to do. I was like, well, let's back up, because what I'm about to do in these slides is I walk through, well, what exactly does the threat do? Because that's theoretically what you should be improving against. And it wasn't until the sixth thing on the list that it even affected anything that the Chinese might do at all. We had made them afraid, they were spending money, and this is one of our challenges, and part of where Josh and the community, we take this so seriously, because when we get it wrong, when somebody spends energy and time in the wrong direction, that costs us more, because it's going to be really hard to earn that trust again. It's going to be really hard to go back to the well to try again. We cannot afford to do this wrong. We don't have the time for it. So the reality, it's now been 0 days since Stuxnet's been mentioned. I think you laughed before I even finished the joke, David. Have I said it that often? This is not our problem. Dale Peterson published, actually this ties back to the congressional testimony. So there are a few folks who testified to Congress on Stuxnet 15 years later, and pretty much all of them were like, we were really surprised there wasn't more Stuxnet. Because there isn't. We aren't up against the Hollywood military weapon. We've seen a few of them, but it's not the primary threat. Because the reality is, let's look at the Purdue model. It's the nominal enterprise architecture for industrial control systems. I've got IT at the top. I then cross over into an OT boundary, where I typically want to have some kind of shared service level, routing, file servers, remote access, and then we get down to the individual segmented control zones. And here's the thing. The same way that this works for all of us in real life, IT's job is to be on the internet, which makes it the easiest surface area to access. I realize you are an industrial control system asset owner. I pivot through your network. I cross over, and all the hard work I had to do to get through your IT, I'm now on a high-level industrial control system that is a 3 generations old, Windows or Linux, and I don't need to do anything other than to tell it what to do. That safety instrumented system is already networked with all those devices it's monitoring. All those really unique, weird, this version of Modbus or Profinet, it knows it. I don't have to build anything. Hackers are lazy. I will tell you, as a former intelligence community guy, we were lazy too. I only did what I had to do. We will use whatever you have, and you already have all of this. That's the common threat model. So we're not alone. What is the red line? You haven't heard of the Talon Manual. The Talon Manual is the utopian answer to how we should be looking at this problem. But here's the thing. It's academic. Being right doesn't make it so. We have a political willpower problem, not an idea problem. But we're not alone. There's a reason there has not been substantial impact to all of these operations. And one of them is that if you do something, the US military will say hello. We will not cyber you back. We will do what we're best at, which is not nation building. I was an officer for Afghanistan and Iraq, and trust me, it didn't make sense to us back then either. We're good at blowing things up, not keeping it. I got it. So the US military is still a deterrence factor, but this leads back to, well, what are their motives? So P.W. Singer came out with a book called Ghost Fleet, which was how the Chinese were able to directly hack military ships to support the invasion of Taiwan. I don't think that's how it's going to go. So back to the tank that we started with. The best tank to fight is the one that doesn't show up on the battlefield. And the US military has yet to figure out how to teleport tanks, so we still need to coordinate and to ship them, which means that's our weakness. And that's the wobble that they're going to put in the system. And we did a project at the Army Cyber Institute called Jack Voltaic, where we looked at the force, the interdependence of civilian critical infrastructure and force projection. There's public reports, you can read about this. And what we showed was how easy it is to throw that wobble off in a water plant near Fort Liberty, and then those tanks don't deploy. So in summary, what do I see? And this is what Josh hinted at. I think Taiwan will be invaded in the early 2030s. There is certainly a cultural reason for 27, which is why it is a consensus opinion. But as somebody who has experience doing combined arms, trust me, it is not so easy. The reason that the Russians have struggled so much in Ukraine is a demonstration of how hard it is to send people, even in that case, just pretty much on land, and it's still difficult to coordinate a combined arms effect. Hollywood cyber weapons aren't the problem. Risk is still basically 3 to 5 on the list of how anybody is looking at this. Surface area is increasing faster than control structures. We're vibe coding our way to the next generation critical infrastructure. We're shifting this to the states. You are the cavalry. So how you can help? Josh mentioned the CRC. I will throw in also, there's another one standing up called the Civilian Reserve ISAC, which we're partnering with at the Village. At DEF CON, they're going to have a booth if you want to talk to them. I am the cavalry, of course. You can read this stuff. Another thing is our nonprofit, the ICS Village, is doing workforce development, so people don't need a degree to get in the game. And some more resources. The one I just want to highlight here is, because I've got Krebs, Easterly, and our next director, Sean Planky. That is Sean trying to cook on Unicorn Chef. And if you go watch the episode, you will understand why I say trying to cook. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so home stretch. David and I are going to rapid fire tell you what you're in store for the rest of the next 2.5 days. Okay, so you just saw setting the table for the most part. We're going to break for lunch. There's some other good content upstairs. The next talk is a 2-hour block on water. We're going to have Virginia Wright from Idaho National Labs and Consequence Informed Engineering. Andrew is going to be the primary speaker, and we have unfortunately, Dean had a crisis because he's a water professional, and water professionals have crises. So he recorded something, and if it works, we'll play some of that in that mix. But this is one of the ones where we want a lot of discussion because of all the weak links, water is the weakest. So our highest consequence is denial of patient care in the nation's 6,000 hospital communities. The weakest link to cause that is likely water, but not exclusively water. So I would highly recommend you stick around for the water talk. That's why it's so early in the flow. No water, no hospitals, no kidding. Any comments on that one?
It's important.
You have your lav or no?
Oh.
Do you have the one-liner? Yeah.
So for water, and we're also going to talk about a training. There's consequence-informed training that is going to be available. As to water, take a tumble down the rabbit hole of the water sector cyber landscape and emerge with real-world strategies to outsmart today's most dangerous cyber threats. This session blends high-stakes insight with a touch of Wonderland whimsy.
Wow.
Showing how cyber-informed engineering can create resilient water systems. If you work with water, ICS, or just want to avoid hearing off with their heads, then you definitely want to show up to this session.
So we asked each speaker, can you give us a 140 character description? Not 140 words, but so we'll go a little faster, but it's going to be a great session. And can you two raise your hands? Okay, so, and Professor Kitty as well, right? The training is in the Platinum. You had to use Eventbrite. There might be some seats left. There's a session today and a session tomorrow for free training, 4 hours on consequence-informed engineering for water. And there's a panel, so you try to find them if you want to get into the training. We're going to go a little faster on the rest of the sessions. The afternoon block is a couple different talks. Blake, please raise your hand. Is your co-presenter here? Okay. We have a happy warrior we met through the launch of Undisruptible who does public health and emergency management in county in Arizona and has been incredibly helpful to helping us understand that if there's a disaster, how can we best snap in? So we're gonna have cyber incident command systems, and there's lots of namespace collisions, like ICS is industrial control systems. It's also incident command systems. It's super confusing, but they are happy ambassadors and translators, and that's one not to miss. Immediately following them, we have cascading failure, unified defense with an honest-to-God EMT and some emergency 911 stuff. So not only maybe could you learn how to keep first aid for your family if healthcare was down, you can also look at like the cascading failures across these sectors. And then this is, anybody have one of these or something like this or know what this is? All right, so we're also gonna have a small talk. We were hoping to do training, we will definitely next year, but mesh-tastic type, LoRa type, non-ham radio type. If 5G goes down from Salt Typhoon or your phone lines or your internet, can we still have non-zero comms with each other and with our community that we wish to serve? So there'll be a small session on that to close out today. Any other comments for today? Okay, tomorrow. This one's stressing me out a lot, so I'm not gonna miss it, but I am losing sleep over it. Dr. Abba Stewart from INL, Chief Scientist for the Grid, I think is how she sometimes describes it. Returning hero for the third time in a row, I think third year in a row, with Manish. They're gonna talk about power and the power block, but they chose to go the AI data center route, which stressed me out. And the more we talked about it and thought about it, we have to talk about it. So as bad as things are now, with the frailty and fragility of no water, no hospital, no kidding, no power, no pumps, no water, no hospital. And even circular, you need power to have pumps, to have water, to have power generation. So it's very interconnected. All these rapidly built AI data centers are gonna make it 50 times worse. So you both need AI to fight the risks introduced by AI, and we're putting 50 pounds of shit in a 5-pound sack. So if you want, nightmare fuel, come tomorrow morning. Okay. Joe Slowick in the same block is gonna show how ransomware was a good training lesson for critical infrastructure disruption. These are not confidentiality of data per se, these are availability of lifeline services. And ransomware is the unavailability of many of those lifeline services. Backed by popular demand after the lunch break, we are gonna have emergency care. So this is gonna be a trio. Dr. Christian MF has come back with 2 new peer-reviewed data science things and a cyber crash cart overview from his ARPA-H funded project at UCSD. We also have Bo Woods, recruit and MVP #1 from the I Am the Cavalry movement 12 years ago, who started in healthcare. And he's gonna bridge the gap between Christian MF as a cyber hacker doctor and a nurse that we met and spoke to last year at CyberMed Summit in DC. This is the head nurse at Ascension Health and McLaren Health, who got ransomed hard, and they wrote a demand letter for their union saying, we are not trained for this, we don't know how to do our job, patient safety is at risk. So she's going to talk about how harrowing it was to be a nursing professional amidst these. We often look at this as an IT problem or a data problem, not a staff and a patient care problem. So the three of them are going to walk us through a lot of conversation, everything from peer-reviewed science to how disruptive this was to care delivery. So please try to give Dina, our nurse, your full attention and empathy. And then, and she's really brave too. She doesn't know cyber at all, but she's a sponge. She sucks it all up. She asks great questions. She gives good feedback. She's awesome. All right. And then who likes to eat? Okay, so we're gonna have a Hackers Like to Eat session. So we have some people from the Bio ISAC, and they do lots of different intersections of things. They mostly get orphaned by other sectors. And they're both gonna tell you some of the food supply constraints and choke points, but also maybe how you might think about your own food stability for your own home, because it's not the way you think. So I'm pretty excited about that hour-long block. Anything to add on those? Just trying to go fast because of the time limit. And then to end the day, Silas was in the room, but Silas Cutler, who works at Census.io now, but is also a faculty for IST, he published, so you saw the Purdue model that was just showing us to how many owners and operators segment and isolate their OT control systems and ICS and everything. Well, he found 400 OT controls naked, directly accessible on the internet with no passwords or validation. And he worked with the EPA to get them offline quietly, and that happens pretty often. So, you know, we like to have this multi-layer defense. We don't always get it. So some combination of Silas with some of his findings for his current and ongoing projects to scour the internet for the lowest hanging fruit, but also Paul Roberts with several nonprofits like Right to Repair and other things, and Stacey Higginbotham from Consumer Reports Advocacy. They're kind of looking at how end-of-life software policies, or SULACs, and end-of-life software can lead to end-of-life for humans. So some combination of, we know some of the problems, we have some policy proposals, none of them had political will, and we wonder if this typhoon suite could create political will somehow. So they're going to wrestle and talk through EOL. Software should not be EOL for humans. And that will close out day 2. And then, why don't you start day 3, because you're one of the speakers.
Okay, so Wednesday, we open up with Cyber Civil Defense Volunteers to the Rescue. Volunteers are the backbone of cyber civil defense. If you, because you're here, I think you are ready. If you're ready to join the community cyber defense fight, but don't know where to start, this talk is for you. This is Wednesday morning. We'll map out the current volunteering efforts, pinpoint the crucial coordinated strategic actions still needed, and be your one-stop shop to identify which volunteer groups to join in. So that leads us off on Wednesday morning, followed by neighborhood and household resilience, a month without external support. So I will be talking about things that you can do at low cost, relatively low effort to make your household, and I would say even more importantly, your neighborhood resilient to crisis. We're going to talk about it. Don't feel overwhelmed, feel simply whelmed, because you can definitely do it. And then finally, Josh is going to close us out with tying it all together and trying to bring forward lessons and vignettes from each of the sessions to build a single unified model and really a course for action moving forward, because we want to leave everybody with some homework to do when you go home, because your work is not done here. The work starts here, but it continues when you go back to your home, your community, your school, your work, the people you interact with every day.
So part of that session is the slides that he encouraged me to do from RSA for you this morning were the first year's pilot. I am very happy to say part of what we're going to do to close this out, besides synthesize everything, is we're going to dig into what is the next 2 years. So to his credit, Craig Newmark didn't only fund the first year. He announced, and we announced on stage at Critical Effect in DC, He's provided $3.2 million to fund the next 2 years for a much more aggressive, robust project plan and rollout that you could participate in, and we're gonna show you how you could snap in. Without killing all the cool details, part of the idea is our theory of change is we had an information gap. We did not just have an information gap. We had a motivation gap and an enablement and power gap. The other thing is, with so many to reach in so little time, we're gonna innovate narrowly and replicate widely across a 2-year project plan. What does that mean? We are gonna have funding for 12 cities, 12 towns, 12 communities. As diverse a composition of philosophy, budget, red states, blue states, urban, suburban, rural, near floodwaters, near cities, near ports, whatever. We're gonna pick 12 really diverse communities that have a hospital in them. And we're gonna get me in the hospital, the power, the water, the municipal leadership, and emergency disaster management for the state and county all together. And we're gonna cross through the motivation and the enablement. We'll even pay for some of those mitigations. And we're gonna make playbooks and capture their stories before, during, and after. We believe the best ambassadors for their peers are people who look and talk just like them. So the co-creation, the storytelling, and the spread to the other 6,000, and then the other 151,000 of water plants across the US. So people are never surprised, and they have proven playbooks from people who look and talk like them that are practical and deployable using consequence-informed engineering. We're gonna do a bunch of tabletop crisis simulations, but also some physical damage demonstrations, and including using mainstream media sources and congressional teammates. So we want you to help us pick over the next 2 days, think about what you're hearing and say, my community might be one of those 12, Josh. So we're in the target selection mode right now, like right now. We hired an amazing project lead today, and we're still hiring some more. So this has gone from a concept to an aggressive campaign, and I want the people in this room to help us target those. So we're gonna get into more details on how that can happen to close out the session for our 2.5 days of awesome sauce. And then we're all gonna go upstairs and hear Casey John Ellis close the keynote. So if you're interested, come back. It is lunchtime, but I will talk to anybody for as long as you want.
On the training,
Yeah,
on the training.
give him the mic, yeah.
On the training, you emphasized water, but in reality, engineering applies all over the place. And so you might learn some water if you come, but if you're at all interested in how to engineer this problem out, that part of that slide, and you're not a water person, come anyway.
Yes, the water hammer is not the only threat. It may not even be the right threat, but it's a great storyline to get people to the table, solve something, learn CIE, and then rinse and repeat on the other hazards that we may encounter. All right, give yourself a round of applause for hearing for an hour and a half. And we hope to see you at the water block after
2
lunch.
p.m.
2 p.m.
2
Thank you.
p.m., 2 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks everybody for being here. I have a book full of notes from Josh's and Bryson's presentation this morning. So we'll try and attempt to continue to weave some of those themes in. And anyways, appreciate being here. Thank you all for being here. My name is Andrew Ort. I am with West Yost Associates, which is a engineering consulting firm, water, wastewater only. We've got about 250 people now based in California, although I live in northern Minnesota. If I go down the street a little bit and look, I can see Lake Superior off in the distance, which is 10% of the world's fresh surface water. And anyways, it's a pleasure to be here talking about cyber-informed engineering with you all, with Ginger Wright.
Thank you all so much for coming this afternoon. I'm Ginger Wright, and my work is in cybersecurity for operational technology systems, and my current passion, which you will learn a lot about today and have an opportunity to learn even more, is cyber-informed engineering. And we'll talk about what that is as the story goes on. But essentially, it is a secret weapon in defending critical infrastructure that we can use more to make an adversary's action not work, to avoid the worst impacts of a cyber attack. And I think that's something that we all want to know about, especially since this morning, Josh raised our awareness of some things that are pretty scary and concerning. And so we wanted to come back right after lunch and at least reassure people that there are solutions. There are ways that we can help our industries solidify their defenses, and some of it uses engineering, not just fighting cyber with cyber.
So we did have a third panelist. His name is Dean Ford. Unfortunately, he had a work emergency that he had to attend to. So I just want to give him a shout out. He provided some slides. We'll go through those sorts of things. I'm curious, he gave a really excellent presentation at BSides Las Vegas last year. Were any of you, two? Last 2 years, thank you. Were any of you present for that? Couple, okay, wonderful. So that's a little bit of background. I'm curious, who here works in the water wastewater sector? Anyone? Okay, wonderful.
Who here is dependent upon the water wastewater system for your work?
Oh, that gentleman
Okay.
is not. Sorry. All right, and then who here has heard of cyber-informed engineering before? Couple of hands. Anybody practicing CIE? No, okay. Well, the goal is that you can walk away from this with some ideas on how to apply CIE, and then also maybe attend the trainings later today and tomorrow morning, where we're going to do a very detailed deep dive before hours in each session. And unfortunately, there is a little scheduling overlap today, so Ginger will be hopping out midstream from this panel discussion. So what I would ask is that as Ginger says something, as I say something, if you've just got questions, just interrupt, please. That's just going to make this much more interactive, and that's really the goal. So with that, if you know Josh, you probably know that he's a big Avengers and comic book hero fan. And so he said that the Avengers had assembled to think big thoughts and do big things and help the country and the national security of the U.S. So I was thinking about, like, okay, well, what's my role? Like, who do I think of myself as in that universe? And I landed on Happy, who, if you know, drives Tony Stark around for two reasons. One, I love cheeseburgers. And two, it's really my job to get the defenders of our infrastructure to go where they need to go, to do whatever they're going to do. So very similar in roles. And there was also a lot of discussion earlier about how we don't have a cyber defense force. So I used to get up in front of rooms like this, and primarily water sector people, engineers, operators, IT, OT, all of the different roles. And I would ask a question. I'd say, who here considers themselves to be defenders of their infrastructure? And I would get 2 hands up. So let's pause here. Who here is defenders of our infrastructure in this room? Okay, wonderful. When I used to ask that question, 5, 6 years ago, get 2 people. And turns out that the reason that they had that kind of hallowed look in their eyes was that they were from IT, right? And they were just getting hammered day in and day out. Now, when I ask that question, about a third to half the room raises their hands, which is really wonderful. Because from my perspective, and I think from a CIE perspective, our cyber defense force is the operators and the engineers and the IT staff and the OT staff. And they really need to adopt this perspective. And we're starting to in our sector. So those are kind of some starting thoughts to bring us back to the the prior conversations. So we've all relied on water at some point today. We probably drank some water. We probably made a contribution to the wastewater system. And yes, I use that term very specifically. A friend who helps run the City of Sacramento Department of Public Utilities taught me that. It's all a contribution. It's full of resources. Let's treat it accordingly. So if we think about where our water comes from, right? There's a watershed somewhere. When I go and I do risk and resilience assessments in the sector, the best days are the ones where I have to go into the coastal range of Oregon and look at the source water. Drive through all of the national forest land, which most people never get a chance to go to. So those are the best days. But anyways, generally high elevation, up in the Cascades, something like that, we have a natural reservoir of water. That water is then brought into a water treatment plant, it's treated, and it gets pumped out into a distribution system. In that distribution system, there are going to be pump stations to make sure the pressures are right, because there's always changes in elevation. And of course, there are going to be water reservoirs to store water. And this is going to include large reservoirs that are on the ground, and also the water towers, right? And a funny joke from the sector is, it's funny how towns always name themselves after their water towers. But a bunch. Yes, thank you.
That
So-
was a joke grenade.
It was. There we go. And then we have all these mains. Some large water mains can be 10 feet in diameter. That's really big, right? You think about the valving and the design and the structural engineering that goes into those. We haven't even gotten to the control system yet. It's really impressive, but most mains are probably in the 2-inch to 48-inch, depending on their function and how many people they're serving. The water is conveyed to the hospitals, to your homes, and then, of course, we use it and we put it into the wastewater system, and it's conveyed away from us to a wastewater treatment plant, where it's treated, made safe, and then discharged into a receiving water body, whether that be groundwater or surface water. Now, we're going to be very focused on water today, but we don't want to lose sight of wastewater, and I'll bring that up a couple of different times in a couple of different ways. But yeah, we just want to make sure.
Speak for yourself. I'd like to lose sight of wastewater.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll come back to this a little bit later. So what we want to do is kind of give a little bit of background, and this is very much based on the content that Dean provided based on his presentations the last 2 years. So where does water come from? We talked about that a little bit already. Who or what uses water? What are some of the threats? And we're going to start from an all hazards perspective. And then questions, please don't hesitate. So some of Dean's foundational principles, right? This idea that there's no accidents. Certainly there are probably more failures of imagination than anything. People are very much centered to this. The executives have to be bought in, the engineers have to be thinking about it, the operators have to be aware, and they all really have to be defenders. Cyber can really be a wonderful unifying conversation, especially within the context of CIE, which we'll get to. Cyber, of course, is one of the many risks that we manage. A lot of my clients convey water in seismically active zones. A good shake is going to be really hard on all of those linear assets, right? And it's pretty hard to replace those. It costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. And then, of course, I think probably just like every sector, Ginger, technology is outpacing our ability to maintain it and possibly secure it.
Everybody wants the benefits of technology, but very few of us are willing to pay the price.
So briefly, where is the Earth's water? Primarily in the oceans. There's a little bit in fresh water. When we think about fresh water, we've got about 2/3 of it in the glaciers and ice caps, 1/3 of it in groundwater, and a little bit of surface and other freshwater sources. When we think about those surface and other freshwater sources, because those are what we can easily use, a lot of that is in ground ice and permafrost, about 20% in lakes. The aforementioned Lake Superior is a big one of those. And then lots of other places, swamps, marshes, ponds, etc. So we're very focused on the easy to get water because that's the least expensive. Now, of course, there are some desal plants or desalinization where they can take ocean water, treat it, and provide drinking water based on that. In the US, that's not something we do much of. That's primarily in the Middle East and Israel. So I think I've talked about this already, but it's a really nice slide and of showing the water cycle. So of course, water flows downhill, and we get evaporation out of lakes and oceans. Wind carrying the weather carries that upstream, creates snowpack, glaciers. Some of that water that melts goes into the ground, goes into surface water bodies like streams, and I don't remember, Ginger, was it creeks or cricks? Probably depends on where you're from.
Creeks for me.
Okay, creeks for me. All right, so it does differ quite a bit from electricity, and Josh and Bryson talked a little bit about what the water sector really looks like. So depending on how you define a water system, there's 151,000 water systems. Now, if we dive into that number a little bit, there's going to be about 500 of those systems that serve 100,000 people or more. About 500 systems serve 50,000 to 100,000. And then about 9,000 systems serve 3,300 people to 50,000 people. Right? So we have this huge diversity of scale of operations. And you might be thinking 3,300 is kind of a weird number. Why would we pick that? That's going to represent about 1,000 connections. So you say one connection is about 3.3 people on average. Now, those systems serve about 80% of the population, and we have 16,000 public water systems that serve about 75% of the population. Water systems are very local. They are not widely connected. In the off chance that there is a connection, it's very rarely sized for anything other than a very limited emergency support. And oftentimes water systems do not like to test those connections, which are usually, there's 2 pipes coming in, there are 2 valves, and then potentially a 3rd valve in the middle. They don't want to test it because it can change the direction of the flow of water, which can cause all sorts of sediment to flow in ways that it hasn't flowed before, cause all sorts of issues. So that's not something that's widely done or widely used, even though in some cases those connections exist. The Bay Area is actually a really good example where there are lots of connections. They just aren't exercised or used. Let's see. We do have to, of course, treat wastewater to prevent sanitary and pollution from getting into primarily our surface water bodies. So 2 quick stories on that. One is if we have any Chappelle Show fans from back in the day, of course, there's the Charlie Murphy skit where he talks about the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka, in one of the Prince skits, right? So Lake Minnetonka is beautiful. If you ever have a chance to go, it's wonderful. However, Met Council, which is the regional wastewater provider in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area and the surrounding 7-county area, they had an operational mishap, and they had to release a bunch of wastewater into Lake Minnetonka. It lost that sort of purifying status briefly, and they had to just let nature kind of run its course. And the reason that they had to do that was they couldn't convey water to the plant effectively. They had 2 options. One was to let the wastewater flow into the lake, or 2, let people's basements fill up with wastewater. So they chose the lake. That's a pretty bad day for a wastewater utility. Similar things have also happened in Hawaii along Waikiki Beach. So imagine you take your family to Waikiki, there's a wastewater release, nobody can go in the water, even in the ocean, right? So pretty bad days. It sounds pretty shitty, said Josh. So there we go. All right, who's using it, right? Residences, of course, we're using it. The casino's using it as a commercial entity. We use a lot of water for cooling and heating. One of the things that is really emerging is the concern around water resources and data centers. I don't know have you looked into this at all, Ginger?
Some of my peers have looked into it, and I believe there will be a presentation on that tomorrow morning.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you, Emma. So everybody go to that presentation tomorrow. So I actually have done work for a utility in the National Capital Region that serves a lot of data centers, and they actually had a mishap where a data center was about this close to shutting down for one of the big cloud service companies, and it caused them to hire me for a year full time to help them figure out emergency management. It was not cyber at all. It was just how do we communicate? How do we take all this data that we already have and get better? Energy, of course, and there's a lot of places where you can't generate energy without water. Public safety, fire hydrants, and sanitation. Fire hydrants, right? That water doesn't need to be safe to drink, right? So there's always a little bit of tension in, do we provide fire water if we can't provide safe drinking water? Healthcare, which we'll talk a little bit about more, food, transportation, and then recreation, which we've touched on. All right, so this is a kind of a complex graphic of the source and use of fresh water in the US in 2015. About 2/3 of the water came from surface water, about 1/3 came from groundwater. In places like California, where groundwater resources are dwindling, there's a huge movement to create new surface water-based utilities. So there's kind of the pendulum swings back and forth a little bit over the decades, and right now we're swinging towards surface water. And you can see, oops, not sure how that did that, but you can see that there's lots of uses for water. And of course, it was touched on this morning a little, the food, energy, and water nexus. That's a big topic of conversation, and Emma will cover some of that tomorrow. So one of Dean's clients, I don't know who it was, but they do serve nearly 800,000 people, provided this quote. So a really wonderful quote about the importance of water and hospitals and that connection. So hospitals are the most critical customers that we serve. Even a few minutes without water is detrimental and prevents a major life safety threat. Our hospitals are some of the most significant water users in our system. ABC Health System as a whole is our largest customer by volume and revenue. Each hospital is also on the top 15 users monthly report. So that really illustrates the importance and the connection of hospitals and water. So if we look at how a hospital is actually using that water, so 42% sanitary, HVAC 23%, all that heating and cooling. Interestingly, medical processes 14%, right? And my guess is that associated with this is there's probably a lot of on-site treatment systems to get that water chemistry just so. And then we have laundry, cafeteria, and miscellaneous and unaccounted for water usage. So that just gives a sense of how water is actually used by a hospital. Now, interestingly, this is from the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority, and they are one of the larger utilities in the country. They actually serve the greater Boston area. So domestic water use in gallons per day per person, and the growth between 2000 and 2020. So you can see we're here in Nevada, so there's a pretty high water use compared to other states. Domestic water use here is between 101 and 125 gallons per day, and the population here is growing like crazy, 55% in those 20 years. So one of the things that we are observing here, if you take some time and look at this, people are moving out of some of those northern states and going to some of the warmer states and western states, and that's causing water stress in different ways. So some threats that we always have to be concerned about is concerns around the quantity and quality of water, and we'll get into some of this when we talk about the cyber portion in a little bit. Droughts, quality impacts, wildfires are rampant, of course, and it just causes chaos for water quality. Physical threats, contaminant inserted into supply. There was, I think in 2013, CBS ran an episode of NCIS where the plot of the story was that a bad actor injected some bad ethyl methyl bad stuff into the water system upstream of a military installation. And they were able to do this because they just connected a pump up to the backflow in the basement of the house. There was no valve protecting that backflow, and so they were able to pump it in. And AWWA, the American Water Works Association, which is really the premier industry organization, actually sent CBS a letter saying, hey, this can't be replayed. You need to take this episode down, because it created such a detailed map on how somebody could conduct this attack on a water system. Aging assets, of course, everything's getting quite aged, but I will say that utilities are really doing a much better job of this than they were 10 years ago. And the American Society of Civil Engineers has an infrastructure scorecard that they issue every year. And I want to say that in the water sector, we've gone from like a D- to a C-, in the last 10 to 15 years, which doesn't sound like a lot, but think about maybe if you were in high school and you brought home a C- instead of a D- to your parents, that'd feel pretty good, right? Right? So as a sector, I feel pretty good. Yes?
Don't you think they're worried more about lead line replacements than cyber? Yes, into the mic. Don't you think they're more worried about lead pipe replacements than cybersecurity right now? That's where the money's going.
So we'll get into what they're most worried about, but I would say that you are absolutely right. The money is flowing to lead line replacements, and it's a huge concern, especially when you get into schools that still have all that old plumbing and that sort of thing. Natural hazards, of course, we always have to be worried about those. Now, one of the interesting things that is happening is regionalization of water treatment and water systems. So there's oftentimes a large, well-funded system with less well-funded, smaller systems around it, and the big system buys the little system, right? And it's kind of funny, if the water systems are mostly municipal, you wouldn't think that they would be acquired like that, but that absolutely does happen. It creates some unique challenges from a technology perspective, especially as you get multiple SCADA systems with different technologies, different levels of security, et cetera, and you have to combine all those. So that's a real challenge. State and local control, we have tons of regulations, same at the federal level, but from a cyber perspective, there really is no federal, we'll use the term Dean chose here, control on cyber. Pollution, I'm not going to spend a lot of time at most of this, but we have forever chemicals, PFOS, PFAS, stormwater and climate change is a big deal. If we're looking at people, right, the aging workforce, I would say that a lot of my clients have sort of gotten through the silver tsunami, and they have the average age of their workforce has probably dropped about 10 years in the last 5 years, which is a huge win for them. Funding, of course, is always a challenge. Just to kind of touch upon chemical costs. So I think between 2019 and 2022, when I had the opportunity to present with the director of Minneapolis Water, she had said that the disinfectant costs had gone up 4.5 times in 3 years. So that was really just over COVID. Let's see. So from a cyber and operational technology perspective, there's lots of different things here, but it's OT, right? If it works, don't touch it. I almost grabbed a meme of an old network switch, covered in about 1/2 inch of dust, and it's like, it's still working, don't do anything. So, the good, and some of these do cut both ways for sure. Gravity is our friend, right? Once you get that water up to an elevation, you can leave it there and it'll drain out as people use it, but you have to take a lot of energy to get it up to that elevation oftentimes. Our production process is relatively simple, it's relatively slow, and it doesn't really go boom compared to other sectors. The distribution process can be relatively simple, although I would say that if you had to sit in one of these control rooms and look at 8 screens with some of them very focused on 20 remote sites with changing pressures and everything, it does get fairly complicated. The government finally recognizes water is critical. For the emergency managers in the room, right? Water didn't have its own emergency ESF. Emergency support function, thank you. We were actually buried under Public Works, and we're finally getting out from that, which is a really good thing, because what does Public Works mostly care about? Roads. Regulatory agencies are definitely engaging, and of course, all of our technologies are converging. All right. So, to get to an earlier question here, what do we in the sector really think about cybersecurity at this point? So every year on or around June 1st, the American Water Works Association releases the State of the Water Industry report. Really interesting data. They pull thousands of utilities, and the top issues facing water utilities are listed here. You've got the top 18. Of course, money is the first one. Do we have enough money to do the things we need to do? But if you go down, number 8 is cybersecurity issues, right? So that is above droughts, it's above a lot of other things that you would think that they'd be very concerned about. And this is a really substantial change over the last few years. So the text here is very small. I will just sort of explain this. So if we move from, let's see, right to left on this slide, and I grab this out of the report, we start on the right with 2020, and we move on the left, as we go left, up to 2025. And what we find is that for the first 3 years, 2020, 2021, and 2022, cybersecurity was not included in this list of top issues. Then cyber pops up at the same level for 23 and 24, and now it continues to move up in 2025. Now, as we look at the different sizes, I kind of talked about how utilities are sized, and there's different ways to do it. So out of the 2,000 that responded, the medium, large system, and very large systems, this is their most important priority right now, is investing in cybersecurity. If we look at small systems, it drops way down to 7, and if we average it out across all of them, it's second, which is really wonderful. Now, this is probably the most important thing that I take away from this, sorry about that, is that utilities are saying, hey, what do we need to innovate around? Cybersecurity. And from my perspective, cyber-informed engineering actually provides a lot of that possibility. Now, Josh presented this earlier. This is a list of attacks, and 12 of them are actually water, wastewater utilities. And Josh, you mentioned earlier that you're surprised that this didn't stay classified. Yeah, I am as well. So briefly, regulatory background, the Safe Drinking Water Act does now require cybersecurity assessments. You have to do it every 5 years. More and more states are requiring them every year. Josh mentioned that there was earlier today that the sanitary surveys did have a cybersecurity component, and Iowa, Missouri, and Arkansas, along with AWWA and the National Rural Water Association, did sue. And a big part of that was that it didn't matter if you served 8 million people like New York City or 100 people like, you know, the trailer park down the street. They had to adhere to all of the same constraints and requirements. And that, you know, really just isn't an equitable approach. One of the things that's been proposed is the Water Risk and Resilience Organization, which is functionally a water NERC. So if I say NERC, is everybody generally familiar with that? Getting some nods, no? So, Ginger, do you mind doing a quick 30 seconds on NERC?
Sure. In the energy sector, NERC aids the utility population to set and abide by a set of requirements for high and medium criticality assets. And the asset owners agree to abide by those standards. NERC helps to enforce the agreement for that standard. And ultimately, the policy-making body that controls all of this is an organization called FERC, or a commission called FERC.
Thank you. So we would have an industry-led organization that's providing cyber and physical security standards and auditing of the application of those standards in the water sector. All right, let's get on to the main event, Ginger. It is not here yet. Legislation has been introduced, and we've been waiting for it to be passed for several years now. So the question is would this WRO organization report to the EPA? So the expectation is that similarly to NERC and FERC, which report to DOE as the sector risk management agency for energy, that the WRO would report to the EPA as the water wastewater sector risk management agency. Yes. All right.
Okay, so I work for the Idaho National Laboratory. One of the things that we are privileged to do is security assessments on critical infrastructure. Many of those security assessments focus on the cybersecurity of that critical infrastructure. And as we looked across all kinds of asset owners from all of the 16 different sectors, we saw something missing in almost every assessment that we did. The IT and the cyber teams were over here, and they had policies and procedures for how they looked at the digital layer of that asset owner's infrastructure. The engineers and the operators were over here, and they had policies and procedures for how they ran and controlled and designed the engineering and the physical part of that asset owner's infrastructure. But there were very few places where there was an admission that what happened on the digital side could affect the physical side. And inevitably, the digital side just wanted to tell the physical side what to do. Here's what your password length is going to be. Here's how you're going to log in. Here's how your remote access policies are going to work. But they never said, hey, you all run the plant 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What's the worst thing that could happen that we on the digital side of the world really ought to know about and that ought to motivate what we do? We noticed that conversation was missing. And so we started to pull the thread of what would happen if we could get engineers more involved in assuring the physical side of reliability from digital adversaries and digital adversary effects. What would that look like? What would an engineer need to know? Right now, according to ABET requirements, and ABET is a certification body that certifies universities to teach engineering, we send an engineer to go take a cybersecurity class. Does anybody here know what they learn? In short, yes. They learn about adversary threats. They learn about the attack chain, but only from a digital standpoint. They learn about how protocols work and how protocols are taken advantage of. But nowhere do they learn how to apply engineering risk management to what would happen to my production capability if an adversary got hold of critical equipment. And of all the critical equipment that's part of my production capability, where could that adversary do the most damage? So that when I then reach out to these IT and cyber people, I'm having them focus on the thing that my company needs the most. It's very, very strange to have a group that is trying to protect a set of assets that they know very little about and that they don't ask the owners and arbiters of those assets, what do these things do anyway? How do they work? What does the manager in charge of your thing care about the most? How can I help you achieve that mission? Instead, it's, hey, I've got a checklist of things on the cyber side that must be done for me to get out of here, so can we just do my checklist? So, with this idea in mind, oh, do we have a question?
Yeah, I was going to let you finish, but since you asked, I work with a water company, and then I listened to a presentation to the Water ISAC group from the EPA. And they sort of said they were in charge. And then somebody asked them, well, what about CISA? Do they like Bigfoot you, or, how does that work? So my question is, how many organizations are there out there that want to regulate a particular water district? And how many organizations are out there that want to sort of help at the same time? The answer's different.
And the answer is changing in time. So you are right. A couple of years ago, it was likely that there would be regulation at the EPA standpoint and at the CISA standpoint, and maybe several other organizations involved with setting how an asset owner might comply with the regulation. What's the kind of compliance model? Does an asset owner set a risk-based approach and then demonstrate how they're achieving it? As we move into this federal cycle, there seems to be less interest in the federal government driving very harsh regulatory standards. That doesn't mean it won't happen, and I certainly do not have a crystal ball to predict where regulation's going in this administration. But I perceive that there is going to be much more localized effort to help asset owners with security needs, but much less force coming down from the federal kind of top, if that helps.
Do states typically regulate all these water districts?
Yes, they do. And so for,
Repeat the question, please.
the question was, do states also regulate water utilities? I'd say absolutely. So the primacy agency, which is going to be the one who has the most strict regulations, can either be the EPA. So in a place like Idaho, to some extent, it's probably the EPA. But if you go to California, they very much want to have primacy over whatever goes on in their states. So their state. So they will have the Cal EPA and the Division of Water Resources, I believe, and DDW, Division of Drinking Water, who are all sort of engaged in different ways. What I would say, like a simple answer to your question is in 5 years, there will be one federal entity that is responsible for cyber for all utilities, and then every single state will probably have their own perspective to some extent. And that can include, do an assessment every year. Hopefully that type of a requirement, which currently exists in the state of Minnesota, I believe Indiana, New York, also will come, there will be some funding that comes with that, but that's TBD. A lot of times that money comes from the feds, and it's not going to, that funding is not going to be available for a while.
So that we have a question here, oh, okay.
Thanks. Josh,
Okay.
did you have a question or a comment? Okay.
So, with all of this in mind, the cyber threat environment getting more complicated, the technology environment getting more and more digital, and engineers getting not very much closer to being able to exercise good risk management over the kinds of assets they were deploying, we knew that something had to change. So the Department of Energy brought a group of experts together, and these were asset owners. They were from electrical utilities and other utilities, universities, federal organizations. We tried to get the largest cross-section that we could of critical infrastructure. And we talked to them about this thing called cyber-informed engineering and got their advice on what would a strategy look like that would allow us to begin bringing engineers through their university training or their technical education into being a part of the cyber discussion. And there is a link to that strategy here, but one of the things the strategy makes clear is at the end, when we have this cyber-informed engineering thing and it's cooked into a university degree so that no engineering in today's modern world can graduate without having some ability to do risk management thinking about digital appliances. It doesn't mean they need to understand every bit or every byte that goes through it. It doesn't mean that they have to be an expert on the protocol, but they do need to understand what could go wrong if an adversary had full control over it, and how might they prevent that. That would look like engineers incorporating cybersecurity practices into their body of knowledge, including engineering minimum requirements and specifications for physical infrastructure systems that incorporate digital controls. So if you're working in infrastructure and you've got digital controls, the engineers have to come in and determine, is this going to work effectively, and what do we need to add more risk management and maybe even physical controls to? Okay.
Ginger.
Sorry.
I'm just not, water is new to me
Okay.
as a critical infrastructure. So you might have mentioned this in the beginning, but how do people's well waters kind of factor into some of those things in terms of who supports those? We're talking about the rural areas that have their own things, but obviously there's probably a bunch of people that have their own wells. And so sitting with groundwater, well water, whatever that is there a support system for those groups as well? And I'm sure that we're going to start seeing IoT into weird spaces as well like that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I live in a fairly rural area. I have my own well and my own septic system. And so from that perspective, both of those are governed by either the state or the county, respectively. And unfortunately, for better or for worse, right, my well is only dependent upon power. It has a very, very simple controller. It's just if the pressure goes down, the pump turns on, and once the pressure gets to a certain point, the pump turns off. Right? There's no electronics beyond that simple mechanism. Now, from a septic perspective, very much regulated by the county. They do inspections, all of that sort of thing. Septic systems are a large source of contaminants to the groundwater aquifers. And it's in some places around the country, they have programs that are called septic to sewer. That's sort of the alliteration that they use. And those are programs just to close down those septics, install wastewater lines so everything goes to that plant and becomes a point discharge.
But when we think about modernization in especially residential water systems, I work mostly with energy systems, and there is a profit motive and an environmental motive for many people to install digital energy systems in their actual residence. For anyone who has a home water system, typically those are electromechanical, as Andrew pointed out, and there just isn't that profit motive unless you are the person who really wants to know everything that's in your groundwater at every time of the day to put a lot of automation and technology in it. So we're not seeing cyber creep into the residential water systems to the degree right now that we predict in the future, or the degree it has in energy, but we're certainly starting to see it in municipal water systems. Every organization is looking for automation to tell them how to do things better, faster, cheaper, more. Every organization is looking, and you even got a question this week about use of AI in water systems, and especially at a distribution level, everybody wants some autonomous thing to make it faster and easier for them to do the work they have to do. Okay, how CIE works is we first leverage an engineer, not a cyber engineer, not a cyber safety engineer, but an engineer who has a context and a body of knowledge around a physical or process discipline. So whether it's space, or whether it's agriculture, and software engineers, you really do matter, but not for this part of the conversation specifically. We're looking for that physical context area and discipline. We provide a framework that engineer can use to engineer out the impact of a cyber attack. And if you don't believe that's possible, come to the training this afternoon and I will show you how we do that. And hold me accountable. If I don't deliver on that promise, let me know. We're focused on engineers and operators, not to make them a secondary or shadow IT or cyber staff, but to use the context they have to harness our cybersecurity protections to the most important systems and the most important functions of our organization. Because often our cyber teams are trying very hard to do a checklist of requirements across the whole system. They don't have time and they don't have the understanding to understand where to apply the most cybersecurity, or where, if a requirement is implemented with laxity, where it has less impact or more. And we're leveraging things that engineers already understand that are not usually part of our cyber discussion, that include functionality, safety, and reliability. Most engineers are conversant in these three things. It's how they make engineering decisions, and it's how we help them make cyber decisions. So in this example, and Josh alluded to this earlier, if an adversary is breaking into a critical infrastructure asset, first they attack the digital domain. And the way that we can limit the probability of that attack being successful is to leverage what we think of as traditional cybersecurity. Absolutely. Traffic controls, routing controls, segmentation, all of the things that cyber people do every day. However, ultimately, if those adversaries are looking to attack the functions of that critical infrastructure, they are ultimately going to have to levy some sort of effect on the physical infrastructure that runs it, either to diminish the amount of control, to diminish the visibility of that asset, to take control away from the operator and do something else. And we certainly saw that in the Ukraine attacks of 2015. I think everybody now has seen the YouTube video of the mouse moving and the operators looking, distractedly, not knowing how to stop that. Those are exactly the things that an adversary would want to do to the physical equipment. And the way that we stop them is putting engineering in place. Engineering in place that limits the impact that the payload can have. Certainly, we don't want the adversary going loose in our networks and wandering around until they find something. But if we have limited the worst that can happen, that traffic through the network is less concerning. And there's time for the IT and the cyber teams to figure that out and to fix it while we're ensuring that our operational technology is reliable and functioning as expected. Okay, cyber-informed engineering has 12 principles. And if you're thinking what I've been told already, I've been told too many. So I'm going to focus on just the two most important, and we'll talk about what the rest do. If you come to the training this afternoon, you will get a deep dive into each of these 12 principles and a chance to actually play with it and work with it in a real use case. So I always like it better when I'm applying something rather than having someone just bloviate with me. The most important principle of cyber-informed engineering is consequence-focused design. We are looking at our system, hopefully from the design phase forward, and trying to design in those engineering controls that limit the potential that digital technology could do harm to our process. And if you're thinking, wait a minute, that might protect you not only from an adversary, but also from a user who did the wrong thing or a burp in the system that just sent the wrong packet. You bet, it will protect you from both. It has the potential to protect you from AI that made a decision that would have a negative impact on the system. And these are all great side benefits, but we're talking about this for cybersecurity. And this consequence-focused design is the question that the engineer understands. How do I understand what critical functions my system must ensure and the undesired consequences it must prevent? I taught a cyber-informed engineering class to a group of cyber professionals, and they were cyber professionals in the power industry. So I asked them this question about an advanced distribution management system. What is the worst thing that could happen if cyber adversaries had total control? And they looked at each other, and I'm really sorry to tell you, they didn't know. They didn't know. And then when we pulled someone who was an engineer, it was like, well, okay, you could kill somebody if you violated lockout, tagout, and these are all industry words, in the right way. If they didn't have their physical lockout, tagout mechanism, you could reach through this digital system and cause someone to get hurt. You could also do a number of other things, but it was critical for my understanding that the cyber people installing the system, protecting this system, had no idea what an adversary could do to that in terms of the process that their organization was running, or safety, reliability, and performance. So that's why this is our first question. Our second question, also appropriate for an engineer, is how do I implement controls to reduce the avenues for attack or the damage that could result? Understand, this is not about perimeter defense. I hope the cyber team and the IT team can help us with perimeter defense. The engineer's job is to look at the process. What is being produced? What are the very important aspects of production? And ensure that we've got the right protections that even if the digital layer goes completely haywire or is controlled by an adversary, we can manage the negative outputs that occur. The rest of these principles all help those engineers talk to the cyber teams and think broadly about digital effects. So in reality, there are 2 big principles and 10 small ones. So if you want to hit the other side of it. Although one of the most important principles that is, maybe it is a big principle, is cybersecurity culture. What we are trying to do in cyber-informed engineering is to ensure that our culture for cybersecurity extends all the way through the organization, from the engineers, from the operators, from the cybersecurity professionals, so that we all have a similar understanding of the consequences that we're trying to prevent and the systems that we are trying to protect. That unified culture ensures that we're getting investments in the right place and making the right decisions.
I kept looking backwards at one of the doctors in the room. How many people have ever said, how do I make the business care about cybersecurity? Right? Pretty much everybody here. What if you flipped the script and said, what does the business care about? And then how do we help secure that? I think it's not just the culture point you made. It's that you're meeting them on their turf, in their love language, at their level, and you have handed on a silver platter how you can actually drive value instead of pushing a rope. But the second, and we did this with the medical field, we said Hippocratic Oath for connected medical devices. Mm-hmm. Caregivers already care about their profession. We're just trying to support and enable that. But the last point I'll make, and I almost asked earlier, is on that chart where cybersecurity was rising, I think there's two hazards in that. It looks good at the 50,000 foot level, but how much of that is a NIST cybersecurity framework without application and prioritization, or a CISA checklist of controls, or an EPA version of the CISA checklist of controls, and how much of it is maybe on data privacy, like credit card numbers or billing information, instead of things that can go boom. So the reason I love this is we're not giving them new things to care about, we're taking the things they already care about and making it safer.
So I agree with that. One of the things that we often find when we talk to asset owners who are interested in this idea is that when we look at the things that they've done to their systems from a safety perspective, they can already take credit for a lot of cyber-informed engineering. They've already made good decisions that control what bad things can happen in the system. And so what we're asking them to do is, okay, now think just a little bit more about how the digital technology works, and let's build on that design work that you've already done. Andrew participated in or developed a paper that helps to link cyber-informed engineering with your enterprise risk management. So if you work in an organization that has a mature risk management strategy, this helps you lead that conversation with the board or with your executives about how this practice will influence the bottom line and the things the company cares about. And so that's a resource that's available to you. And I'll note that I believe our training starts in 8 minutes.
So should we do an interim Q&A right now for Ginger? All right.
Well, and
Oh,
I was just going to ask, is your training filled up already, or is there any open slots?
so this afternoon's training has some gaps in it. Tomorrow morning's was a little more full. When they talked to us about it, they said there were 22 folks there. So they will, if you have not used Eventbrite and paid your $6.63, they're happy to help you process that even if you're standing in line. So even with 8 minutes, there's time to get in there. And I have Professor Kitty warming the room up with the slides, so he'll get us started, and then we'll come over after that.
Great presentation. I have a question. It seems like one of the most elementary or first steps into understanding this kind of cyber-informed engineering consequences is to ask the engineers and other folks building these systems to report to you what they think the worst situations could be. And I would agree that's a very important first step. But it is also the case, possibly, that they don't know. And a kind of classic case was, when we first started hacking cars, some researchers fuzzed a car and unlocked a mode where the brake fluid could get drained, right? So the engineers had anticipated an adversary in the system, had anticipated making sure that they didn't have any connection to the brakes, but did not account for this one edge case where if you entered that mode and then started your attack, you would essentially disconnect the brakes, right? So in what sense do we have the ability to trust humans to report what they think the consequences could be versus a more rigorous approach that would account for maybe all possibilities in the system? But if you ask a bunch of these folks, they don't know, and they, even if they are very well versed in the system, probably would not be able to report all the actual consequences.
That is a really good point, and CAN bus for the win. Love cars. So the best of these conversations are the engineer with someone who has a cyber bit who can talk about, hey, you think that that's what's going to happen. How do you know that that's what's going to happen? And what information is passed by the system? And what guarantees that information didn't get subverted before it got to the point where this next system acted on it? And you're right, a vanilla engineer may not have the fullness of imagination to think that through. That is one of the risks, and I don't want to make this like Caddyshack where the engineer just goes, no, 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 because that's not exactly how this works. But getting the engineer first to not trust the technology, to start asking the question about, wait a minute, what is the data that comes to my system and makes this next process initiate? Where did that data come from? How have I verified that data? How do I know that it hasn't been subverted by an adversary? What do I have that would alert me? These are all the questions that our framework helps them provide, but most engineers are much better at the framework when they do it with a cyber person at their shoulder.
And I will add to that and say that the level of creativity that engineers and operators are willing to apply to thinking about the worst case scenarios now is much greater than it was 10 years ago. And part of it is the requirement to do these risk and resilience assessments every 5 years. So they're having now regular conversations about what's the bad day. And so, for example, we probably did about 80 to 100 cyber risk and resilience assessments in 2020. And so far we've done about maybe 25 for this new round. And we would go in and we would talk to people about manipulating the control system to cause physical damage. And they'd be like, no, that can't be done. And as a really good example of sort of the change in perspective, about 3 or 4 months ago, we were having another similar conversation with a large water utility. They get water from a good-sized river, and they have some really important mains running under the river. And so we reviewed all the data, and we said, hey, we think we can damage the mains under the river, and that's going to be a really bad day. And they just looked at us and said, yeah, we think so too. And just the fact that they didn't push back, that they were already there, is such a huge conceptual leap for some people in our sector.
And I will add, it would be ideal if asset owners buying and investing in critical equipment were allowed to look inside it and actually had the right to inspect what they buy and to hire people to look at it and to know what it was. That would be ideal, because that's how that engineer and that cyber person could start really looking at what could possibly happen. In most commitment letters, whether it's a license or a purchase document, when you buy this critical equipment, you sign away the right to inspect, because that you will lose either the support from your vendor, or you will face legal liability if you take the thing apart and attempt to understand how it works. Other than functional testing, which is usually allowed, but often even that is controlled. And that is one thing standing in the way of getting really good engineering understanding of these systems, as well as good cyber understanding.
And before we move on to the next question, so are there any professional engineers in the room? What kind of engineer are you? Electrical, wonderful. So I'm also a licensed engineer, and if we look at the engineer's code of ethics, it starts with you have to hold paramount the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And so if we are doing that, right, we're willing to have some of those bad day type conversations, and it's been an evolution. Right?
And wait, what's number 2?
Oh, Ginger.
Number 2 is that you may not practice engineering on any system you don't understand.
Yes.
Raise your hand if you feel real comfortable with that requirement right now. Me either.
All right, question?
So maybe a good segue to that last point, but what's the Hollywood movie that you guys refer to and said, this is actually the best one for the water industry? Like, if we have to go, like, advocate to the public, if we have to go create a more in-depth understanding of what actually is occurring, there's all kinds of, kind of crazy stories that we see in the Hollywood and everything else, but what's the one that you guys kind of refer back to or like in terms of how it presents attacks to water?
So the NCIS episode is the one that really stands out to us. I think Bryson earlier brought up the August Cole and P.W. Singer book, but they have another book called Burn In, which is I think actually a better book than Ghost Fleet. Super easy to read. I recommend everybody read it. It'll take you a couple hours. But what it does is it articulates kind of a multifaceted attack on automation across some sectors, where it's like you just sort of give a system a nudge, get another system to react, and then there's this cascading failure. And it's not AI induced in the book, but it's very plausibly could be done by AI. And when I talk to utilities, that's generally what I say. Hey, go read this. It's water specific, and it's just a fun read. burn in?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Should we go into practicing CIE?
I think we should. All right, so let's talk a little bit about actually practicing CIE in the water wastewater sector. So as Ginger mentioned, I do get to help her and the CIE team at INL develop resources. One of the other things I do get to do is actually go out and work with water wastewater utilities and do cyber-informed engineering. So you saw the 12 principles, right? And those are really well made. One of the challenges, though, is that we kind of have to boil this down to make the messaging just a little bit easier, right? So 3 assumptions that we always start with is the systems are vulnerable, right? The digital systems are. Our adversaries are well resourced with time, money, and expertise. And if we are targeted, we cannot stop them, right? They will get access. And this used to put people in a really bad spot mentally, but now they just kind of like, yeah, okay, we get it, right? And I do want to just to make a note here is that I have maybe what would be an optimistic, borderline naive view of our sector, because I think of the utilities that I work with tend to be very forward thinking. And so there is a certain amount of bias that I do have, but it's also a really good set of examples on how any utility can move forward. All right, so in our sector, similar to every other sector or industry, there's a way that we do engineering. So we have different milestones. We have the preliminary 30%, 60%, and 90%. And just to talk a little bit about what that means. So at the preliminary stage, you usually have a PDR, or a preliminary design report. You might have some high-level schematics. Generally, the project has been budgeted, management has said engineers go forth, and the engineers say, okay, we're going to have a reservoir. It's going to be about this big. It's going to be located approximately here. There's going to be pipe going that way. Wonderful. At 30%, now you're starting to actually get process flow diagrams. You're starting to get specifications, at least at the table of contents level. Now 60% is where the rubber really hits the road from a CIE perspective. Now if you've done your job really well and had the opportunity to do it, at the preliminary stage you can say, hey, we're going to do CIE in this project. When you get to 60%, now we're actually starting to have electrical, mechanical, and very high-level control system drawings, which is where a lot of the work is done. So we're going to have drawings, you're going to have partial specifications. Has anybody here ever created engineering drawings or written specifications? Thank you, yes. All right, so it's a lot of work that goes into all of these, and there's a very rigorous system to do these. You're also starting to get estimates and schedules. 90%, you continue to build this out, and eventually you get to 100%, and in some places we call this issued for construction. Now, Ginger and I and a good chunk of the CIE team have been working on a project around CIE adoption. And one of the people that we interviewed for this, I was talking about how, once you get to 90%, you can really do a good review and you can have lots of comments. But his point was, by the time you get to 90%, most of the money is spent. So if you want to make changes, you got to have change orders. And this has been a little bit of a challenge for some of our clients. So one of the things that we have done is we have gone and we've essentially red teamed designs from a CIE perspective. And what we've done is to create a role of, really a commander type role. Now, if you were in the military, commander's intent is going to be a very familiar term, but the team that I work on, none of us were in the military. So this was something kind of a new idea. We actually got the opportunity to review a 60% and 90% water treatment plant for a pretty good sized utility in California. And when we started, we were just kind of engineers doing engineering review things. It kind of turned into a peer review. And it was a little unsatisfying, if I'm going to be honest. So what we did is we kind of got to 90%, and we were like, this just isn't working. And I said, okay, everybody, I am now the mission commander, and you are the attack team, and you are going to, looking at the process flow diagram, you're going to attack here, and you're going to attack here, and you're going to attack here. And they said, okay. Right? And then all of a sudden we had this organizational structure emerge, and it became a really powerful way for us to communicate to the utility and the utility to communicate internally. And since then, this utility has actually included cyber-informed engineering requirements in all of their engineering RFPs that they've released, which is pretty amazing. So in order to really do this review that I'm talking about, we have to have a certain type of skill set. So, you know, Josh didn't explicitly say that I could talk about my kids, but I'm going to, because about a year and a half ago, I got a call from the principal at Bayview Elementary School. And he said, hi, Mr. Ort, your son Anders was caught hacking into his fellow students' reading accounts. And I said, really? Did he social engineer his way in? And then the principal goes, what do you mean? And I was like, oh wait, I have to be the concerned father this time, because I was actually in the process of doing a social engineering project for a client. And it turned out that he had just sort of gotten bored, and he had just figured out sort of this very simple algorithm for passwords, and you know, he finished his work, and then he went to finish their work. And by virtue of doing it, he was able to like go and buy little widgets in the program, right? And that's all he wanted. But this was a, you know, a pretty bad day for him, and I was really proud. So you have to have that type of a mindset and that type of a skill set ready. You know, that's the gentleman who asked about, like, you know, how do you get to that worst day? It's like that level of creativity. And so you got to have the engineers, right? You probably have that person in your life who's a little bit like my son, who's willing to like just try things and mess stuff up and go for it. The operators, right, day to day, they know what's going on in the system. They, in the water sector, are also licensed. And we have run into challenges where we do what we call day without SCADA exercises, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But the operators actually push back on that sometimes because their licensure is on the line. IT and OT cybersecurity, it's a wonderful time to really build some relationships there. Communications and emergency management, I will say emergency managers love this stuff, right? Their whole lives are based around thinking about the worst day, right? They eat it up. Targeting expertise, OSINT is extremely valuable. One of the things that I've gotten in the habit of doing is I'll go to an LLM and I'll just type, hey, what kind of PLC does utility X use, right? And sometimes it tells me, sometimes it doesn't. But I always go and I always report that. I actually, at S4, gave a similar presentation to this, and I you know, told people a story about it. And this gentleman from the East Coast came up and he said, you know, I went to Perplexity and I looked up what kind of PLC I use, and it was right. And I had to tell my IT manager to get on that, right? And that was a pretty bad day for him. But of course, and then you've got the people who know how to break stuff and really enjoy it, because they also inject a lot of energy. Engineers, we can be a little stodgy at times, especially electrical engineers. I don't know where he went, but I do like to pick on them. All right, so who's really ready to go and adopt CIE? Now, I will say, and Ginger alluded to this earlier, is that every organization, by virtue of doing engineering well, by doing operations well, is already doing CIE to some extent. And that's one of the ways that you know, CIE is easier to talk about with a broader audience than just cybersecurity. Because if we go in and we do a cybersecurity assessment and we're looking at this large group and we're saying, oh, your networks aren't segmented, they're kind of like, oh, I mean, I conceptually get it, but I don't really know what that means. But if we go in and we say, hey, are your operators able to operate without the control system? They know what that means, right? And they always have an answer. That could have been last Tuesday, right? Because the SCADA system just doesn't work very well. Or it could have been 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So, you know, it's easy to build on those sorts of things. When we have a certain level of organizational awareness, right, leadership is very concerned. OT is outgrowing IT's protective cocoon, which is something that we see a lot more of. It's really important. And when engineering is a little bit more resilience focused in general, but also open to the cyber conversation, because they've recognized to some extent that it is partially, at least, their problem. And then, of course, IT and OT, they have to get along, right? This is really, really important. Now, this is probably the most impactful term when I do presentations that I introduce. Engineers, for as long as engineers have been around, have been very accustomed to this concept of a failure mode. And if you like look at a water pump, you know, especially some of those at older utilities, these pumps can be 100 years old very easily. I mean, they're just like huge chunks of steel. I mean, really impressive. And they've lasted that long because they were engineered to not catch on fire and not blow up and not do all those sorts of things. And they've been really well maintained. So engineers understand failure modes, and we understand how to prevent them in many cases. What we haven't often done, though, is say, hey, there's somebody else on the other end of that wire that wants to intentionally make this system fail. So when you couple that idea of cyber-enabled and failure mode, you start to really get engineers to perk up, right? Then they start to recognize some possibilities that perhaps they didn't before.
Can I add
Please.
one more idea?
Yeah.
So we're using the word failure here, but we have failed to define it. Often we think failure mode means the system is off or rendered unusable. It just no longer is available. For an engineer, a failure mode is a disruption in safety, reliability, or functionality. If I mess with one of those three characteristics, that is a failure mode. So understand that a cyber-enabled failure mode may make the system work faster, work better in some aspect, so that it hastens on its way to burning out a pump or causing some other downstream aspect. So it's very important for us to understand what failure mode really means from an engineering context, and that it's not just, I made the pump go boom. It may be, I made the pump run a lot faster and vibrate a lot more, and that caused the pipes to burst, and now we have a real problem.
Yes, thank you. All right, so I talked a little bit about engineering in the water sector, and one thing I didn't do is I didn't give context on sort of the volume of content at each one of these stages. So preliminary design report, we're talking order of magnitude 50 pages, maybe 100. 30% design review, we're talking maybe 200 pages or so. 60% design review, probably about 300, 350. Now we really get into specs, and we're probably talking over 1,000 pretty easily. And then once you get to commissioning, right, that's a whole other story. That's tons and tons of checklists and that sort of thing. Now, Ginger, I don't think I've actually told you this yet, but we've been working on a CIE project for a water wastewater utility who is in the process of designing and soon to be commissioning a new pump station for the water system. And what they have realized is that their engineer was unintentionally delegating all of the responsibility for cybersecurity to the integrator, which was another contractor, and the asset owner didn't really have any visibility on what the integrator was doing, what kind of capabilities they were doing. So what the asset owner actually asked us to do was to write into the engineering specifications language around how they can operate this pump station without the control system, and then also how will we actually protect this control system from misuse. And this is a pretty big sea change. I mean, it's not a lot of text, right? This is less than a page of changes in a 1,000-page document, but very, very impactful. And from a commissioning perspective, now that utility has to go and test the system without visibility of the normal HMI or human machine interface views. They have to test it with a lack of communications. They have to test it without access to the servers, and then they have to test it without the PLCs. And we're going to see how that goes. That's usually where things get a little dicey for these utilities. So very exciting. All right. Do you want to start this one?
I would love to start this one.
Go for it.
So there's a classroom. Oh, go ahead. Ask your question. Totally okay.
So I work in rail, light rail specifically, and one of the biggest challenges that we have is there are so many vendor managed environments to where, like you mentioned before, and some of those things like that ability to actually see and understand the technology that you're purchasing is kind of like a real problem in some of those areas. And so in that same way of, let's say you have a PLC that goes down or some other type of device, is there a corollary, moving on, in terms of like that there's that vendor management component, or is the water system basically cut off and there isn't as much connected there, or you have to fight vendors to be able to manage and operate that technology?
I think everybody has that same issue.
Okay.
I will say you mentioned rail. So there was some very salacious vulnerability information published, I think 2 weeks ago, about a head of train, end of train protocol that's used for connecting trains and moving them around. And the idea was that someone with a communications device, wireless radio, I'm sure none of you have any of that, could broadcast that protocol and potentially man in the middle that particular protocol. And not only was it vulnerable, it was known to be vulnerable and had been reported ages and ages ago. So that was when the cyber people reported that vulnerability. It was reported as if the physical part of the train didn't exist. And it was the vulnerability of this protocol that was the key thing to look at. As we started having conversations with train experts around this protocol, there are other things that are on the train, physical protections, engineering protections that protect that train even if that digital layer is subverted. And that was one of the examples that we cheered about, where we're able to say, hey, yeah, there is this critical vulnerability and it does exist in the digital layer, but because the engineering and operational layer was somewhat aware of it and was concerned about it for other reasons, that's a very high intensity safety operation for any train yard. There are engineering controls that ensure that the impact of that vulnerability is not going to be met. So that was at least a win on the train side that we had. So in the classroom that's doing the training, they're going to do a deep dive with cyber-informed engineering. And we wanted to give you at least a taste of what they're going to do. So I'm going to have you leave your ordinary work, whatever it is, and come join me at the municipal water station. I've hired you all. Thank you so much for saying yes. Your paycheck is coming. It will have a lot of zeros in it, a really lot of zeros. Your job? Yeah, no other numbers, but a lot of zeros. And you can tell your parents, I got a job at BSides and I'm making a lot of zeros. So we have these water booster pump stations. They are dotted out across the city. As Andrew said, they keep the pressure in the system at the right level for the environmental conditions and our systems, and they ensure that if a subscriber pulls a tap or operates the system, they get the water they expect in the right amount. They also discourage, because of the pressure in the system, the growth of biologic agents that would make our water undesirable and potentially poisonous. So we got a grant from the state, and we're so excited. Right now we maintain these booster pump stations by driving to them. We have 2 engineers in the truck, and they go from pump station to pump station, and they reset the pumps to be right for that day or that week, and then the next week they're doing it again. The good news is they do a lot of physical work in that booster pump station when they're there. The bad news is that's really expensive for us, and we'd like our engineers planning other growths in the water system that we'd like to do and focusing on making the system overall better. So we got a grant from the city. We are going to install cloud-based monitoring and control on our water booster pump stations. Who here is excited and wants to be part of this project? Okay, I got a couple of people tentatively like, maybe, just with all the zeros, I'm not going to write that on my resume, and it's totally okay. So when we look at this, cloud-based monitoring and control, our focus is on the pumps. There's a lot of other systems in the water booster pump station, but we wanted to just put control on the pumps right now, and we'll grow this if it works. So with the pump, applying cyber-informed engineering, what's the worst that an adversary could do to one of those pumps through this cloud-based monitoring and control system if they had the magic keys to the kingdom? What's something they could do? Come on, anybody in the audience? Shut off the pumps. Okay, that's a great answer. And what would happen if someone shut off the pumps? No, the water pressure in this area would fail, and then we would have to kind of raise pressure in other parts of the system, and we would have to send our engineers in a truck, and they would have to get the system going again. And they think it would take about 2 hours to restore somebody who cut the pumps off. Okay, what's something else someone could do? Yes?
They can overpressure the system.
Okay, they can turn the pumps on and make the pump do more than it's supposed to do. So overpressure the system. Yes, they can do that. The good news is we have some protections in the system that allow us actually to operate safely in an overpressure zone for a while. We have a bladder system that will contain some of that. And so again, our engineers think they can get out in a truck and repair that in the amount of time before damage is incurred.
Assuming the alarm is not also compromised.
Fair enough.
And that only happens to one station.
Yes, and we do have some contractors that we can put in trucks, but yes, if they do all of them, we are a little bit strained. Okay, I've got somebody in the back. Okay, the good news is the suggestion was that someone could take over our chemical doping system and affect how much chemical we're sending in. We are not going to put that under cloud control right now. We want to try out the software first. And the other control we have in place that we did look at is we have a pretty narrow pipe that allows the chlorine and other chemicals to go into the system. So even if you turn the system up to 11, very little material would flow through the pipe at any one time. So we're not automating it, but we think we'd be okay, maybe.
Can you brick the pumps, like permanent damage?
Can I brick them? Well, if I could turn the pumps off, or I could turn the pumps on, what else could I do? Okay, yes, I can turn them on and off and on and off and on and off. And if I can do that, what happens when I turn an electrical system on, especially something that rotates? Say that again? It uses a lot of power. And when it uses a lot of power, does it stay at the same temperature? No, it heats up. That inrush of current causes an inrush of temperature. And if I cause that inrush of current to come and to come and to come, would it feel like Las Vegas inside that pump? It would. It would not be able to release all of that temperature because it uses convection. And so eventually the heat in that pump would get to a point where I am degrading the insulation around that pump. And that is assuming that it is so well anchored and so well engineered that the actual on and off activity of the water flow isn't damaging it. But just from an inrush current, I can on and off and damage the pump. So that's a pretty bad consequence. We went back to the engineering team and they said that that would take, if you damage the pump, especially if you damage the housing around it and made it hard to just do a flat replacement, that could be as much as 18 months. Back in the back? So creating a vacuum, the good news is this large pressure tank right here has a bladder system in it. And so it is designed to absorb some of the fast pressure changes that our system has. And we think we can ride out what an attacker could do using this particular pump given its power compared to the tank. So we think we're okay in that. So this on and off thing, if I can focus you in on that, the engineers have said 18-month outage, potential meeting the mayor and having to say boil water order, potential EPA involvement. They're really concerned about that. That could be a really, really bad day for our engineers and operators. So the cyber team, of course, has lots of ideas for how they would like to change that. But one engineer raised their hand and said, there's this thing called a time delay relay. And I know it's kind of silly. It looks like a kitchen timer. And when I have a time delay relay, I can only issue commands once per timing window. So let's say we set it for 5 minutes. I can turn the pump on, and 5 minutes later we'll open again for a command, and it will accept the off. And so my adversary who's trying to ram that pump ultimately gets on, and then we get to some hysteresis, and then off again. How much do you think they cost? $20. And we can put them on as part of a regular maintenance in the water booster pump station. So should I do some monitoring on the system through the SOC to make sure that people are not issuing commands at the rapid rate? Yeah, I should do that. And potentially I should drop some commands if it's just looking like there's no way this is what should happen. I should probably talk to an engineer before I set that system up. Anybody with me on that? Yeah, okay. But would a $20 time delay relay that means that even if the adversary blows past my monitoring, my SOC is asleep, they've all gone home for Christmas, the adversary gets in there and says, okay, on and off and on and off and on and off, and my system goes on, off. And then within the 2-hour window, the engineers are there, they take it off the system, and we did do engineering analysis, and even if they did this to all the systems, with a time delay relay, we can keep things going until they take everything offline and can run it manually. So I will admit, this is a kind of a happy movie story. We picked an example that works, but this is an example of how cyber-informed engineering works and how it can work with cybersecurity. And we wanted to at least give you the taste of thinking through that. So thank you for coming to the water booster pump station with me. You all get a raise, double your salary.
Twice as many zeros.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
When you go to owners operators and you're working with them to incorporate cyber-informed engineering, does it cost a lot of money? Does it cost extra? And I ask this because, as you know from our Secure by Design work, right, the question is, how much is this going to cost and who's going to pay for it? And then, of course, our answer is always like, well, let's look at all the costs that everyone is paying, right? Not just the manufacturers, but what are the costs that the customers of software are bearing, right? Both left and right of boom. So I'm just curious, as I am drawing parallels here, the questions that you've received on this and how you're answering them.
So I will say we get that too. We get, this is going to slow us down, this is going to cost money, or it's going to be extra design work that we have to do, or this is one of my favorites, we're past the design phase, we couldn't possibly implement this now. Okay. And what we find as we work with people is that typically if we can get the culture of the team working well, it actually doesn't take them a lot longer to include this in the hazard analysis that they do or the risk planning that we do. Now we are developing some tools that help people who have, on the engineering side, we often think about hazard analysis, and it's typically they have tools that are used for safety. And so we're trying to find some ways to add these consequence-based ideas into their ordinary hazard analysis that allow them, while they're under the hood, while they're thinking about safety and reliability, they can just add this cybersecurity risk in. But we are getting that. What are you finding as you work with asset owners?
So everybody asks that question. Especially, even internally at West Yost, we get that question because we have to competitively bid for projects. And so we're saying, hey, if we're automatically going to do this and it costs more, then we're going to win less. So that's a big concern across the spectrum of our project delivery. What we're finding though is, applying the 80-20 rule, like that first 80% is really pretty inexpensive. It's a little bit of additional engineering review, and that provides a ton of protection, especially in the two principles that Ginger highlighted earlier around consequence-focused design and engineered controls. You do wind up needing to re-engineer some things, but I'm also a big advocate of, using common sense, right? You have to. Like, we're not going to go and redesign systems out of, just applying CIE, unfortunately. But there are lots of good things, and, we've got a little bit of time left today, and we can get into some of those and some of the things we've heard from early CIE adopters. But I would say that the cost compared to the capital cost of implementing these is, less than 1%. I mean, it's small.
Just a short add on that, like when we talk about the water hammer, the way to absorb a water hammer, there's a couple ways to do so. The pressure sensor arrestor concept of an analog pressure sensor that shuts down the pump like a circuit breaker would for electrical surge in the house. It's like $2,000 or $10,000, depending on who you're talking to, for the pressure zone. But what we're also saying is if you have 10 pressure zones, you don't have to do this everywhere. Like, what's the highest consequence failure for downtime? It's the hospital one. So if we bring a level of ruthless prioritization and or downstream stakeholder analysis as to what's the highest cost of failure, it's not every leg of the pumps and the pressure zones. It's just the ones that the town decides it's worth a little bit of insurance on. Then we can maybe prove it's a high value thing, and then it's net new. Every new greenfield power water plant might say that was a worthwhile investment. So we have to maybe pilot this narrowly and then see where we can put it in going forward.
Yeah, and to that point, so I mean, this was probably 8-10 years ago. A utility had decided to kind of do something like this on their own without the terms of CIE or anything. And what they had realized is that some of their most important influent mains were in really poor condition. And so they started to get concerned about overpressure, water hammer, blowing these mains out, causing damage. And I would say that to replace these mains in total was probably at the time a high 8 to low 9 figure type of investment. You get into all kinds of property rights issues when you try and do these things. I mean, it's really a quagmire. And so what they had done in that situation is exactly what Josh was talking about, right? You get these pressure sensors, and they shut the pump down if anything occurs to drive that pressure up. And the important thing is to wire it correctly, right? You don't wire it into the PLC, you wire it directly into the controller for the pump, and right directly into the motor, excuse me. And that provides that input. And that way, a networked adversary cannot access it. I think there was a question over there. Yeah.
Yes. So I know when I've dealt with municipals, they've been small, and they're run by not the town, but a board of commissioners.
Yes.
And so a lot of them drive cost benefit, meaning we're going to lower the cost and it'll be to our benefit because we'll get elected again for another term. And they kick all the projects down the line, regardless of the fact that doing it now, given time value of money, et cetera, does it ever have any benefit to create a worst case scenario in order to drive CIE? Or really, I mean, I guess any change, but in this case, to really change the way they're looking at this.
Do you mind if I talk about Idaho?
Please.
Okay, I've got to leave for the training, so this will be my last part. But before I left, I've got an alternative idea for you. So sometimes we can create a worst case scenario, but let's face it, how many of us have seen a whole lot of FUD, and how much of us are becoming a little bit resistant to FUD? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt does drive action, but sometimes it drives action without reasoning being engaged. So we had a wonderful experience in the state of Idaho. The state environmental organization was doing a call for their yearly grants and loans for municipal water entities or anyone else who wanted to put an update in their water system. And they put 20 points of the scoring of this grant towards that utility having something with cyber-informed engineering as a part of their endeavor. And they're starting to define some rules about what that meant, but each asset owner was encouraged, even if you don't do everything, if you try to employ cyber-informed engineering, we will then be more likely to accept your proposal. I loved what that meant from the state organization as kind of the owner and the responder of worst resort to a municipal water problem. They were putting their money where their mouth was, and they were encouraging asset owners to develop a mature strategy towards engineering cyber resilient solutions. It may not be the only way to do this, but I am so excited about the way that's working, and I hope that it pays out.
Yeah, it's really exceptional. And Idaho Department of Environmental Quality will be putting out some guidance for water systems on applying CIE, which is going to be a really amazing resource. Ginger and I have seen an early draft of it, and it's fantastic. One of the other things that we've done, to your point, is when we do these exercises, we always invite the executives, and we put them in the middle, right? They don't play, but they observe. And when they get the chance to observe and hear the back and forth and see the challenges, it really drives home the challenge that their staff are faced with. You don't do the first exercise that way, right? You let the engineers and the operators kind of build up some knowledge, and so that they can demonstrate to their leadership everything they knew and some of the challenges that they have. But it's a really good way to do it.
Andrew, I'm going to duck out. Thank
All
you
right.
for bringing this home.
Thank you. And I'll be over there soon.
Mind if I grab one? The camera guy. So I've never had the privilege of running security operations in a municipality or critical infrastructure. I'd like to, but I just do business, So, but I have a lot of friends who are operators at independent energy stations, and so I hear from their point of view the operator way of thinking, where if I fail at generating power, I'm not going to worry about what the state's going to do or anything else. It's that I have a contract with someone else that will fine me $1 bajillion if I don't generate this power. And that's their underlying principle of pretty much everything. But from a cyber perspective, they pretty much have no input. So I'm wondering if you see the future of operators having an interface with the Security Operations Center, to where the operators start thinking cyber rather than the IT guys and the operators, two different worlds. Where do you see the intersection?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've been working on is a paper on how early adopters of CIE are picking it up and running with it. And so we've talked a little bit about how you can apply CIE to new infrastructure that's in design, right? Of course, that's where you want to do it, but let's just be honest, we've, untold trillions of dollars of existing infrastructure that we need to modify in a cost-effective and meaningful way. And so what the early adopters told us is that if we're looking at the different CIE principles, there are a couple that you prioritize for existing infrastructure. One of those is going to be planned resilience, right? To some extent, this could be just really great emergency preparedness, and that's certainly part of it. But it's also going to be, hey, under a focused cyber attack, what are we actually going to do? And the other one here is active defense, right? How do you know what's going on in your system? What do you actually do? How do you consume threat intel and make changes? And what we think that those two principles actually give us, and give operators like your friends, is the opportunity to really kind of take CIE and run with it in their own way, building on all the good operations that they're already doing. Now, in the water sector, right, it's relatively rare that there are contractual obligations to the extent to what you described, but what we do have is state regulations, right? And we do care what the state says, because they will authorize, continued operations and that sort of thing. So, if you have existing infrastructure, existing systems and organizations, right, focusing on those, and those can be some of the lower cost type things that an entity can do to adopt CIE. So that's what we say. And if you go to the CIE implementation guide, there's, I think, it's like 1,200 questions, right? And the guide isn't meant to tell you how to go and do CIE, it's to get you thinking about how to do CIE. And if you think about it, so there's 12 principles. I think there's 7 engineering life cycle stages. So you divide 1,200 by 12 by 7, and you wind up with 14 questions on average per principle per life cycle stage. And so it's really a great way to start adopting CIE and picking it up. If you go to the training, and we'll get into that. It's way too much to talk about here. So does that answer your question? Good.
Actually, the parallel between electrical industry and the water industry, both critical infrastructures with different drivers.
Yeah. Okay. So I do want to come back to this. We've got about 20 minutes left. But before I do this, are there any lingering questions or topics that we haven't touched on? Anything you were expecting that we haven't provided yet? Josh.
It's given away a little bit of tomorrow's talk, but Emma and Manish are going to do AI data centers are both a threat and a fix, and a threat and a fix. Power generation requires water. Data centers require water. So when we're looking at how fragile the interdependencies are right now between water no water, no hospital, for example. Most of our strategies we've been discussing aren't factoring in that we're building a hell of a lot of AI data centers with really high capacity needs, and we're not making more water. So since we may not get a chance to ask you that tomorrow morning, in advance of their talk, have you been thinking about how we might better ruggedize or fortify or think through the continuity of operations for water supply for AI data centers, et cetera, et cetera? Like, is that stretching your brain too far, or is that something you can anticipate and prime?
It is something that just starting to think about. In part, my friend and colleague Andy Bachman is very focused on that topic, and he every day sends me stuff to read and watch on it. I can't say that I've worked on it specifically outside of that example from about 8 years ago, where that utility did have a data center run out of water, and they had to take a lot of action to demonstrate to their customer that that was not going to happen again. Right? So when I said earlier that it's rare that we have contractual obligations, when it comes to data centers, I was totally wrong. I misspoke. There are significant contractual obligations in those situations. And you might think also, like, why doesn't the data center just drill a well and suck water out of the ground, right? Well, I was actually doing some work for the city of Carlsbad, California, right? One of just the most beautiful places on the planet. They've tried to drill wells, and I'll say they as private entities and public entities in that area, and there's just isn't groundwater. It's just solid rock. I personally had to drill a well at my house. It was 350 feet deep just to get enough for a single household. I can't imagine how deep that and how wide that well would have to be in order to, provide a data center with a reliable backup water source. So it's expensive. Also, water quality can be a real issue. Please.
And I almost wonder, like, we've seen this before a little bit when Bitcoin was all the boom, and everybody and their mother was like, oh my God, Bitcoin, like, let's string together 10 different video cards, and then all of a sudden there were heating and cooling issues. Like the same type of thing from a draw. And so is there a corollary, I still can't say that word, I keep trying, to really see how that might, in some way, obviously the AI thing is going to be much bigger, but could we use like the Bitcoin mining thing as an anagram?
Yeah, certainly.
Picking a different word.
I'm sure we could, yes. Yeah, so I think that this will become a much greater topic, just as source water stressors continue to pose problems for our industry. Josh, anything you want to add on that? Are we good?
Tomorrow's going to be scary.
Yeah, okay. Well, attend tomorrow. I don't have a great answer for that. And part of the reason is that I think a lot of those Bitcoin mining operations popped up in places where the energy rates were very, very favorable to that sort of thing. And I don't, I do a lot of my work in California, which was not conducive to that.
Not so much a question for you, just I've been listening to the feedback on and off, and had some hallway feedback as well. If you were here for the opening remarks with the couple draft videos we did, there's Ginger brought up FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And one of the things we said last year when we opened this track, but we maybe failed to remind people this year, is this is a very tough set of topics, because just because it's scary doesn't mean it isn't true. So there's equal and opposite sins that we can commit, right? I feel like the more consequential something is, the more forthright we have to be, which means you never exaggerate it and you never coddle people or downplay it. And the problem we had, we've leveraged FUD for so long in the vendor community that we've lost all our credibility. And when you cry wolf all the time, when there are actually wolves at the door, no one's going to believe us. So this is part of our hazard for this particular project. Is several people this morning thought some of the videos were not scary enough, and some of them thought they were way too scary. And we've had Congress people tell us you need to make these scarier. So there probably isn't a single right answer for how scary they are, other than we may have to make a lot of stakeholder-specific videos. So the water hammer video has been very effective with professional engineers who helped us understand that. The hospital video has been very helpful with clinical staff. Neither one of them is very appropriate for our neighbors, right? So one of the open invitations, it wasn't rhetorical. We actually want feedback on how to best strike a balance between truly scary things that also empower realistic action. So we can talk about a really terrifying water hammer if the fix is $2,000 or $10,000, but we have to deliver it as a package deal. And even though this room is mostly technical talent and we like to break things and take them apart and put them back together, we're gonna have to learn some storytelling and persuasive speech, because if we just say, oh, it's fine, you'll be fine, don't worry about it, then we're not gonna get the corrective action we need. And if we sound too scary, we're gonna polarize people or paralyze people. So I'm not saying it's easy, but if you find yourself feeling that this is FUD, tolerate that discomfort just for a day or two here and simmer with it, because it might reveal a new, fresh idea or angle. But I'd love your take maybe on how do we balance saying something scary without it sounding like FUD?
Yeah, so, and to go back to the water sector industry report that I showed, the utilities are already concerned about this. And it's what I've found is that more people are looking for a solution than they are skeptical of the problem, or they've shut down because the problem is too big. I've gone into a lot of places where the engineers or former operators are really, they're the executive leadership. So when you start using terms around engineering and operations, they understand it, right? As Josh would say, it's their love language. And we're just putting cyber on top of that. And so it's been a much more constructive set of conversations than it is if we talk about cybersecurity, right? And I think that that's one of the reasons that CIE is really a big part of the solution to the larger scale national security issues around cybersecurity. Please.
To piggyback on the idea about storytelling and the earlier point on how municipalities operate, as someone who isn't deep in the weeds on various critical infrastructure specific things, because that's just not my day-to-day job, but I am a person who cares about the water that serves my house, and I live in a municipality. To what extent do you see success, or do you wish people would try this more, to just show up at those meetings where the conversations are happening, where the budget discussions are happening?
That's a good question. So how much can a member of the public who's not a trusted entity go and really push for cybersecurity? I mean, so most utilities either have a governing board if they're a special district, or the city council is generally responsible. So I would actually just start by talking to your council person. And I would also, most water, wastewater utilities also understand that they service the public, they're taking the public's money and they're doing good with it. And so they want to engage with you because they want to educate you. I have a utility that because of just making sure that reading standards are relatively low on any of their public facing information, they actually get a lot of phone calls from people who are like, how do you disinfect the water? What is the treatment process? And sometimes they just say, just come to the plant. Let's walk around. And they do wonderful outreach like that. So please engage with your utility. My guess is they're going to enjoy it. They love what they do day in and day out for the most part. And if you're not getting what you want, call your council member. And it may actually be beneficial to them for you to call your council member.
We'll probably say this on Wednesday morning, but part of the reason for these 12 pilots, as aggressively as we can, is part of the output of that is we're gonna try to give scripts to each of you that you can go ask at your town planning meeting, your city council meeting, your council person. So you don't have to write a bespoke one yourself. We'll give you proven questions that can drive the intended outcome.
All right, we have just a few minutes left here. So I did want to just kind of make one point. So we did talk a little bit about Oldsmar earlier. Whatever happened, I've heard a different story than what Bryson shared. Doesn't really matter. One of the things that happens in our sector is that the public perception can be impacted very easily if there's a water issue in Florida. And my parents are in Minnesota. So very specifically, the hack in Oldsmar was reported. CNN picked it up, right? They ran with it. My parents, my elderly parents in Minnesota, called me and said, Andrew, we heard about the hack. Is the water safe to drink? And I said, you live in Minnesota. The water systems are not connected. Yes, you're good. And they're like, okay, thankfully. And frankly, the fact that they were like watching the news and asking those types of questions is really good. But we do struggle with perception in a land of plastic, water bottles and all of those sorts of things that are relatively easy solutions. Municipal water is oftentimes higher quality and just better in general, and certainly less expensive, like much less expensive. So there's that incident, of course, people are aware of. There's also Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, Muleshoe, Texas, Abernathy, Texas. Do those names ring a bell? Yeah, maybe. Okay. So when it comes to the incidents in Texas, there's a wonderful Wired article about it. I don't have the link, but if you just say, water system hack Wired in your favorite search engine, please do that. Really, really excellent. And then if you are curious about the Aliquippa incident, so the cyber Avengers actually, they were targeting Israeli-made PLCs. Aliquippa had one. It was targeted and compromised, and the municipality had to do what they had to do, which meant shut off the automation at that pump station and do things manually. And it was a pain for a while, right, until they were able to get up and going again. But overall, the operations and maintenance people have responded really, really well. So I think that Josh at one point had said, if you want to test out your meme game, go for it. You all have made it this far, so let's go. All right, before I do that, that was a teaser. I wrote a book with my colleague Dan Groves. I wish Ginger was here. She's read the book, and she gave it 2 thumbs up. The reason she gave it 2 thumbs up was because it's very much for the, sort of water utility every person. We wrote a bunch of case studies, really, and some of those I've shared with you today. What we want is that somebody can pick that book up and they can say, oh yeah, I've got one of those. Here's a story about it, right? And it's very accessible. It's not super technical, but we're just trying to get CIE out there in the sector. So it's published through AWWA. Please go ahead and pick one up. All right. So Alice in Wonderland is the theme. So here's a little bit of an overture, maybe a little naive. If everybody minded their own business, the world would go around a great deal faster than it does, right? If we minded our own business, we wouldn't be having these conversations. We'd just be focused on making the best water and wastewater systems we could without necessarily a concern about securing them. Now, this is very naive. I understand that. So what we want to do is redefine expectations. Of course, Sean Bean is a good place to start. We want to get to a place where we don't, design a system without cyber-informed engineering. Right? It should be in everything that we do. And really, the goal of this is one of my favorites, right? To be undisruptible, right? They've got us surrounded, those poor bastards. They spent all of that time and money and effort and energy trying to get into our systems, to try and compromise us, but they can't actually do it, right? Because we used physics and we used good engineering and we used good operations to prevent any of the consequences that they were really seeking. So it just becomes a shoulder shrug, right? That's what we really want. So with that, that's the extent of my meme game. So thank you, and I'm happy to stick around for any questions. Ginger and I will be around, and then I'm curious, is anybody planning to attend the training today or tomorrow? Wonderful. Okay, great. We'll get to do a deep dive. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas's I Am the Cavalry track. This talk is Cyber Incident Command System, a people orchestration layer given by Blake Scott and Scott Frazier. A few announcements before we begin. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Profit and Run Zero. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. Along with that, because these talks are being streamed and recorded, if you have a question, please raise your hand so I can bring the microphone to you. That is going to help your question get captured for posterity. With that, let us get started. Again, welcome Blake and Scott.
All right. So this is the Cyber Incident Command System, a people orchestration layer. My name is Scott Frazier. I've done red teaming, blue teaming, and some incident response. Sometimes I'm the problem, sometimes I'm the solution, and I am from Denver, Colorado.
So my name is Blake Scott. I am a disaster planner for a community in Arizona. We're going to be talking about how I respond to disasters a lot, and so we're really excited to share that. I have 8 years of experience, 14 local emergency declarations, and we're currently responding to the North Rim Grand Canyon fire. So, just as a quick disclaimer, anything that we say does not represent the positions, policies, or procedures of the United States government, the organizations that we work for, or the places that we volunteer for. Today, what we're going to be talking about is we're going to identify the problem for y'all. We're going to talk about, we're going to introduce the solution. We'll talk about an example of the solution at work, and then we'll talk more clearly about the systems and how you can learn more.
So the problem that Blake and I have identified is when we have an incident, the people that we're stuck with are the ones that solve the problem. There's no way to go on vacation. There's no way to take a break. It's difficult to bring on additional staff. Whenever we change jobs, we run into this. There's administrative overhead. You have to learn how this company wants it and what their customers need and how this process works. It's difficult to get involved in a new company or a new process or a new organization quickly. There's not very much standardization. Additionally, this is difficult for staff safety. It's hard for a company to bring in staff if I have to leave. If I'm responding to an incident, if I have to leave, it's hard to bring in someone to replace me. So I just work until it's done. And that's no fun. I don't like that. It's extremely stressful, and my coworkers don't like that. Mistakes get made, and that's not good for the incident. The worst thing we can do as a responder is become part of the problem. We don't like that. There must be a better way.
So there is a better way. We're going to be discussing strategy and operations rather than technical, tactical responses. Examples like the incident response and vulnerability framework still apply, but we're going up a layer. So we're going to be talking about how to protect staff safety. We're going to be talking about reducing and the relearning of new processes.
We're here to drink the Kool-Aid, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to be describing a system that organizes people to respond to disasters, and it's used by incident responders across the entire United States. I use this in day-to-day work, police officers, firefighters, everything like that. And we're going to ask that you drink the Kool-Aid with us.
Well, it sounds like you're actually describing another new standard. I think there's an XKCD about this. There's 14 standards, and we'll make a 15th, and this will be, yeah, that one.
So this is not, yes, there is an XKCD, but this specifically doesn't apply. And the reason is this is not a new standard. This is an existing standard that everyone already uses. We're not building a new standard. We're just simplifying one to make it a little easier for cybersecurity and information technology professionals to understand.
Tropical, I got cherry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Great.
No alcohol.
Yeah.
That's a reminder you asked for this.
We did.
You weren't supposed to pay attention.
I want to hear slurping throughout the talk.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
great.
Thank you. So the National Incident Management System is what we're going to be talking about today. There are three major components to this system. So it is a people orchestration layer. It really addresses staff safety, and it addresses transferable operations. That's a key component of the National Incident Management System. So as you can see on screen, we have topics about resource management, command and control, and communications and information management. We're not talking about any of that today, except for the command and control, specifically the incident command system. So we're going to break this down in a really simple way so that you can engage with this. If you're interested in those other components, you can go to the documentation and find out more. The National Incident Management System has 14 different characteristics. We're only talking about 2 today. So we're only going to be talking about manageable span of control and modular organization. If you're interested in the rest, you can go find that in the documentation. So for the Cyber Incident Command System, the simplification of the National Incident Management System, we're doing a lighter version of the National Incident Management System, specifically focusing on that command and control, and we're also adding a few new roles. The key highlighted role is the mental health officer. So this addresses safety of staff during a cyber incident. So that way staff can make sure that they're getting breaks and that they're addressing their needs and that they can actually go to sleep. So let's talk about modular organizational structure. This is a simplified command and control structure for cyber incidents. We start with the incident commander here at the top. So the incident commander is responsible for the entire incident, making sure that that incident goes away. They're solving the problem, and they are supervising staff members that are assigned to specific roles. So the incident commander is responsible for making sure that the problem goes away. The public information officer addresses any media questions or communications with the public. That mental health officer addresses mental and behavioral health concerns with the staff. A legal officer would bring legal into the problem solving so they're not an obstruction to what we're trying to do. Operations is where most of cybersecurity operations exist. This is where most cyber incident responders understand the incident response to be. So operations just makes the problem go. It's hands-on keyboards. The planning section is focused on what are we doing after today? What's tomorrow look like? When you finish what you're doing today, what are you doing tomorrow so that we can order it so that it arrives on tomorrow with the logistics section. Logistics section is like Amazon. They bring all of the stuff to operations, so operations section doesn't have to focus on buying stuff or acquiring gear or activating contracts or anything like that. Logistics does that for you. Finance and administration does all the time coding and provides you the burn rate to your leadership so that you understand how much this incident is costing you. For manageable span of control, this is that second characteristic. It goes 3 to 7 with the best being 5. So we really don't suggest that you go beyond this, and this is that supervisor to worker ratio. This is the best way to establish and understand how your team members are feeling through an incident. So only supervise 5 people. If you need more, add more supervising staff so that way you can make sure that you're managing your span of control.
So a quick story to demonstrate how the Cyber Incident Command System and the National Incident Management System at large would be used in a hospital event. So if in our example, a hospital is working normally, patients are showing up, vampires are drawing blood, insurance is overcharging for medically necessary care, everything looks great, there are no flaws. But help desk is beginning to get additional requests for problems. The network is down, and there's something about a message about ransomware. We don't know what the problem is, but there is an issue, and it is beginning to affect the IT systems. Help desk decides that they want to declare an incident. This is what a simple incident response team under Cyber Incident Command would look like. You have a help desk manager on the top, assuming all roles not pictured. So there's surprise a lawyer, marketing, and mental health officer. But underneath them doing the work is the operations section chief, the IT help desk team lead in this case. They're working with 3 staff members underneath them to get the problem to go away. What is the issue? Is it ransomware? Is the network down? Is it something else? Did a lot of people just spill water on their computers at once? It could be a lot of different things. They're looking at the problem and making it go away.
So in the logistics section, we have someone with a corporate credit card probably. This is a person that's really focused on getting staff, stuff, space, and services to the operations section so that they don't have to deal with that. We also identify an identity and access management to provision any of those credentials needed to get into the systems. That's under logistics, not in operations.
So unfortunately, and to everyone's shock and surprise, Help Desk could not solve the ransomware and they needed to call in additional services. In this example, when the command stack expands, the IT director becomes the new incident commander. They're able to report up to senior leadership. They have a better view of what's happening across the org. There's now a new public information officer that can reach out and speak to the public, or grandma when she calls up and says, I heard a terrible thing is happening. They can talk to her. Legal is now involved. They can make sure regulations and compliance are adhered to, as you would expect. And the mental health officer is there, and they can declare a stop to work to keep staff safe. The last thing we want is for IT or any of the other branches to join the emergency as part of the problem. That is worse than doing nothing. So, underneath that, operations section has expanded again. There's now 4 teams with a single leader. This is within the span of control. The minimum is 3, maximum 7. The best is 5. In this case, we have the operations section with the help desk and an internal IT security team, a server team, a network team. You may also include storage or someone else, but it's all internal and they report up to the operations section chief.
What we also added on this slide is the planning section. So in a hospital, all hospitals across the country require someone to wear the hat of an emergency manager. These staff members are highly specialized and trained in this particular system. And so they join the incident command team so that we can plan on, after you solve that specific problem, what are you going to do next? And so they're always looking to the future, helping operations by saying, what do you need next? What's going to happen tomorrow? Okay, what resources can we bring to bear so that you're supported tomorrow? And then we also brought in our finance and administration section that's doing any time codes, they're activating any contracts, they're doing procurement rules that are required, because this may be reimbursable. And so there are a lot of different ways that you might be able to actually reimburse this entire process through governmental grants and other things like that. So who's missing from this organization chart? This is the participation part of this. Who is missing from this organization chart? We're at a hospital.
Chief Medical Officer.
Nurses?
Medical, yeah.
We heard nurses. So this is what that organizational structure looks like with the medical team attached to it. So all we did is we just expanded operations to include the medical teams. So you got your ER, you got your OR, you have your oncology and radiology teams, and they're working under medical operations. Your IT operations is still there, but we added the medical operations so that they can work together. We also threw a few little sci-fi stuff that might not yet exist in the IT part.
So the IT operations continues to exist and function. Nothing's actually changed from our previous slide. IT is continuing to do their work, whether that's with Crash Cart and the National Guard or an external contractor. They're still functioning. But the medical staff, what they do right now at the hospital down the street is they go on downtime procedures. They're already doing this. We need to plug into the system that they are already exercising and using, which is the rest of the organizational chart. One thing we have not discussed yet is tactics. How do you solve the problem? We have not once discussed a keyboard, command prompt, or operating system to deal with the issue. In this case, we're going to use the cybersecurity and infrastructure security vulnerability and response playbook. You may be using Agile, Scrum, NIST, Lockheed Martin kill chain, whatever works for your organization. That's the tactics to solve the problem. But where do the tactics live in the overall organizational chart? And they live underneath the IT operations section. We plug in right underneath IT operations. Nurses continue to do their work, maybe on downtime procedures, maybe they're on paper. They're doing their work. IT is doing our work and making the problem go away. So your tactics that you already use at your organization plug into this with no changes. The critical detail here is now all of the rest of the kids can play with us and we can play with them. When we have this operational structure, we can begin to plug and play Lego pieces from different organizations, maybe different hospitals or power plants or water plants, whatever your organization is. They can come and play with you and with your coworkers.
So let's review. This is not a new standard. We're just adopting the National Incident Management System and making it a little easier for cybersecurity and information technology professionals to understand. Your standard probably stinks. I have not yet seen an incident response playbook that works well with the people orchestration. Everyone already uses it. You're the weird one. I use it every day. Every other critical infrastructure partner uses this. All the local governments are required by law to use this system. So we ask that you join us in this system. Talking about that modular organizational structure again, right? We have the incident commander that's responsible for all of the functions and making sure that the problem goes away. But they don't need to be hands-on keyboards. They can have an entire operations section that's hands-on keyboards making the problem go away. They oversee the team. So they oversee public information, mental health officer, the legal officer. Again, that planning section chief is looking into what's happening tomorrow. We have the liaison officer that's acquiring resources, stuff, staff, space, and services for operations, and the finance and administration team that's helping code and cost and activating any contracts that they need to do. Manageable span of control again. Remember, 3 to 7, best is 5. That's the best way so that you can work with your team members during a crisis event. This system gets super complicated. We only scratched the surface. All of these roles on screen have specific roles and responsibilities as well as task lists. This stuff can get really complicated fast if your incident is really large. This is how we put airplanes in the air to fight the LA wildfires. You have this kind of structure with tons of operational staff.
So earlier this year, Blake and I had the opportunity to go present a tabletop to Blake's professional version of BSides. It's called the National Association of City and County Health Officials, and it's about 3,000 professionals that all work in disaster preparedness and disaster planning. They got together in San Antonio, and several of them decided to join us as victims for our tabletop exercise. Our tabletop exercise was a complex coordinated disaster of a heat bloom in your area, as well as a cyber attack against the hospital's air conditioning system and the Emergency Operations Center's air conditioning system. And we asked our participants to tell us what they would do to solve this problem. How would you gather resources? Who would you use where and when? 77 folks joined us in this room at all these different tables. Like BSides, some of you know each other, some of you don't know anybody else in this room. And just like that, they all agreed without speaking, without even taking a vote, with no discussion of any type, to use National Incident Management System to solve this problem. It blew my socks off. I was like, isn't somebody gonna argue with us? Like, where's the discussion? Come on, guys. And there's no, National Incident Management System is the way. There are no other choices. This is it. These people from Maine, New York, LA, all of them agreed. It was amazing. What that allowed them to do was pull resources from nearby communities that were unaffected by our fake disaster and place them into their community and resolve the issue without having to do a tremendous amount of, okay, well, actually here we call it people stuffs instead of HR. No one, stop that. Just solve the problem. So it was amazing. I was absolutely blown away. The highlight of the Cyber Incident Command System, and the part that Blake and I think is so important, is its simplified language to use the National Incident Management System. They're already using it. Whether or not we join them, they will be using this. They're using it in hospitals and power plants and water treatment facilities and hospitals all over the place. Additionally, introducing a mental health officer. Our staff safety is marginal at best. It's mostly lock yourself in a conference room, we'll slide pizzas under the door, don't get scurvy, see you in 2 months when the ransomware is solved, have a great day. And that's terrible. I'm tired, I don't need that in my life. So how do we rotate staff out? Let's track that. Mental health officer is our way to do that. Legal is involved whether we like them or not, so we'll put them in the command stack and they can do their best work to make sure that we're being safe for the organization, the policy, compliance, and procedures are adhered to. Additionally, span of control. A single supervisor with 20 employees for an incident is not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the supervisor, it's not sustainable for staff. It's nearly impossible to express individual daily goals to 20 people with enough detail to get it done.
So I've taken hundreds of classes on this, but you don't need to. But if you'd like to start, here's two. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has provided free independent study at your pace education that's free and available online right now. This system is extraordinarily deep, but you don't need all of that. You can actually take what we just described right now and use it. So take command of people, use the framework that we've provided, define your roles and responsibilities, that's a key element, and then go fix the problem. Like, this system is meant to be out of your way and usable. So we really need your help designing the Cyber Incident Command System. It's not a fully fleshed out documentation yet, so we need your experience, and we really want you to help us design this in a way that cybersecurity and information technology professionals understand. I can spin a tale of all kinds of nonsense inside of the National Incident Management System, but if you can't use it, that's not helpful. We also have our GitHub link, so if you'd like to see our slides, that's on screen here. We are asking that you join us, so if you're willing, our contact information is here. We would really like to thank the Unsplashed community for providing copyleft photographs that was made by human hands. XKCD provided us a comic that you saw on screen, and the United States government provided some images. No AI was harmed in the making of this presentation. All the pictures were made by humans.
All right, great. Thank you. Yeah. So if we have any questions.
Please.
Microphone.
So I love this. I come from an intersection of IT and healthcare background. I was working at academic medical center when we got hit with ransomware, and was also part of the incident response, general incident response team. However, they are very sold on an all hazards approach, and by that, unfortunately, where they struggled was they did not want what they viewed as special. And they had the same thing for nuclear, they had the same thing for public health, and they had the same thing for some other types of incidents where they were just very sold that we not do planning that was situation specific, other than within the team. But then the place that falls down is where you get into logistics and things like that that sit outside just IT is doing the thing. So do you have experience working with that, selling points, anything like that? I'd be thrilled.
I want to understand the situation. So you're talking about they were unwilling to allow you to define an IT operations section, or?
Sort of. It's more they didn't want to do like tabletop exercises and things that were very situationally specific to what they viewed as particular hazards. They wanted to do everything as an all hazards response.
Are you still in healthcare?
Not there.
Okay. So
is that related?
So we've done, we've been doing Dr. Evil's Revenge Cyber Sizzle as a heat dome and a tabletop exercise that's in the can, ready to go. All hazards is sometimes difficult, but if you have if you have the materials ready to go, it's a lot easier to run it.
So that's what I was wondering, if it
Come
was
see us after.
packaged, because
Yeah,
that would
it's
be
packaged,
great.
ready to go. We'll put it to
That's
the
phenomenal.
GitHub.
It will be on
soon.
GitHub.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Hi, so I have zero experience in incident response because I just graduated from high school. But
Congratulations.
so
Yes.
yeah, so me and my friends in JRTC, we had a lot of learnings about military command structure and a lot of problems that come with like manpower shortages. So what happens when you have an incident and you have this whole chain of command on paper, but you don't have the manpower to fill like each role individually, and people have to start sharing and taking on multiple roles. What happens then?
So you gotta keep asking. That's the only way to be safe, is to define these. So when we fight wildfires, we're sending 200 people team just in operations. There's a 47-person team showing up to manage the incident. You just gotta keep asking, and if they are unwilling to assign resources, then you say, we have to go slower. There's no way for us to do this. So manpower resources is always really hard, but also don't go so deep inside of the structure. If you can only staff the top stack, just staff the top stack.
I've been lucky enough to hear you planning and talking about different things. I think there's a couple of failure modes. If we expect to have Volt Typhoon type disruptions in the next 18 and 24 months, maybe an extra year, you've talked about a couple failure modes where we come in wanting to help, but we're not speaking your language. So what happens? That failure mode, conversely, you need some sort of help, or you couldn't anticipate a specific trigger for this, and we're not using the right love language. Like, how do we not miss? One more orthogonal point. What stunned me from the most in your prep was, like, in every other hazard, including firefighting wildfires, there's a maximum shift duration.
Yes.
Whereas in cybersecurity, we just work around the clock until we make unforced errors. So, but back to the failure mode, like, my fear is we're going to have everybody motivated and willing and able to help left a boom and right a boom. And we're going to come meet you and you're going to say, like, go away. So, like, how do we avoid that failure mode?
Yeah, so to avoid us turning you away, you gotta get credentialed. And the fastest way to do that is to get training. We have in-person free training in your community across the entire country, managed by an emergency manager at either your city or your county. So that's like basically required across the entire country. If you're speaking this language, we understand it. The interesting issue that you're talking about is volunteers coming from the outside and entering into these systems. This system will accomplish that. It's just you gotta come in speaking this language, or else we're just gonna kick you out of the room.
So there is a nickname for this. This guy is named Ricky Rescue. He self-deploys, shows up at a fire with a bucket of water and goes, I'm here to fight a forest fire. Do not be that guy. So get credentialed. Show up when you're called. That is the way to get involved. Don't self-deploy. The self-deploying is not good.
But I think you're getting at a really important point, is that community members are going to likely have to help their own community, but we're going to be using this. Like, this is set up at the Emergency Operations Center, command and control, and establishing and reestablishing community lifelines and stuff like that. So this is your ticket to ride.
Real quick, I agree that you mentioned that the mental health officer is new. At the corporate level, that is definitely the case, especially with incident response. Like, how do you recommend we go about bringing that conversation, and who should be choosing, selecting? How is that done? Because I can't see IT or InfoSec being the group that says, we found the mental health specialist officer in this role. Is that an HR function, a legal function? How do we approach that conversation?
I could easily see corporate wanting to assign their EAP programs, that what do they call them? Employee assistance programs?
Yes,
Yeah. I could easily see them wanting to do that. Don't let them. Do not let them do that, because that's not effective. It only needs to be a small role. Someone trained in psychological first aid so that they can identify a problem that's going on inside of their staff. Like, we're not asking for a whole heck of a lot here. A fast way would be to review the Interagency Business Manual. This is from the Wildfire Coordinating Group for that work-rest cycles, and maintain those. Like, set those in your contract. So this says, 2 hours of work to every 1 hour of rest. You can only work for 14 days straight, and then you have to have breaks. Go into that. It goes super deep into detail of how long you can be deployed and stuff like that. Again, it's huge, but I would start there, establish a work-rest ratio so that you can at least say, no, we're not allowing this person to work 20 hours. That's insane. They're going to make mistakes and they're going to kill people in accident. Yeah. Does that stand up to a commercial management structure?
We agreed to that before, but we want this fixed. You're not going to bump it.
So, I mean, worker power, like solidarity.
So I think the other thing that's going to be interesting is legal getting involved and saying, okay, we know that staff cannot work this long without causing harm. We are no longer willing to accept that risk. We must hire outside contractors. We must bring in outside persons, or the incident pauses. We're just going to be ransomware for the next 2 weeks while everybody takes a break and goes outside and touches some grass. But legal may be the way to do that, where they say, okay, you must stop because we'll be sued for harm.
It stands up in airplanes.
Yeah, but an airplane, you've got 8 unit risk of death. Sitting
You've got FAA.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with you. Like, and that's why we're asking to help start this. Has it been? I don't know. I don't work in corporate. I'm sorry.
Lucky.
I know.
Legal liability. That's
Yeah, I think legal.
by legal liability.
I think legal. Go ahead.
So first, I want to compliment Scott for being on brand. Same shirt in the slide that you're wearing today. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
You either have a lot of them or it's your favorite shirt. So I will caveat this by saying that I have taught ICS for 19 years. I am old. And I've used it across a variety of places. I think the challenge with this specific example in healthcare is they use HICS.
Yeah.
And they are their own special world and they're required to. And getting that to integrate, like there's gonna have to be some shuffling of the cards probably. But to the mental health question, there's an organization called Green Cross Crisis Traumatology. They're a volunteer organization, and you can guess from the name what they do. And they are in many communities across the country. It gets a little weird for them to volunteer for a corporation, but they could probably work something out. And to the staffing question, when we're saying ask for more, ask with your credit card and your purchase orders, because that is how you get past that. We're going to work 20 hours. You can't do it. I have sent people home. I have been sent home because you cannot be effective when you cannot keep your eyes open anymore. So anyway, I love this. I think this is a fantastic thing, and I will happily help you with it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
We got 2 more minutes. Yeah, we have more minute. We have more time for discussion and questions.
Hello. I think looking at the incident command structure here is that there's a pre-assumption of, and you may have answered this question previously in a different form, but it seems to be that there's a preponderance of human just bodies and ability to fill those slots. And I think one of the sort of hurdles that integrating this into cybersecurity is going to be just the amount of people to fill that. Even in the most basic command structure you have here, you need minimum 5-ish people. Like you can combine maybe like the legal and the mental, but like essentially you need 4 plus incident commander plus legal, right? And so, most of the cybersecurity, I guess, industry, like you're running about that many people in moderate sized companies, which is hard. And I think that is going to be a difficult problem. What do you guys think about that, of the sheer, like you just need these specific people in these specific roles? How does that play out in your planning with that?
These roles don't have to be cyber professionals. So planning section chief, logistics, finance and administration, this top stack don't need to actually be cyber professionals. They could come from anywhere inside of the organization. So yeah, if you wanted to get a smaller frame of this, like we can shrink it down. You add modules where you need them. You don't need to have the whole thing. If you don't need finance and administration, which most organizations don't, In an incident, you just need a cost code set by some person in accounting, and you pass it out to all of staff. That's it. That's literally their entire thing. You're done. Like, as long as everyone's spending on a single corporate credit card and all the transactions are tracked, it's easy. You do not need sometimes to add these larger components. You only add them if you need them.
And I think additionally, when we use this standardized framework, it'd be much easier to say, hey, we're a large healthcare system. We have staff that's in maybe 10 different hospitals. Let's transfer them into this one, and we can get across the staffing line to deal with less than enough staff, because now it's this framework you can plug into, or bring in an outside firm, one of the IR firms, Kroll or Google or whoever, and they can go, okay, we know what you're using. We can plug into that and be much more effective than, yes, incident framework of the day, hooray, and then nobody else can use this. So I think standardization will be the long-term way to get there, and then using only IT inside the operations section.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
The questioner asked a really good question, and I'm interested in your thoughts. I have a hypothesis.
Sure.
And my hypothesis is running a no-kidding exercise within that organization can illuminate to senior management, oh, you know what? We have got to get a human from legal to keep us from breaking more laws. We have got to get a PIO, a public information officer, somebody from comms to help us with our reputational management. We have got to get person A, B, and C. And I know not every organization is a 10,000 person organization. Like, I get that. But most organizations have corporate counsel because they don't like being sued. Most organizations have some flavor of communications expert who's ready and able to do what needs to be done. Most organizations have a controller, a treasurer, a CFO. So most companies have most of this, and it's getting the right people plugged in at the right point but to show that. So question, can this be demonstrated with an exercise with the company, do you think?
Yes.
In general.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Showing up with a complex coordinated disaster. It's a heat dome, which you cannot change. There's no way to make that go away faster. And a cyber event, which you can change. Here are two things we can combine together to bring the right staff to the command structure at the right time to get the issue resolved.
So yeah, the tabletop exercises, they're a little stranger. I think that my idea of a tabletop and cybersecurity and information technologies idea of a tabletop are very different. I've walked into a few of them like, this is not what I was expecting. So we more or less focus on command structure. So where are we going to put the people? Not what tactically is happening inside of the keyboard or what the vulnerability is that we're attacking. We're more interested in these structures. Who can we put in this role? Where are we going to put them? And then we really, especially with the cyber incident command system, we're really concerned about that staff safety, that work ratios. I recognize that's a hard thing. I want to talk to you. Let's talk about it and see where we can sell that. But if you're working for 20 hours straight, you're going to make mistakes. I've worked for 12 and I start making mistakes. I don't know how anyone can work longer than 12 hours. So.
All right, I think that is all that we have time. Maybe
we'll
one more?
be around. Please feel free to. Oh, sorry. Nope. Okay. We'll be around. Please talk to us after. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for attending this talk.
Thank you all.
Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's I'm the Cavalry track. This talk is Cascading Failure, Unified Defense, Defending Water, Power, Healthcare, and EMS, given by Alexander Venino and Ruslan Karamov. A few announcements before we begin. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Formal and DropZone AI. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. Along with that, if you have a question, there will be an audience microphone. It is this microphone that I am holding, so that the people on the recording and the live stream can hear you. So if you have a question, raise your hand. I will bring the microphone to you. With that, let us get started. Please welcome Alexander and Ruslan.
Hi everyone, thank you guys for joining us here today. So today we're going to talk about the evolution of different threat actors and threats facing our communities, specifically around public safety, healthcare, and emergency services. This isn't a talk just about cybersecurity, but it's more of a direct link between cyber attacks and our ability to preserve public safety and human life.
So just a quick note before we begin. We're speaking today in our personal capacity. So the perspectives here are that we're sharing today are entirely our own, and they don't necessarily represent the views of our employers, volunteer organizations, government entities, and all that good stuff. So with all of that out of the way now, let's exercise our imaginations real quick. I want you all to step out of this room with me for a minute. Just forget you're at a conference. You're at home. It's a sunny Monday afternoon. You feel this pressure in your chest, tightness, and you're struggling to breathe a little bit. You know this isn't right, so you call 911. You're the patient, and I'm about to tell your story. So the EMTs arrive. They're professional, calm. They get you onto the stretcher, get you loaded up into the ambulance. Let's say I'm one of the EMTs. I'll take vitals, talk to you about your symptoms, medical history. I'll explain that you're most likely having some type of cardiac event, maybe a heart attack. And because of the urgency of this situation, we're going to want to get you moving to the closest hospital possible. And that closest hospital is County General. Is that all right with you? You're going to say yes because you're in really bad condition. And yeah, you need to get moving to a hospital. So the doors close. You feel this wave of relief come over you. Help is here. You're going to be okay. So the sirens are wailing. The ambulance is moving. That tightness in your chest, it starts to get a little worse. It's actually starting to hurt now. I'm going to lean in. I'm going to give you some aspirin just to help with that chest pain. At the same time, I'm going to go and ask my driver, hey, what's the ETA on ALS? ALS stands for Advanced Life Support. Think of it like bringing the ER to the ambulance. We call them for really, really critical patients. At this point, I'm getting a little worried because as I'm reassessing your vitals, I'm noticing that your blood pressure is starting to drop. I'm a little worried now just because it's a really good indicator that you're going into shock. You're also starting to sweat profusely, even with the AC on in the back of the ambulance. You could hear chatter coming from the radio. I radio in, ask for ALS. ALS is delayed. What do you mean they're delayed? They were supposed to be intercepting us. Well, they can't intercept you. There's flooding, massive amounts of flooding, and you're going to be on your own. Well, now things have just gotten a little more urgent. It's been about 10 minutes since you got into the ambulance. You realize you're still moving. This feels too long, way too long. The hospital's only about 10 minutes away. And you hear more chatter coming from the radio. EMS 1, you're being diverted. Reroute to University Hospital. What? That can't be right. That's 45 minutes away. Yeah, I'm going to radio back. Central, this patient is critical. I need a closer hospital. EMS 1, I'm going to call you. I get a call on my phone. The dispatcher goes and explains, hey, listen, the water utility just experienced a massive cyber attack. They're causing complete havoc on the systems. It's causing the reservoirs to overflow, and there's just massive amounts of flooding everywhere. Let's see. For the hospitals, the effect, it's pretty much immediate. It's not just about faucets running dry. At County General, they lost all water pressure. And that cardiac cath lab that you need, well, it's effectively closed because they can't sterilize any of their equipment. For sterilizing equipment, you usually use a mix of water and bleach. And the really interesting thing about that is water and bleach, as soon as you mix them, starts to break down immediately. After 24 hours, it loses all disinfecting properties. So what does that mean? You're going to need water every 24 hours to go and remake your disinfecting solution. The next closest hospital, their HVAC system uses a water-based cooling tower. So without water, that hospital turns into a complete sauna. Hold on one second.
The button, two buttons from the left.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Good, good. Okay. Technical difficulties averted.
It's that ransomware that affected the hospital.
It could be. It could be.
Those are speaker notes.
Good?
Yeah, I think that's like a different one.
You good? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Speaker
guys.
notes. We're good. We need notes though.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So the next hospital turns into a complete sauna without water. And for a patient that is having difficulties breathing, that's a really bad environment. Those hospitals, they really aren't hospitals anymore. They're really just buildings with people that need to be evacuated now. Okay, that's great. And you're still in the back of this ambulance. And the next nearest hospital is 45 minutes away in good traffic. In medical cases like this, we refer to something called the golden hour. It's this critical window of time that getting treatment is most effective. And the longer you wait in that hour and outside that hour, chances of mortality or serious injury, they go up exponentially. And the clock on the wall, you notice that it says that it's been about 25 minutes since you called 911. And we're still moving, we're still driving. That relief that you felt when you originally closed the doors, that's gone now. It's replaced pretty much just by one terrifying question. Will I make it in time? So you're all experiencing now the direct impact of a critical infrastructure attack. It's not just a headline to you. It's the delay between definitive life-saving care you need and the care that you can currently get. So
Sorry, guys.
just leave it. I think it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay. You know, as we speak, threat actors, they're targeting vulnerabilities in our critical infrastructure. And as we've seen from real-world events, they sometimes succeed. Our infrastructure is a chain, and it's only measured by its weakest link. For years, the public sector worried about ransomware and compliance, and you know, that area is really quickly shifting. The new front line is defending against these very patient state-sponsored APTs who are playing at a much, much longer game. So can we get a show of hands? How many in the room are first responders, healthcare worker, or work in a public utility?
Nobody?
No one? Okay. Okay.
All right.
Well, this threat is active, and it's not theoretical. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to do this. It's not
Yeah,
working.
let's.
That works.
Wait, I'm back. Is it? Okay.
Is it? Yeah, it is.
Like this. Change.
Which one?
We're doing that. Mirror. I guess slide back on.
No, that's not the one.
Yeah. So sorry, guys.
That's better than.
Here.
All right.
No, just move it to the
Yeah. I'll just do
right
that.
side.
Yeah.
No, I mean move it to the right screen.
Oh, wait, my bad. That's only doing nothing.
That one.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Here we go.
Sorry for the people. All right. So for
Next
your
one.
oh, are we good?
Yep.
All right. Next. Oh, perfect.
Oh, it works out.
Oh, but it's not mirroring.
Yep.
It's not mirroring. All right.
It's
So
still not.
Yeah, it's still not doing it. Sorry, guys. All right.
Do you have another window open here that you're?
As an intro, my name is Ruslan Karamov. I'm currently working as a security engineer, focused on governance, compliance, and just building secure, resilient systems within public safety space. I have experience working in public safety and critical infrastructure as it relates to one co-location services, incident response, and so on and forth. Alex?
And I'm Alex Venino. My perspective comes from working in both of the worlds that we're talking about today. As a security engineer, my job is to architect defenses for things like sensitive patient data systems. As a first responder, I'm the end user who actually depends on those systems working perfectly at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night with a patient in the back of an ambulance. I've seen how technical failures can lead to real-world human consequences. Now for another show of hands. How many of you identify as cybersecurity professionals? Okay, I think we're in the right. I think we're in the right place
Yeah,
now.
we are. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Good. Good.
Still not mirroring, no? Do you want to do it?
Why is this doing this?
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's still not.
Sorry, guys.
Read your slides. I'm going to get my laptop, and we're going to switch over to my
All right.
laptop.
Thank you. Very primarily sponsored by the PLA, People's Liberation Army, coming from China. These guys have been attacking our infrastructure for a number of years. According to our research, the mean dwell time has been 5 years within our systems. This can include emergency services, healthcare, public safety, energy, water, etc. We've seen this sophisticated threat actor specifically target our emergency services sector, and this is what my presentation is going to be focused on, my part of it at least. These guys are primarily, their intention is to disrupt the systems and also conduct espionage. So within that respect, the mean dwell time for their beacons is around 3 to 72 hours. So again, highly persistent, but also very covert and tactical. CT rotation cycles are around 14 days. So these guys are able to quickly switch out the beacons in case there's a detection or alert that comes up. Their specific disruption is focused on comms, emergency services, energy, and water. We've seen, again, within my experience, we've seen these guys focus on primarily ICS, SCADA infrastructure. Please worry.
Do you have another adapter? Perfect.
Please worry. Sorry, guys.
Do you mind?
I say USB-C. Not these. It's not going to be this one. This is it.
Sorry, guys. Many technical difficulties today.
Yeah.
Nearly there. Perfect. Nearly there. Okay, perfect. Just
Okay.
go back, yeah. Go back
Hmm?
there. Just now.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
And now just go back to slides.
Which slide?
Just two more back. Just one more. Go back. Go back. One more.
Use the mouse.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right. So using the mouse. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we've seen this persistence among U.S. electrical grids more recently. We've seen them as late as 2024. And again, mean dwell time has been 5 years. So these guys are very covert, and they've been in those systems for a long time. Again, CT rotation is 14-day life cycle. So again, these guys can switch out beacons very quickly. We've seen them use COBOL strike. We've seen them use custom frameworks. And again, within our sort of beacon intervals, these guys have been there in 3 hours to 72 hours. So again, very persistent and continuous. All right, so how these guys stay hidden? They're primarily using their own tools. They're building their own tools, but they're also using, they're living off the land. So they're compromising known edge devices. Primarily the ones that I've seen are Fortinet, Ivanti, Cisco, Palo Alto. A lot of FortiGates have been compromised. And living off the land is another analogy for a burglar breaking into your own house using a tool in your shed or outside your house. Essentially, it's like you leaving a key under your rug, and the burglar's like, oh, there it is. Let me just walk right in. Except these guys are doing it at a high scale, and they're able to do it very successfully. They're able to target 0 days, and they're able to target edge devices, which tend to be patched. And again, they're able to do this at scale, and they have unlimited funding to do this persistently. Now, the ones that we've seen, I guess more recently, have been using DNS over HTTPS. This is to kind of mask their traffic as legitimate service providers. They're using ICMP type 8 for data exfiltration, using payloads that are masked as legitimate traffic again. HTTP2 multiplexing for CDN endpoints. And again, this can be through Cloudflare, this can be through Akamai, et cetera, et cetera. And again, these guys are using legitimate services as a way to kind of beacon their traffic and exfiltrate data sets to conduct espionage and also disruption. All right, so Stealth Typhoon is not just, it is just one part of this equation. We also have Volt Typhoon, which is People's Republic of China. Again, Stealth Typhoon is just one strategic action. Keep going. Russian APTs, obviously conducting political influence, destabilization, and then disruption. Keep going. Then we have Iranian-backed APTs. Within my professional career, I've seen all of these guys. More recently, again, Stealth Typhoon has done more espionage. So if they get into an AMS system or now one dispatch system, they're able to then use it as a staging ground and get into other systems and conduct espionage, but also pull data sets from federal data sets. This can be data from FBI, CJIS data sets, background checks, etc. It really is the first threat actor that we've seen maneuver so successfully across the network once they first establish a foothold. And then finally, we have North Korean APTs. These guys are primarily targeting financial gain, but also disruption and for critical infrastructure. So within the Iranians, North Koreans, these guys again they're more interested about retaliatory disruption. Russians, Stealth Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, they're more interested in espionage and conducting reconnaissance to persist within the environment.
Use this now. It works.
All right. The vulnerability?
Yep. Click and yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. So why are we here? Whatever our critical infrastructure, water utilities are, why are they a ripe target? Why not go after, financial services? Why go after something as, kind of a lack of interest, such as like legacy OT systems, IT, OT conversions? These are not necessarily valuable systems. Why would they go after them? The interesting part here is that it is really intended to be a staging ground for broader attacks. If you disrupt emergency services in, let's say, like St. Paul, Minneapolis, which National Guard was just deployed to there to respond to the incident, you're effectively destabilizing people's lives, and you're also destabilizing their inherently causing political influence, where this can be brought up as a potential vector where elections can be destabilized, but also more importantly, funding can be reverted to other things. We've seen them target more vulnerable OT devices, and at a show of hands, has anybody here worked to or attempted to patch a legacy system that was retired 10 years ago? Anybody here? All right, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So it is a game of cat and mouse, and realistically, the only way to patch them is decommission them and upgrade them. But working in the public safety space, that is just not scalable, and we don't have the resources or the capital to do that. All right, so simulating attack scenario. The initial attack is the Volt Typhoon exploits an unpatched firewall, installs a backdoor. This could be a Fortinet, or and they're mapping the network. They're trying to find the gaps or any open ports, vulnerabilities, and then from there they're sending out false commands to. It could be pumps, it could be emergency services, it could be false alley payloads, which are automatic location indexes. They're causing the backup generators to time out, causes darkness. Secondary attack, they're uploading malicious code to the controllers, SCADA systems, for example, and they're overriding the systems, therefore causing the valves to close, open, flooding begins. This can be disrupting public health, obviously hospitals. And then finally, multifaceted crises. These can be simulated power, water, communication failures, flooding from valve manipulation. And on the right side here, we have an emergency services dispatch center, which was impacted by actually Volt Typhoon. And in this case, all of their geocoding was down, their radios were down, and they were using the classic duckies on a map to figure out where the ambulance is, where the police department is, where the police officer is, where the fire is. And again, good old, we're back to 1800s. Here we are, a system that's working for them for now. And obviously it's not scalable, but they were doing, for context, they were doing this for 2 months. And that's because everything was down, DC, everything was compromised, and they didn't have the capital to bring in the forces to fix the disruption. So let's move on. Healthcare impact. SCADA systems can be manipulated, they can be tampered with, and they can cause backup generators to go into an overdrive. It can be overheating. It can be disrupting ventilators, God forbid. It can be disrupting insulin pumps, etc., and just impact critical care. From the emergency services mag, we're talking about SCADA systems, again, exfiltration of systems, and again, using that as a way to also get into federal systems, which are all connected as part of the emergency response. Geocoding can go down. Telecom can also be impacted from interagency perspective. So, for example, NYPD covers 5 boroughs. Within those 5 boroughs, you have to be able to communicate within each of the precincts. Let's say they aren't able to communicate that. How do they know, to pass it over to a certain precinct to have send police officers to the right place? And if another example is fire hydrants can also lose pressure. EMS can also cause transport delays and so on. What else?
Yeah. So the cascading failure is kind of the central point of our talk, right? In hospitals, that failure becomes a matter of life and death. Life support falters, surgery stop, and critical care, it pretty much completely collapses. Supplies and equipment, it can't be decontaminated or cleaned. Hospitals and EMS, for example, go through literally thousands of sheets a day. And that's something that we take for granted, and that's something that we won't be able to use if something like this happens. You also lose sterile processing for surgeries and procedures. Did you know that a dialysis session can use up to 150 gallons of water? Whole dialysis units will shut down. And patients really need their dialysis. If they skip one session, they'll get really, really sick. And all this forces hospitals to go on divert. It causes EMS to have to transfer to a further hospital, which will affect the availability of EMS. Without water, a hospital really simply can't function. And then how does this impact the actual first responders? So first responders pretty much get completely paralyzed. Firefighters, they can't fight a fire without water. Dry hydrants will completely stop a fire department from being able to fight a fire. Dead communications, you can't talk on the radios. Sickness from contaminated water can force overwhelmed hospitals to turn patients away. And the public's lifeline, it gets completely severed. Local 911 systems, they'll get overloaded and fail. This causes calls to go to all the neighboring jurisdictions, and a bunch of already stressed out dispatchers and call takers, now they're getting even more overwhelmed by this situation. So cyber attacks, they have caused patient death and harm in the past. In 2019, Spring Hill Medical Center experienced a ransomware attack that took vital monitoring and imaging services offline. And this was during a delivery of a baby, and it caused a fatal outcome in the delivery. Dusseldorf University Clinic in Germany, they were hit by a ransomware attack in 2020, and they had to turn away emergency patients as well. And this in turn caused a woman who was suffering from an aortic aneurysm to die while she was being transferred to a further hospital. In 2022, a 3-year-old was overdosed with 5 times the prescribed amount of medication that they were supposed to get. This was due to a ransomware attack on a Des Moines, Iowa hospital. And then June of 2024, there was a ransomware attack on Synovis, which is a pathology partner to the National Health Services of London. It completely crippled their blood testing services, and at King's College Hospital, an investigation found that this cyber attack was a direct contributor to a patient's death. So we've talked a lot about what an immediate, disruptive, high-impact attack could look like, but what if it's not a big boom? We operate in this right of boom mentality. What that means is that we only act after the explosion, when the situation is already completely undeniable. Why? Why do we do this? It's probably because it's easier to sit around watching TV than it is to go out and buy a water filter for a crisis that you can't even see yet. And the problem is, we might be preparing and waiting for the wrong type of boom. Another popular theory is that our adversaries, they aren't planning a Hollywood-style explosion. Their strategy might be a slow burn, a quiet sociological war. They aren't trying to blow up a system. They want to degrade it. They want to degrade it just enough to cause long-term irreversible harm. Their goal might not be a headline. It might be to increase infant mortality, lower birth rates, and just slowly erode at our population so that they can gain some type of economic or political advantage over us, essentially. This means that our entire approach to this particular problem, it's obsolete. Incident response, much like dealing with patients, it's all based on triage. And you can patch the wounds, but it's really, really difficult to triage a patient who's being poisoned over decades. And we really just can't get better at patching these holes. We need to stop the ship from sinking. And that requires a completely new national strategy, not just a better response plan. And speaking of better national strategies, one of the biggest threats isn't actually malware. It's a disconnect in how our leaders think. And they treat physical and cybersecurity separate, almost as siloed worlds. And when in reality, as all you guys know, security, it's a single continuum. And this broken thinking, it really cripples our ability to respond effectively to a crisis. As an example, I heard a story from someone while I was doing research for this. On a mission to save a COVID vaccine facility that was under a geopolitical threat, red tape from federal agencies and customs was actually a bigger obstacle than the malware itself. The red tape was eventually broken through, essentially, and their work was able to help save literally millions of lives. But what should have taken like a week to solve, it took them almost 2-3 months just because of all this red tape. So we really need to bridge this gap between the experts and the policymakers. Basically, and unfortunately, a lot of the channels that we use to do that, they're being cut. The funding for them is being cut. And if we can't tell them, we really need to show them using like realistic crisis simulations, really to force leaders to feel the friction firsthand. Come on, why is this not going? There we go. So why are we so vulnerable to this cascade? Because during a cyber crisis, the teams responsible for actually working that crisis, they don't speak the same language. And if you were here for Blake and Scott's excellent talk right before ours, then you know exactly how to fix it. This communication gap, it's a really, really critical failure point. So the solution for this particular, solutions for a unified response, as we suggest, as we just said, integrating cyber into ICS. As we learned from Blake and Scott's talk, the solution isn't to invent a new system. It's to improve upon an already tried and true and tested system that's been in use for decades, essentially. Joint playbooks. What's important about these is that it's an integrated response plan. You don't have a separate cyber plan for a water system compromise. You want to have one plan that goes over the cyber aspects of it, as well as the operational emergency aspects of it. Regional cyber mutual aid. You want to formalize agreements to share cyber expertise. My small town, for example, of like 7,000 people, I don't think we have an APT specialist, but the county or the state almost certainly has one. And then most importantly, cross-training. This is probably the highest impact, lowest cost skill or action, really. IT people in public safety or public works take a Cyber 101 class. The University of Helsinki has something called the Massive Open Online Courses collection. It's a bunch of free courses, and they have some really, really good cybersecurity courses, and you can do this all free. For cyber people, take the ICS 100 course. It's free. You can go on FEMA's website, and it literally takes a couple hours to do, and it's extremely, extremely informative. There we go. Now let's cover some of the practical technical defenses. So pillar one is about hardening your environment. We separate these out into 3 different pillars. It's about making yourself a much harder, more resilient target. Make sure you have a plan in place to update outdated systems. This is probably one of the #1 ways that adversaries get in is through outdated, unpatched systems that are vulnerable, that are just sitting on the internet or even just sitting on your local network. And speaking of the internet, you should be securing your Speaking of the internet, you should be securing your perimeter. This is non-negotiable. You should be aggressively patching any type of externally accessible devices like VPNs, firewalls, routers, stuff like that. Use CISA's known exploited vulnerability catalog, KEV for short. You can use that to prioritize what you're patching, essentially. Lock down identities. Stolen credentials are the attacker's master key. Implement MFA everywhere. There's a surprising amount of environments that don't have MFA enabled, where MFA is just natively available. And then segment segment your networks. There should never be a situation where a breach on your IT network leads directly into your OT network that has your pumps and all your safety switches on it. Pillar two, the focus is about seeing the attack as it happens and ensuring that you can get back up afterwards. Logging and monitoring, you can't stop what you can't see. And since Live Off the Land uses your own tools against you, it's really important to log all those specific tools that you actually use. So this means setting up things like PowerShell script block logging, audit logging, command line process logging, stuff like that. And then all those logs that you're getting in now, centralize them. There are plenty of SIEM solutions out there. There are open source solutions out there that will cost you just the cost of the hardware itself and the expertise to actually run it. Build resilient backups. Assume that you're going to have a bad day and you're going to have to restore from a backup. Follow the 3-2-1 rule. 3 copies of your backup, 2 on different types of media, and 1 offline and immutable. So let me ask the room, what's the difference between a backup and a good backup? There we go.
Backup is easy, recovery is the hard part.
There you go. There you go. So you both get a gold star. Exactly. An untested backup is not a backup, it's a hope, essentially. So test your restores. Go home now and test your, well, don't go home now, but test your restores after you go home. Pillar 3 recognizes that your defense extends beyond your servers and your services. It's about your greatest asset, your people and your partners. And your first line of defense isn't a firewall. It's a human firewall. It's a well-trained user. It's a well-trained user and aware user. So constant and ongoing security awareness training is super, super valuable. Phishing training, super valuable. And it's going to be probably one of your best return on investments as far as information security investments. And then finally, leverage information sharing. You're not alone in this fight. There are organizations out there that offer threat intelligence on your exact sector. If you ever heard of the Information Sharing and Analysis Center, there are several of them. There's a water ISAC, there's energy ISAC, there's health ISAC, there's multi-state ISAC, and they all have essentially targeted actionable threat data specific to your sector, which basically tells you what you should be looking for and how to defend against it. Collective resilience is our community's ability to face a crisis together. In a major crisis, 911 is going to be overwhelmed, and you need to be prepared to be your own first responder. Check on vulnerable neighbors during heat waves, power outages, or any emergency. Situations like those where populations are at their highest risk. Empower yourself, learn first aid, CPR, stop the bleed. And finally, developing a simple community plan is really vital. This means like finding out what your neighbor's skills are. Have a neighborhood meeting point. There's University of Kansas has a community toolbox website. It's right there, and it guides you through making one. So our call to action, what can we do? Problems are big, but the actions that everyone can take are tangible, and they start with us. Learn CPR and first aid. I talked about this a little bit, but in a large-scale crisis, the professional response system will most likely be delayed. And when 911 is overwhelmed, you're going to become that first link in someone's survival or your own survival. Knowing how to perform effective CPR, use an AED, control severe bleeding in the first few minutes of an incident, it can be the single deciding factor between someone living and dying. It's a very, very low-cost, high-impact skill, and you can get certified in less than a day. CPR.heart.org. Look up a class near you. Volunteering. This is like the biggest way that you can help. You are going to learn more in 6 months on an ambulance or a fire truck than you're going to learn in a year of theoretical exercises. And most volunteer EMS and fire agencies, they're desperately in need of members. Maybe they need neighbors too. We're currently in a nationwide EMS shortage. What this means is that you might call 911 one day, and the dispatcher might tell you it's going to be 45 minutes till an ambulance can get to you. You're going to have two choices then. Do you take the situation into your own hands, or do you wait? And as a first responder, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Let's see. The second one, security knowledge that you all have in this room is a superpower. Take it for granted, that we take for granted. It's a superpower to the outside world. Be a force multiplier, and here's how. You can give free lessons at a PTA meeting on scam phishing awareness. Engage in local government. Talk about cybersecurity at a local PTA meeting, and help shape cybersecurity rules. There are states that are putting out cybersecurity rules now, and they're asking for comments on it. And then, let's see. And then that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time and attention. We know it's a heavy topic, and the entire mission of the I Am the Cavalry track is to, catalyze on action that protects human life. And we really hope we've given you the tools to do that today.
And I'd like to send a special thanks to my mentors, at least in the intelligence community, who provided invaluable information as we put this slide together. So, and as far as you, Alex?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? No. Okay.
Okay, thanks very much, gentlemen. And we are going to rapidly transition to our final presentation of the evening before we call it a wrap for today.
Yes.
And welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's I Am the Cavalry track. This talk is Can You Hear Me Now? A survey of communications platforms during emergencies, given by Slava. A few announcements before we begin. Sponsors, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Drop Zone AI and Profit. It is their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and the audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. On that topic, because these talks are being streamed and recorded, if you have a question, we do ask that you ask the question into the microphone. If you have a question, raise your hand. I will come by with the microphone if we have time. I have no further information, so with that, let us get started. Please welcome Slava.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you've been in this room at all earlier today, you might have heard some scary things. I heard some scary things, but what I'm going to talk about is how do you as an individual communicate in a state of emergency. We talked a lot about how organizations can fix themselves, how they can work in incident situations, but how can you as an individual talk to your family that's maybe like 10, 50, 100 miles away? Maybe the roads are blocked. Maybe that actually happens a lot where I live in Seattle. We have a lot of fallen trees. It's pretty rough sometimes. So let's dive right in, right? I'm Slava. I go by Party Horse, sometimes Slobber. That's my ham radio handle, KK6CER, if you care about that kind of thing. I've been a ham radio operator for about 9 years. I am a general class at this point. We'll talk a little bit about amateur radio classes once we get there. I've been working on Meshtastic and LoRa for just about a year. I am Party Horse on there as well. If that still works, I might have run out of battery. Outside of that, I've been an SRE manager for the last 4 years. I've been working in SRE DevOps and cloud for the last 10, so this conference is kind of like a side thing. InfoSec isn't directly what I do, but it's fun. I've owned a lot of orange cats, too. That's a lot. There they are. Robert Paulson is a big one. Leslie Claret is another one. If you know both of those names, kudos to you. If not, that's totally fine. Thank you. Why are you guys here? You guys are here to get one question answered, and hopefully this will help you a little bit. In a state of local emergency, how do you communicate across distances, control remote devices, and onboard others? It's great if you are an amateur radio operator. It doesn't mean that you can talk to somebody who's not. It's great if you have a Meshtastic device and you know how to use it, if your friends don't. So ideally, you would learn this and spread the knowledge and get your friends onboarded before the state of a disaster. Specifically in the US. I've lived in the US for the last 19 years. I only really know radio communications in the US. So this is kind of limited to that. Canada might be similar. I don't know. We'll see. What is radio? What I'm going to talk about is specifically how FCC defines different radio services. And there are a lot of them. We're going to talk about 4, I think. I might have lost count. But what is radio in the way that we're going to talk about it today? It's a frequency range combined with a specific modulation. You might have heard about AM, FM. Those are modulations. It's how the signal gets transmitted. And the frequency is obviously the frequency. CB is the first one that we're going to dive into. I'm going to try to run through the boring ones to get to Meshtastic, and then we'll talk about that a little bit more. But CB is the one that, like, truckers use in movies. They don't apparently use it as much anymore today. But I found this really cool picture of this dude driving a truck. Citizens Broadband Radio Service is actually what it stands for. You don't need a license for it. You just buy a radio. The power limits are relatively low, but actually kind of high when we get to talking about some other ones. There are 40 channels, which is kind of a senseless metric to talk about. We'll kind of talk about that later. The distance is up to 20 miles, but like it's, again, kind of weird to talk about because some of the frequencies are specifically designed for, well, not designed, but they work as a line of sight distance. If the radio can effectively see the other radio, it can transmit and receive, depending on how powerful the wattage is on the transceiver, right? Depends on the antenna too. The antenna is a very important piece of this. So in a mountainous range, you're probably not going to get 20 miles out of CB, but CB is also not line of sight specifically. It actually works on frequencies that have atmospheric propagation, so it can actually bounce off of the atmosphere and go pretty damn far. Sometimes. It literally depends on like the cycle of the sun. Kind of magic. It's super easy to get into. You get like a $20 radio or like a $100 radio, you stuff it in your truck and it works. It's pretty cheap. You're probably not going to be spending more than like $100 on it. FRS, these little toy radios usually use FRS. They're also unlicensed. It stands for Family Radio Service. The power limits are much lower. That's why they're in red. It has 22 channels, which, whatever. Much lower distance, definitely line of sight because they actually use, I think, VHF. Does anybody know here by chance? No? Okay, cool. I think it's VHF, yeah. CB actually uses HF, high frequency versus very high frequency. And then guess what? There's also a ultra high frequency. A great separation of frequencies, but super cheap, super easy, but like not very effective. GMRS, you probably saw these Baofangs somewhere. They actually, GMRS actually partially uses the same frequencies as FRS. You do actually need a license for it. It's $35, but there's no exam. You literally go to FCC, you give them your address, and you're done. You just say, like, I'm not going to do bad stuff. Totally fine. Power limits are a little bit higher. They depend on the frequency. So some frequencies will actually not allow you to use more than half a watt. Some of them will actually use them 50 watts, apparently. It's crazy. 50 watts is a lot. A lot more channels to play with, a lot more distance because you have more power, but still line of sight. Difficulty is medium just because you have to pay $35 to FCC and give them your address. Maybe get a PO box or something so that it's not totally publicly available. You know my call sign, you know my name, so you can like look up my address, which is super funny. You can also download the entire ULS database by FCC and then like grep it and parse it and whatever. Fun. Ham radio is amateur radio. Ham is actually not an acronym. It's supposed to stand for like ham-fisted amateur radio operators that don't know what they're doing. Apparently this term came in like the 40s or 50s or 30s, I don't even know. But it's just amateur radio service. That's all it is. The license is, you pay $50. I think like 15 of it goes to the examiner and like the rest of it goes to FCC. The 35, it's the same 35 to FCC. There are 3 levels. So usually you start with the technician level, you move on to the general level, and then you go to the extra level. I'm on the general level. I failed the extra exam, and I'm not really going to do it again because who cares? I get enough to play with as it is that I'm not really doing enough with. But technician is super easy. Yeah, what's up?
So I'm actually like half the question pool on my phone studying it.
Oh, perfect, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, so DEF CON is actually offering technician exams, apparently. Thank you. Like, I think I passed it with like 2 hours of studying, so the level of effort isn't very high. You literally, actually, if you come to me after this, there's an exam guide that's really fast to go through. You literally just go through like 20 pages of PDF, you read it, and you will probably pass.
And the question pool is static, so if you memorize all the questions.
Yeah, the question pool is static, so if you have decent memory, you'll be fine. The power limits are high, but it's kind of depends. In fact, like all of the answers to all of these questions used to be depends, and then I decided I'm going to mark them green or red. You can do a lot with amateur radio. That's the entire point of it. You can broadcast on a lot of different frequencies and a lot of different bands. You can do that atmospheric propagation magic thing that I was just talking about on some of the bands. And you will be paying more for better radios, for outputting more power, for better antennas. You will climb on your roof, and hopefully you're not afraid of heights. I'm very afraid of heights, and that was not a fun experience. So yeah. Actually, oh yeah, so this is a great picture. This is a radio that's like somewhere in the $1,000 range. It's a KX2, it's very well known for what it is. It's a portable radio that operates on HF frequencies. I don't remember the wattage that it outputs, but like you literally can use wires as antennas. You just throw them on a tree or on a mountain or something. And then you can do that atmospheric propagation thing and talk to people in like Russia, I don't know. And another point I want to make here, it says right there, The amateur radio spectrum of like knowledge isn't very complicated. It's complex. There's a lot of information. There are a lot of people you have to talk to. Most of them are old and grumpy. Sorry, opinion. But there aren't a lot of youths participating in amateur radio because like it's sometimes hard to build that connection, build that communication pattern. But a lot of people love talking about it, and a lot of people love working with it. So I would encourage everyone to play with amateur radio. Really quickly, I'm also going to mention ARES since this is I'm in the cavalry. ARES is the amateur radio emergency service, so you can actually volunteer for these folks who work with emergency services to provide communications for disaster events, right? It's volunteer run. They provide emergency communication. That's basically all you need to know, unless you're working with them, in which case, hopefully you know more than that. I don't work with them, but I hear it's super fun. So as you become a technician, that first step, that first level of the license for amateur radio, you're going to be able to operate on all of those frequencies, except for the gray ones, not the gray ones. But like the green ones, you can, the red ones, you can, even the like squiggly over there, you can, that's actually Morse code. As you get to the general class, a lot of these actually open up and you'll be able to communicate on those. As you get to extra, a lot more of them open up. The reason I actually put this here, and none of this is to scale, I tried to kind of make it scale, but it doesn't really work. The reason I put this here is to compare to where the other services I was talking about fall into there. You'll see that CB falls somewhere in the HF range, and that's why the atmospheric propagation magic I keep talking to. You see that FRS and GMRS are up there in UHF range, as it turns out. You will also notice that both FRS and GMRS and CB, I guess all three of them, they actually fall outside of the ranges that you can operate on as an amateur radio operator, at least for technician level. I'm pretty sure that's the case for general and extra as well. LoRa, ironically, actually falls right into the band plan of the technician level license. So you can operate LoRa and Meshtastic as a licensed individual. Or you can work it as an unlicensed individual. And we'll talk about the differences there. It's actually better to not be licensed when you operate LoRa. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about why in a second. It's actually all about encryption. So CB is defined by FCC Part 95. FRS, also Part 95, which like none of this really matters. It's just like the rules. That piece of rules is what defines these radio services. GMRS is also Part 95. Ham radio has its own amateur radio service, Part 97. None of these allow encryption. And LoRa also doesn't allow encryption. Well, LoRa does. FCC Part 97 does not. So if you choose to play with Meshtastic and put in your call sign, you will effectively get two things. You will get a higher wattage output if your device can actually handle it, because as an amateur radio operator, you have a different watt limit, different power limit on those frequencies. However, you also won't be able to use encryption just because it's disallowed by FCC. Part 15 is the, I think, ISM, the Industrial Sciences and Medical Devices as part of FCC rule set. It actually does allow encryption. So if you choose not to put in your call sign, like if I literally just don't put in KK6ER into the Meshtastic app into where it says call sign, then encryption will be enabled and I'll be limited to 1 watt, which is not a lot. But LoRa is actually specifically designed for its frequency range to be the long range radio transmission service. I don't really know how to say. LoRa is actually a digital protocol, is what it is. Like I said, doesn't require a license, has a very low power limit if you're using it on Part 15. 12 channels, which like, don't worry about it. You can read about it more later, or we can talk about it more over a beer. The distance is, yeah, it's 10 miles, and it is line of sight only But like if you stand on the top of a mountain like some people have, you can achieve like 300 kilometers of communication distance effectively. And again, a lot of this depends on the antenna. If you don't have a lot of power output, you can use specific antennas to get them to do what you want. So if you know that, back in the day when we were all stealing Wi-Fi, we were using those like, what are they called? Springle cans?
Pringle cans.
Yeah, Pringle cans, thank you, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And what those are effectively directional antennas. So you point them at the thing far away, a couple of miles away, and you will get excellent signal, right? You can do the same thing on all of these radio services, if you know where you're going, right? Yep.
What about
Repeaters, yes. Repeaters are, I started reading about this, but I don't actually remember. So you can use repeaters on the ham amateur radio service as a licensed individual. They're all over the place. You probably live next to one. You can probably hit a repeater, and then you will be able to talk to all of these random people that are also licensed. CB used to have repeaters. As far as I know, there are very few at this point. FRS and GMRS don't really use repeaters. And part of the problem is when you use a repeater is basically another station. You talk to the repeater, it rebroadcasts your signal so you can talk to more people further because it has more of this power output, a better antenna, things like that. But when you use a repeater, you transmit on one frequency, you receive on another. FRS, GMRS, they don't really support this generally. CB doesn't really support this. Amateur radio, specifically, most of the devices will support it. Thank you. Repeaters are a great thing to talk about. But let's get back to LoRa. So the difficulty of entry is low, the cost is low. I put a picture of that little device over there because it's probably the most popular. It's a Heltec V3. It costs like $23. You get a battery, you shove it on there, and then you can connect to it via Bluetooth off your phone and control it with a Meshtastic app. I'll also talk about the difference between LoRa and Meshtastic in the next slide. And then you can talk to random people, specifically this conference. I think my device is connected to like 160 people right now for some reason. And at some point, everything will fall over once enough people are connected. So, what is Meshtastic? Meshtastic runs on top of LoRa. And I think I actually have my slides kind of rearranged here in not the best way, but I'll get to the other thing later. Meshtastic runs on top of LoRa. It uses LoRa as a communication platform. But Meshtastic is a decentralized, encrypted, mesh-enabled communication. I don't have a noun in there, I'm sorry. Communication platform. Let's go with communication platform. I think that's really good. It's decentralized because it doesn't connect to a specific server. Just like the rest of these radio services, you connect peer-to-peer, right? It's encrypted. Meshtastic supports encryption. It doesn't mean that maybe you should trust it with like critical infrastructure, so be careful about that. It's an open source project. Everything falls over all the time. I think it was actually previously broken already, so just think about that. It's mesh enabled, which means that you can talk to another device, and that device can transmit your message to another device, and that message can be transmitted to another device again. That means that, what do you have? A 1 mile range, a 3 mile range? You're extending it effectively threefold, because by default, you can do 3 hops with Meshtastic, and that's what they recommend. This is the slide I was kind of talking about before. Within the frequency range of 902 to 928 megahertz, LoRa works. That's exactly what it's defined for as a long-range digital protocol. On top of that, Meshtastic was built. And this is what I was talking about in terms of the mesh networking. With every hop, you decrease the hop count, and you retransmit. This gets insanely more complicated with different roles of Meshtastic clients. There's a client role, there's a client mute role that like doesn't retransmit and only receives or something. There's a router role. There's so much information here, but I only have 20 minutes. I'm actually getting to the end of that. And this is just a high-level talk. But if the entire point of this talk is to get you guys interested, to get you guys researching this, playing with this. The cost of entry is super low for Meshtastic. Again, I hugely recommend it. There's also this crazy thing. You can connect your phone to your Meshtastic node, And if your phone is connected to the internet, you can get it connected to MQTT and then send all of the messages to MQTT, and then other nodes will pull it from MQTT and resend it. So you can be talking to like people super far away, and that's effectively a repeater. For example, this is Seattle, and all the nodes that just one MQTT server has. You can connect to different ones. What can you do with Meshtastic? Obviously messaging. I've been talking a lot about messaging. But because it's an ESP32 device, well, some of them are, the Heltec V3 is a ESP32 device. It's got GPIO pins. You can control other things with it. You can also send metrics across. Telemetry is what I'm talking about. You can send things, like specifically within the Meshtastic application right now, what's actually supported is a GPS position. You can send over power information. You can send over weather information. Like you can literally just have a weather node sitting at your house and like broadcast what's going on at your house. A light intensity, distance to an object with like the ultrasonic sensors or whatever. Particle concentration for air quality, like ppm. Radiation, if you have that. Body stats are also supported. You can also control remote hardware with those GPIO pins. And that's a little bit more complicated, but if you set the two devices to like your own channel and your own encryption key, only you can talk, and you can send those messages still peer-to-peer and through the mesh, but nobody will be able to decrypt them except like the encryption key people that are within that channel. So you can control your own remote devices. If you want to play with Meshtastic, where do you start? You buy one or two of these. You should buy two of them. You flash Meshtastic onto them. The instructions are super simple, but like some of the terminology is kind of hard. You can set a custom channel and encryption key, or you can just join what's called like Longfast, which is the most popular channel, and like talk to all the people that are around you maybe. And then experiment. If you're already doing some stuff with GPIO, doing things with sensors, with I don't know, pushing buttons, lighting up light bulbs or whatever, you can do this with Meshtastic. I'm going to bring it home real quick, and then we'll do a few minutes for questions, hopefully. Yep, perfect. I said this a few times, but I don't think I completely finished the thought, which is a good thing. It's on the slide. Antenna location is more important than power most frequently. If you put a proper antenna that is properly matched to the frequency you're using, if you put it on top of your house in a very high place, it's going to be much more important than how much power you're putting into nothing, right? So be sure to research what antennas are a good approach to what you're doing. Identify and prioritize your risk. This is, I'm the cavalry, so figure out what it is that you're really trying to solve. Are you, worried about the flood, an earthquake? Are you worried about roads being blocked? Are you trying to care for somebody who has a medical condition? Prepare for this before the emergency strikes. Thank you. Please submit some feedback, although I think there's a separate feedback loop thing in pre-talks, I'm not sure. You can also hire me. I am unemployed. And now is the time for Q&A. I'm Slava, thank you. Got a question over there.
Yes, just curious for clarification. If you are a ham operator and you repeat a message that was encrypted by someone else for someone else, do Part 97 and Part 15 come into conflict?
You are responsible for your own actions as a licensed amateur radio operator. So I would say the wording in Part 97 is basically you can't send a coded message, right? Does that mean that you can read a specific part of a book over the air and like somebody else knows the code to it or something? Like, yeah, absolutely. You can have a code that's available for, right, yeah. I think you know what I mean, but I'm stumbling on my words. I think the answer is no. You shouldn't or can't do that, but I'm also not your attorney, so.
We were not able to pull it off this year, but based on this little preview, would the group be open to having a hands-on Meshtastic training session? You buy your kit, configure it, Next year?
Next
Okay.
year? Sweet. I was actually really hoping to do that this year, but next year is perfect.
Hi, thanks for the talk. When you mentioned like the GPS, so that obviously requires like a GPS module on the device. Is there anything built in or existing for like triangulation based on like response to different nodes?
That's a great question. So the Heltec V3, the device I had a picture of over there, does not have a built-in GPS module. But you can buy a GPS sensor that has like 4 wires you solder on, you set it up in Meshtastic, and it works magically. There are a lot of other Meshtastic supported devices that do have GPS built in. Actually, the one I have with me does, but it's too far, I'm not going to show it. You had a second part to your question, I forget.
Lacking GPS, what about like triangulation?
Oh, triangulation, that's right. There's nothing built into Meshtastic, as far as I know, that can do this. FCC is really good at triangulating people that are messing up the community of the radio waves.
So like in the packets, maybe is there like a sent at this time, like a timestamp? And
Yeah, no. If you don't have a GPS module connected to it, then like there's nothing really built in for that. No.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions?
On Rule 15, what's the power level that you're allowed?
I think it's 1 watt.
1 watt.
Yeah, it's super tiny. Let's see how fast I can do this. Oh man, come on. 1 watt. Yep, I was right. We can actually also see the wattage allowed. You would be allowed 1,500 watts as a licensed user, I think. I don't know. That's what it says there, but let's go. that is too much.
One thing I'd point out.
Yeah.
This is just kind of a general comment. I know everybody you are correct when you talk about like it's the antenna and its location that matters, because you could be pumping out 1,500 watts peak envelope power, as the amateur radio service allows you. But if you're not sighted correctly, okay, that just means you're able to transmit, but you can't hear anybody. And really two-way communication means you have to be able to equally be able to send and receive messages.
Yeah.
So if you've got a less than ideal antenna and it's not sighted up high, okay, yeah, you might be able to get out. Other people can possibly hear you if you're transmitting 1,500 watts, but you're not going to be able to hear them back.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you.
You said until it all falls down. So like, are you seeing it saturate with so many nodes, local, like?
Thank you. That's a great point to make. Meshtastic is known to fall over at like hacker conferences. I think at DEF CON, I heard conflicting reports that like last year it either did fall over or it didn't fall over. Somebody said that it had like 700 people on it, and it was totally fine. Across the different channels of Meshtastic, it's made to do different things, if that makes sense. So the default mode I mentioned is long fast. That means it transmits far and it transmits very frequently. But there's also like medium fast, long slow, short fast, short medium. Like that's why there are 9 channels, right? So a lot of communities will actually move over to a different channel that's not as saturated, that doesn't saturate the channel as much. So that's one of the solutions. I don't know what they operate at DEF CON this year, but I'm sure that's easy to find out. I think there's a question over there. Thank you.
If we tell more people to do this, we're actually harming them.
Yeah. Well, with the different channels that aren't long fast, because there's not so much communication, because it's not fast and it's not long, you actually get less channel saturation per user, so you can have more users.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, in case you're interested, I'm new to this too, by the way, but these are some other ones that you could pick up for like $90. I believe these both have GPS built in, and of course batteries and things too. So they're really small, they're really handy. And DEF CON, by the way, has a special Meshtastic image you could put on there that I think is probably
Cool.
It has settings that are probably meant for it not to fall over. So if you're curious and you have a device, you could make sure you put it on the DEF CON version.
Awesome. Do you know where we can find that? defcon.meshtastic.org. Thank you. I didn't even know about this. And while you were mentioning that, this is my little guy that fits in a pack of cigarettes. What is this? I forgot what this model is called. Oh, it's the T1000E, I think. So this actually has a built-in GPS module and everything. I think this is the end. I'm told to stop. Thank you guys so much for the comments and the feedback and the questions.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in. We are back tomorrow at 10 a.m., I believe, is when we start. We look forward to seeing many of you, and we're going to be talking about energy and AI, and we're going to be talking about ransomware. So look forward to another, I think we've got 5 hours of programming tomorrow. Let's see, 90 plus, no, we've got 5.5 hours of programming tomorrow. So be here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you. Thanks.